What up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, what's going on, Mother J? What up? What up? Shout out to St. Louis. I don't want no trouble. I know you got to do the little boxing. I don't want no trouble. What's going on, CC? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to Big Bad Bull, always holding me down. I see you, bro. I see you. Who else we got in here? The Sosa. What's going on? Oh God, Sherelle, what's going on, Miss Sherelle? I saw you earlier running cheeky panel. You was up to no good, wasn't you? Troublemaker, troublemaker. Nick, what up, Nick? Well, look who it is, Miss Heather Woods. Hello, Miss Heather Woods. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold, so don't mind me. I can't stand cold weather, and every chance I get, I'm gonna whine like a baby. I'm gonna whine like a baby. What's going on, Vandy Rue? What's going on? Greetings from United States all the way to your country in Canada. What's going on? What's going on? LB, what up? What up? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Empress Adira, how are you? How are you? What time is it? We 6:25 West Coast time. Wednesday, February 22nd. That means we almost to the end. We almost to the end of Black History Month. I know y'all love y'all Black History, and I know y'all love y'all month. I know y'all love y'all Black History, and I know y'all love y'all Black History Month. Well, it's almost over. So I hope y'all celebrated all the people that y'all celebrate. I don't know who that is, but y'all did that. Oh, I know y'all be celebrating. What's her name? What's the lady name that made all that money with the hot comb or whatever? What's her name? That's who y'all love to celebrate. Martin, Malcolm. What's going on, Q? Madam President, how are you? What's going on? You know what, Q? This conversation might be interesting to you. This conversation might be interesting to you. I am looking for perspective here. So let's just say I wasn't prepared to have this conversation today. Okay. This is not a prepared conversation. I thought about this about an hour and a half ago while I was pretty much leaving work. So what up, B Cole? What up? And so bear with me. Y'all gonna take this ride. Y'all gonna take this ride. We're gonna take this ride. Thanos, what up? What up? Oh no, Key, you ain't got a cam up for this. You do enough trolling in the chat. You do enough trolling in the chat. But y'all saw the title, right? Did y'all see the title? What y'all think about my house, my rules? Do y'all agree with that? My house, my rules. How many of y'all agree with the my house, my rule policy? So if I come to your house and I'm wearing, well, first of all, let me see what y'all think about it. What do y'all think about my house, my rules? Do y'all agree with that? Do y'all agree with my house, my rules? I want to see where y'all mind is. I want to see where y'all mind is. Oh, Trucker, yo, you highly agree. Oh, we gonna find out if you highly agree. We gonna find out if you highly agree with that. Y'all like the thumbnail? I'm trying to stay consistent here, okay? I'm trying to stay consistent for y'all. I'm trying to keep pushing the content, keep messing with y'all, keep having fun. So I hope y'all appreciate it. This is hard work. So make sure y'all supporting your favorite content creators because this stuff is hard, right? Coming up with these ideas, coming up with these shows, not easy. Not easy. I do tend to, when my brain gets moving, they start like it's like rapid fire. I get an idea, I get an idea, I get an idea, and I try to figure out how to do it, and then I just say, stop overthinking. Stop overthinking, and just at the end of the day, put the content out. If you don't put out content, you'll just be an overthinker forever, right? That's just how I think about it. So, like I said, an hour and a half ago, I said my house, my rules. I'll tell you how I got to that thought process, but just know that's all the time I had to talk about this conversation. So, all y'all people that's gonna be angry, y'all just gonna be angry. And please make sure y'all take the poll. Please make sure y'all take the poll, okay? Please make sure you take the poll, all right? Shout out to MC Heavy. What's going on? What's that say? You either abide by my rules or take over the house. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that before. You either abide by my rules or you take over the house. Whoa. I don't know about that one. See, it might be where you think this conversation is going to go. That's probably why you said that. Like, so if you saying you out earning the man, you running things, and then the man comes in and he changed the rules or whatever, then he got to take over the house. That's a fair thing. That's if that conversation is going there. That's the key. That is the key. Shout out to MC. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really do. That's why I'm going to keep having these conversations. I'm going to keep getting in trouble because that's what I do. I don't feel right unless I'm getting canceled. I don't feel right unless I'm pushing. I don't feel right. We got enough goody two shoes. I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. But let me tell you how I got here. It's random. I want to say that it's random, right? So when I'm chilling at work, guess we don't have that much time to chill, but talking to my coworkers, shout out to my brother. What's going on, bro? I see you. Appreciate you. And just for y'all to know, that's like one of my real life brothers right there. Just for y'all to know. Shout out to him. He's usually pretty busy, but thank you for catching the show. This may pertain to you too, my brother. This may pertain to you. But how I got here, I was having a conversation with a friend at work. We was just chopping it up, and I bounced ideas off of people before just to see, is this worth having a conversation? What you think about this? And if somebody gets stuck at a question and another person gets stuck and it's like, they haven't figured out where to go from, I'm like, okay, I can work with that. I can work with that. So let me ask y'all this, because I see people got their rules. It's my house, you're going to follow my rules. Trucker Yell is extremely stringent on that. As his house, he overwhelmingly believes you're going to follow his rules, okay? He overwhelmingly believed that. TBF, I wasn't thinking about relationships. I was thinking about the gambit. I don't know what gambit means. I'm going to have to look that word up. I have no idea what that means. Look, you know what's so funny, right? When I typed in government, the first thing that came up on Google was government cheese. I swear to God, if y'all go on Google right now and type in government, the first thing that came up was government cheese. I swear to God, that's crazy. Mainly because I grew up on that government cheese. It was a real fight. Okay, if you ate, listen, it came in like a little. It's not for everybody. Okay, so if y'all don't know, then y'all don't know. But back then, right? This is probably like for me, probably 90s. Yeah, maybe 90s that I can remember, right? And they would come like in this gray little cartridge, and it'd be like it's like a grayish, maybe how can I describe it? Like a grayish, brownish type of container. And then in the inside would be the orangest cheese ever, right? It used to go down about that government cheese. If you ate all the cheese before your mom got her half, if you ain't leave a quarter of that cheese, it was over for you. It was over for you. I'm just telling y'all. Man, that government cheese. Whoo-wee. Mm-mm-mm. Government cheese. Listen. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm reminiscing a little bit. Okay, I went back. Okay, to some dark times. Okay, government cheese. All right, listen. This is not dark thoughts. So I just went back. Work with me here. Work with me. Okay, so y'all done made me lose my train of thought. I laughed so hard about that government cheese. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, but let's just say, okay, in your house, your rules. Don't you think you should be able to decide how to punish your kids, right? Don't you think you should be able to decide how to discipline your kids? You should be able to decide what clothes they wear, um, what holidays they celebrate. Don't you think you should be making these decisions? It should be up to you, right? It's your house, it's your rules, right? Now, here's my question to y'all. What happens if they don't want to follow your rules? What happens if they don't want to follow your rules? Oh, Natasha says foil cheese cartridges. I never been more happy to be Canadian. Listen. Shout out to Canada. But listen, it's an experience. Some people had to go through it. You had to go through it so you can go through it. All right. And I went through it. And that's why I can't eat bologna ever again. Don't you? If you even dare put bologna on my plate, you put bologna in my space. If you bring out any bologna with the red little thing, the red little circle around the bologna, we ain't friends no more. I feel disrespected at that point. At this point, if you can't go out, stab an ox or something and cut the ox open for me, we can't have no conversation. We can't have no conversation at all. I'm not eating no more bologna. That's out. What up, Granville? What up, bro? That's out. That is out 100%. Not gonna happen. Okay. Look, like shout out to say cash in on the life insurance policy. If those kids don't listen, you cash in on a life insurance policy. Y'all crazy. I ain't gonna go that deep. I'm not gonna go that deep, but listen, I understand the mindset, right? So what's going on, Leslie? How you doing? How are you today? But yeah, so listen, that's just the mindset, right? I used to tell people, mom said I wasn't allowed to eat bologna. Listen, hey, that's one way to get out of it. But when you ain't got no other choice, you're going to eat that bologna. Bologna, spam, whatever you want to call it, you're going to eat it. Now, let me ask y'all this. And we're going to get into it because I really want y'all perspectives on this. What's going on, April? How you doing? I really want y'all perspectives on this. This is going to be a good conversation, I think. Let me end this poll and let me see what the results are real quick. Let me see here. Just want to make sure I got to understand. So I did a poll earlier, right? Just so I can get an understanding of what you guys think about child support, okay? And I had a couple different ages of when you think child support should continue to a certain age, right? And the reason I put 26 on there because I think Fatty told me in Portugal, I think it's like 26. You got to pay child support up to 26. So that's where that random or arbitrary number comes from. It's, I guess, technically not arbitrary, right? But that's where that age comes from. Because Fatty, I believe he said it's that age where you got to pay child support. 24, 26, but I think he said 26, right? The majority of you guys voted for 18, right? The majority of you guys voted for 18. And the reason that's interesting because we've been having a lot of conversations about kicking our kids out too soon. Kicking the kids out too soon, right? So that's good. I kind of get an understanding. 18 seems to be that number. 18 seems to be the number where y'all like, we done. Have a nice life. Okay, got you. What's going on, Peace Joy? Listen. You ain't late. We just getting started. We having a little chuckles, a little fun. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get you up to speed, but just for you to know, Peace Joy, do you also believe in the concept or the rule? My house, let me ask y'all, how many of y'all grew up in a house when your parents told you, my house, my rules? How many of y'all grew up like that? When your parents told you, just my house, my rules. How many of y'all grew up like that? I'm just interested in knowing. I'm pretty sure a good amount of you probably grew up like that. Now, yeah, I figure so. Now, I'm pretty sure y'all done heard, if you don't like it, you can get out of my house. How many of y'all have heard, if you don't like it, you can get out of my house? Now, some of y'all might have been some good kids, so y'all might ain't had to experience that. But most of us have heard, if you don't like it, get out of my house. And Natasha said, was there another option? I don't know if there was another option. It's a really good question. It's a really good question. MC, she says, fried bologna sandwiches still go hard, Aaron. You bougie. I am bougie at this point. But it's because I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. Yeah, I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. So you can't even be, but I'm not gonna lie. That is a fact, what you just said, though. Based upon I'm dialing into my memory, that is true. Used to fry that bologna. Yeah, it used to hit. I like my food hot anyway. I have a hard time consuming colder food. I like cold beverages and hot food. I can't eat no cold pizza. I can't really eat cold nothing. So most of my food has to be prepared hot, right? I can eat a sandwich, but it has to be like room temperature for the most part. And even then, I try to heat that up. I try to heat everything I possibly can up. I like hot food, right? And I like cold beverages. My water, I used to drink a lot of cold water, right? Now I drink more room temperature, but for the most part, hot food. So fried bologna, you right. You digging in on the memories, but I can't do it no more. It's over with. It's over with. Ain't no more. Ain't no more. Ain't no more. You 18, you paying market rent. Whoa, AL, that's how you feeling? Once you turn 18, it's time to pay these bills. Whoa. How many of y'all, when y'all kids turn 18, it's time to pay this market rent? How many of y'all feeling like that? Because AL ain't playing. Once you hit 18, bills, 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 bills. Time to pay these bills, okay? Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Oh man, y'all is something else. Crown Prince, what up? Oh, y'all is something else. Let me ask y'all this too, because I know I went through this, right? So let me just make sure we connected here properly, right? How many of y'all, when y'all argue with y'all parents, which is most of y'all got a black eye if y'all did that, but let's just say y'all disagreed. Like, let's not use argue, right? Let's just say you disagree, right? Shout out to Modern Renter. What up, bro? He said mine started paying bills when they got jobs at 16. Okay. We'll come back to that then. We'll come back to that. Shout out to you, bro. Sean K, what up? See, when my parents said, that's my house, this is my rules. If you don't like it, you can get out. You know what I told them? Let me tell you what I told them when they thought all that, right? After they said it, I said, I'm going to run away. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, now what? I'm going to run away. And that's what I did. I ran away for about 2 hours. It was cold as hell outside, right? It was cold, okay? Wasn't no food outside. And I came back crying, Mama, let me in. Mama, let me in. I was knocking on the door. And you know how our parents are. They grimy. You know, they behind the door like, oh, I thought you was running away. What happened? I thought you was running away. What happened? Let me in. I'm hungry. It's cold. You see, that's how they do you. It ain't right. It ain't right. They do you like that. It ain't right. And I went hard in the paint too. I was gone for 2 hours. See, most of y'all ain't even hard. Y'all ain't even strong enough to run away for 2 hours. I ran. I was like, tell me it's your house. And I mumbled under my breath, and your house is the government house. And she's like, what? I said nothing, but I still ran away. No, the rest of y'all was suckers, and y'all just did what y'all was told to do. I at least ran away. I stood tall on mine. Yeah, I remember I counted every second too. I was like, I didn't have no watch at the time. Time was hard, but I remember because I think I looked at the little digital clock, and I was like, I ran away. You know, I packed up some stuff in my backpack. Yeah, and you know what happened? She took my backpack and said, I bought that. She said, I bought that. Give me that backpack. That's mine. I said, whoa, whoa. That's how we doing? You gonna just take my Spider-Man backpack? Okay. Okay, you can have that. She was like, you lucky I let you keep the clothes on your back. I said, oh, this how we doing. Okay, yeah. You gonna miss me when I'm gone. That's what I said. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I came back in 2 hours. But it was a good learning experience. It was a good learning experience. That's all I'm saying. It was a good learning experience, right? I want to ask y'all this though, right? Let's jump into it, right? Uh I'm gonna ask y'all this question right here, okay? And I'm gonna tell y'all my perspective on it, and I want to hear what y'all think about it, right? I want to ask y'all something. It's my house, my rules, right? So I want y'all to take that into understanding, right? My house, my rules. You see it playing underneath me right there, hovering at the bottom? My house, my rules. Y'all like how I throw that in there? So I want to ask y'all this question. Do you think you should be able to force your kids to go to school? I genuinely want to know. Do you think you should be able to force your kids to go to school? And if you do believe you should be able to force them to go to school, I want to hear your reasoning behind it. Now, my position is this: you should not be able to force your kids to go to school. But mind you, I don't have any children. So the rest of you who do have parents, who do have children, you may feel differently. Do you believe you should be able to force your children to go to school? Do you believe that? $2,600? Nah. My mom. I'm paying no 2,600. Nah, I'm cool. They got trash cans that I can sleep in. My cardboard box stay ready. See, look, I also got a tent to live under if I move to LA. So I ain't even worried. I ain't even worried, right? What my brother Thanos said, I'm forcing kids to go to the military reserve active. No, but okay, no, stay focused. Okay. I want y'all to stay focused on this question, right? Do you believe you should be able to force your kids to go to school? If they're in your house, do you believe you should be able to force them to go to school? And let me give you some parameters, right? Let me give y'all some parameters because that's not vague, but let me get more specific. Let's just say, yeah, let's just say I turned 16 and I say I'm done with school. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do school no more, right? And I tell you, look here, I'm not going to school no more. I'm dropping out of high school. I'm 16. And in general, at 16, you can drop out of high school, right? Do you believe, as my parents, you should be able to force me to go to school? That's what I want to know from y'all. That's what I want to know from y'all. Do you believe you could be able to force me to go to school and I don't want to go? What do you think about that? Because I know some parents are different. It's their house, they rules. Some parents are more open and saying, my kids are their own beings, So I'm interested. A lot of y'all saying, yeah, y'all should be able to force me to go to school. I don't know about that. How do you justify? No, we're not talking about 18 piece, Joy. We're talking about a 60-year-old that's dropping out of school. We out. I don't want to go to school no more. I want to know. Some of y'all saying y'all should be able to force me to go to school. What's going on? Look, that's a lot of yeses in the chat. Nah, y'all gonna have to justify that. Y'all gonna have to justify that. The food channel, it's illegal, ain't it? I don't know what you think is illegal, right? In general, and just for the sake of the conversation, but just know in a large majority of states, and we're going to go by the majority, we're not going to go one-offs, you can drop out of school around 16. Yeah, you can drop out of school around 6. So I come home, I'm not going to school no more. I'm not going to school no more. Do you think you can look me in my eyes and say, yes, you are going to school? I'm just interested in what y'all position on that, because I don't believe you should be able to force me to go to school. But it's your house, your rules, or is it? This is where I'm torn at. Your house, your rules, but I'm 16 though, so I shouldn't have to go to school, correct? I'm interested in knowing. Somebody give me a good reason to why I should have to go to school, even though I don't want to go. And if you do tell me to go, should you be able to make me go? And if I don't want to go, what's your position? I'm really interested in that. What's your position? How would you handle that conversation? So this is interesting. So my guy AL says, well, as long as you pay that $2,600, you can skip school all you want. Now let me ask y'all this. Now look, Heather said, no, you need to finish school. No, you can't make me finish school. Or can you? If I choose to drop out of school, what can you do about it? I'm interested in knowing what can you do about it? Because I'm hearing a lot of y'all say, no, you need to finish school. I hear what you're saying, but can you stop me? Do you have the right to make me? Is it your house, your rules? What are you really going to do if I don't want to go to school? What if I tell you this? Oh, this going to get good too. What if I tell you this? I don't want to do nothing. Chill. I'm going to chill and sleep in my bed and chill. What y'all going to do about that? Sorry, Aiden. I don't need your permission to drop out of school. You can't stop me. Yeah, see, all y'all that was talking that tough talk earlier, my house, my rules, ain't sounding like y'all so tough right now. Oh, sometimes it gets to this point, Coach K. Sometimes it does. See, yeah, see, now y'all gonna start speculating. What you mean? What I'm gonna do at home at 16? I'm gonna just chill in the house, probably play video games. 16, I don't care. I don't want to go to school. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Unless y'all believe y'all should have the right to make me go to school. Do y'all believe y'all have the right to make me go to school? I don't think y'all can convince it. Now, Big Bad Bull said, now you ain't got to go to school. So let me ask y'all this, because it sounds like that's where y'all headed to, right? If I don't go to school, y'all think y'all should be able to kick the kid out the house? I'm interested in knowing, if I don't go to school, you think you have the right to kick me out? And I'm not saying you don't. I'm just wondering if you think you do. Now, AL, you probably go to jail for that. So I recommend you don't do that. So how do you handle that conversation? See, I'm looking for the parents. I really want to talk to one of y'all about this. I What are you going to do when you're confronted with the ability that I'm 16, you can't force me to go to school, I don't want to go. What you going to do about it? See, what I found out is you guys are really stuck with this. You guys are really stuck with it. This is a real complicated question, right? I know a lot of y'all think my house, my rules, but I don't want to follow your rules. Nah, MRM. Nah, nah, nah. You can't tell me, you can't make me do that. So it sounds like a lot of y'all, the consensus is if I don't do what you say, you're going to kick me out. Yeah, see, a lot of y'all talking that tough talk, huh? You're going to kick me out. Well, let me ask y'all this. Boy, this is real interesting. So you gonna kick your kid out because they don't want to go to school. Interesting, right? Now let me ask you this. Yeah, this will be easy. No, it won't, Imran. Let me ask you this. Because I put it in the chat. Now, I'm good if you kick me out, right? But I'm gonna just tell y'all this. Wherever you kick me out, yeah, this part, this where we about to turn, this where we about to take a twist. This where we about to take a twist, right? What we got here? I don't know what I would do. My cousin went through this. Her son is in his late 20s and still lives with her. Yeah, you know, mothers are soft. Yeah, for the most part, y'all not about to kick y'all kid out, especially the boy. Y'all might kick your daughter out though. A lot of the studies say y'all kick your daughter out before y'all kick the son out, and that's for probably because y'all felt like y'all failed the son more by not having a dad around in a lot of those situations. But this is interesting. This is really interesting. Zoma says, I'm calling everyone in the family and see if they want to take you in. Well, I'll tell you this, since a lot of y'all talking about kicking your kid out, right? Because I hear that a lot, right? Now, I'm fine with that, but y'all gonna pay support until that kid's 18. According to y'all need to make sure y'all paying support for that child until they're 18. That's what y'all said. So I'm gonna sit on this couch for the next 2 years. You're gonna pay for it, or you kick me out and you pay for my apartment to live. It's your choice, but you gotta pay. According to y'all, what y'all just said, you gotta pay. So pick an option, but y'all paying for one. Either I'm chilling, playing my video games, or y'all kick me out and y'all pay my rent and wherever I live after that. That's your choice, but you got to pay. According to y'all, as long as I'm a kid, you got to pay. Shout out to Spence. He says, "Don't let the door hit you with a good Lord sent you." See, now we're coming to a confliction here. Now we come into a confliction here, right? See, now we know how much y'all really care about y'all kids. See, now we starting to see how much y'all really care about y'all kids, right? Oh, that's not a false dichotomy. You can take the electrics away. I don't disagree with that. I already knew that once I said play video games, I was like, no, I'll just take the game away. So what? I just sit there then in the room. You go ahead and take the games away, take my cell phone away. I'm just gonna lay on my bed. Hell, you could take the bed away, you could take the sheets away. I'll lay on the floor. But I ain't going back to school. That's out. And you can't make me. So you can kick me out, I guess. Illegally, I guess. I don't know. You can't really legally kick a kid out, right? You're responsible for them. And if you won't, I stay somewhere else and you pay my bills until I turn 18. Y'all just said till 18, gotta pay. That's why I asked y'all. So y'all paying for me to stay somewhere for the next 2 years while I figure out my life? Y'all paying for the next 2 years while I figure out my life. This is good. I gotta hear the answer to this. Yeah. Okay, Thanos, you got the answer? I gotta hear it. I got to hear it then, brother. You tell me the truth.
Good evening, my good friend there. No,
What's going on, bro?
they definitely getting kicked out. Yeah, I don't play. I don't do dummies. I don't do lazy. Yeah, you can't stand there. And I know it sounds harsh. You probably get a different answer from the mothers, but as a father, I think after maybe a year or two, you see how hard it get. It probably won't even last that long that you'll probably change your mind. Because the only thing I ask you to do is do your schoolwork, stay out of trouble. When you turn 18, if you don't want to live here, because I'm not, they don't have to get out. But yeah, you got to follow the rules if you want to be taken care of.
Nah, but I don't have to follow the rules of going to school though,
Why not?
because I don't need your permission to drop out. In most places, 16, I'm done. I don't
Oh,
really
then
need your
you don't need the
yeah.
permission to stay in my home then.
Nah, see, but technically, legally, I'm your responsibility.
But
So
you better emancipate yourself then.
you can't make me emancipate myself. I don't think that's how it works.
But actually, if you're making dumb decisions like that, you probably don't even know what emancipate means. So
Well, we don't want to presume that. I'm just wondering, do you think you should be able to force your kid to go to school? And if they don't do what you tell them to do, you think you can kick them out? This is where I'm trying to understand.
yeah, I said, okay, this what I do. I'll send him to his grandmother's house, my mother's, and he could chill over there and go to church every day.
Okay, somebody said have the military boarding school come get him. Well,
Actually, that's too expensive because if you ain't in poverty, that's like nice. That's $1,000s a year.
that's a lot of money. I don't know if you can force them to go to boarding school either. I'm not sure if you can't make them go to high school. I'm not sure you can force them to go to boarding school, but I'm not sure about that. Right?
Well, you can sign them over to the state to go to certain military schools.
That's a
Yeah.
possibility, right? So if they don't do what you say, your house, your rules, right? And your house, your and I'm not arguing. This is really just a break for the most
Oh no,
part.
no.
The way y'all look at it is, then they got to either get up out my house. I'm gonna send you to a state institution and sign you over to them. That's basically what y'all come to these conclusions, right?
Yep.
Sherelle, do you agree with that? Y'all know Sherelle never actually buy her actual mic. Or maybe she just came up here to harass me.
Y'all can hear me? I'm sorry. Hey,
Yeah.
brother.
What up?
Hey,
What up?
Anna.
Yeah, we
Okay.
hear you.
So let me tell you about some children that I carried for 9 months that I went through labor with. Gonna tell me what they gonna do? So this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna go to school or I'm gonna beat your ass. And then if you don't want to go to school after that, I'm gonna bring you by them people.
Wow.
Do y'all see what I'm talking about? Y'all see what the kids I'm talking about?
Yep.
Do
You're
y'all
going
see
to
what I'm
jail
talking
now.
about?
You're
Y'all can
going
hear
to
the children
jail
in my
now.
background.
That
Stop
sound
running
illegal.
in this house.
That sound illegal.
Calm down.
That sound a little
Now,
illegal.
like I say, it ain't illegal because if you don't go to school, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna give you a few good ass whippers to get your mind right. You know what I'm saying? That's your warning. Then I'm not gonna put you on my mama. You think you about to stress my mama out? You think you about to stress my people out?
Mhm.
No, I'm gonna go bring you to foster care and see how them people live. I'm gonna go give up my rights and I'm gonna have you in a state. And then what you gonna do? Then they gonna put you in jail and tell
That's
me
right.
you ain't gonna go
Yep.
to jail. And it's up from there. Fuck you. Fuck them kids. Cause I put my life on the line to bring you here. I worked hard to take care of you. I slaved over the kitchen, stove, and all that to be a good mother to you.
So
Got stuck
basically,
with your dog ass daddy. You know what I'm saying? I
Bad.
don't even like your dad like that to be connecting him to for the rest of my life. You know?
y'all don't love each
Nine
other.
months, my back was hurt and you was sitting on top of my bladder. 6 hours. Look at your head, Aaron. 6 hours of labor.
I was a good baby. So basically, what you saying is so basically what I'm getting from the large majority of people is y'all house, y'all rules. That's basically what I'm getting. Y'all house, y'all rules. Y'all
Yep.
y'all some dictators, pretty much, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
1980s, last of the Gen X. So you gonna get half and half. So some of that old school traditional treatment still there.
That's cold blooded. Shout out to Jeremy. He says, so that child gets a 2-year severance package with ID, passport, social security, and birth certificate. Yeah, technically, because y'all just agreed that you got to pay for that child till they're 18. So I don't disagree. Yeah, that's how
She was
Sherelle.
my sister was in labor for 34 hours, Aaron.
I
34
know.
hours of her
Yeah,
life. And
that's
you think
why y'all
somebody gonna
think.
tell her what they gonna do in her house?
That's why y'all think y'all own children, own y'all kids. Y'all owe me. I'm your mother. I gave birth
We,
to you. I know where that comes from, right?
we earns them. We earns them. Yeah,
Okay,
we
look.
earns them.
So
We
Coach K
earns them.
said, Aaron, there's rules everywhere, job, apartment, outside, etc. Okay, I got you, right? So now I have the parameters set. My house, my rules, my
Now
kid
here
better.
come the plot twist. I know you got
Now,
something up your
listen,
sleeve.
listen, listen. This ain't no politics, just a question, right? Now my house, my rules, yada yada, all that good stuff, right? Let me ask y'all this. Because this is the more important question that I really want to know the answer to. Should you be able to force your children to work? So let's just say you down
No.
bad right now.
You talking
And
about in the house? While they in the
no,
house?
I mean work to get a job.
You talking about
Like,
after they 18?
no, I'm talking about at 16.
No, I don't believe in working. I mean, that's
No.
why I worked hard, so they wouldn't have to do that during school.
No, 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 no. Do you believe a parent has a right to tell you in my house and you gonna work?
Yep.
No.
Well,
I
yeah.
guess I guess they have the right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they
So
had a right.
parents should be able to force their kids to work.
Yeah.
Correct.
To be able
Now,
to force them to do anything that's legal.
now, see, so therefore, if y'all believe, now this is where it's about to get good. If y'all believe parents should be able to force their kids to work, right? And I don't know where I stand on that just yet, right? If you're struggling, your kid need to be out grinding at a job to making sure they help pay these bills. It's reasonable. Wouldn't you agree, MRM?
If we're struggling, you talking about financially?
It doesn't matter the requirements. You could be struggling, you could be rich. If you tell them it's your house, your rules, they got to work, then they got to work.
Yes.
Now, how many people would think that's insane for you to force your child to work?
Not a lot.
But
Especially
that's a
these days.
preference thing. That's a preference thing,
And
you know?
Yeah.
you know, it's the wording. See, if you take that word force out and put in there require, it changes up the whole narrative.
Okay, let's switch it to require then.
Right. So like you require your child to brush their teeth like they should as a routine. You require them to keep their room clean. As they grow up, you're gonna say, oh yeah, and when you get around this age and you're able to work, then we're gonna be getting jobs. So if the expectation is set, then the child won't feel like they're in a position where, oh, I'm forced to work. It's an expectation. No different than them graduating high school. You're expected to graduate high school. You're expected to get good grades. So if the expectation is set, then I don't have to worry about it being a sense of somebody or them feeling like it's being forced. There's things that my sons do.
Okay, well, MRM, I don't want to work, Dad. I don't want to. I'm a kid. I don't want to work. But you said I'm going to work. Who wins that conversation?
I do. There is no my child doesn't have a say so to speak, when it comes to things that's required of them.
Yep. And you train that early, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, when you do that early, I don't have to worry about that. Now, if they get to a point where all of a sudden they go to school and they get some of this woke ideology, which mines are past that, you know, it still wouldn't matter because I've already had it set in their head. Again, it's all about when you're parenting your child, when you have expectations set, that's something that they feel is just a part of their life, no different than them brushing their teeth, clean their room. It's just something that they'll feel like, oh, that's just something that we just do.
That's facts.
It's one of those deals where I talked
being,
about, like,
go
my
ahead,
son just turned 21 yesterday, right? And we already had a conversation, stuff like that. It's like, oh, he 21, he can drink. Who said that? The world did? No. The only way he gonna drink something is if he's drinking with me. That's it. There's not, oh, he gonna go out and no, you're not. Break it and watch what happens. See, the thing is, again, I already had that expectation, already had those things set in my sons at an early age. Therefore, they won't try to buck up against and question it. And I've had all kind of people that would tell me things like, oh, you're going to get the terrible twos. I didn't. You're going to get the furious fives. I didn't. When they become teenagers, what? Nothing.
Well, MC says if you're talking about a 16-year-old, yeah, if you're not going to school, then you will work or you'll be in an apprenticeship. No, they're going to school and working. I don't know why you think they get to not go to school and then they doing both. You got to listen, go to school and then go to work.
See, you know what? And with that too, Aaron Mines did it. Of course, you guys all know what I do. I don't know if I said it on this channel, but my sons, when they wanted cell phones, who you think bought them cell phones? People would think I did. No, I didn't. My sons bought their own cell phones with their job, with the money they made from their jobs. So that's what I'm saying. Dad, I want a cell phone. My friends all got cell phones. Oh, you can get one? Oh, you gonna give me one? No, I said you can get one. Well, how am I do that? It's something called a job. You can work part-time and save up your money and get one. Oh, so then see what I'm saying? When I did that and I talked to them that way, this is how you get a phone. Now, if they came back and say, oh, well, their dad bought it for them. Okay, but the way that you gonna be able to get one though is by getting you a part-time job and saving up money and getting one.
Well,
and they did it.
You believe it's well within your right to kick them out if they don't work, right?
Yeah, if they don't work, well, okay, let's just say this. No, if they don't work, then it's like if they're going to school, cool. But if they say, like what you mentioned, if I'm 16 years old, I have a right and I can drop out of school. Okay, so then what do you plan to do once you are not in school? I'm gonna sit around playing videos. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're gonna do something. You're gonna get a job. You're gonna do something to contribute to this house. Because one thing it is, since you're grown and you making your decisions, I'm not taking care of another grown man. Now, if you want to go back to being a kid and go to school, then I'll make sure I do what I need to do to make sure that you know, probably taking care of to go to school. But you're gonna be doing something productive while you're in my house. And when people say, "Oh, you want to kick your son out," y'all don't know me. Well, no, you can't. Now in Illinois, you can't legally kick your child out the house when they're 16 years old because they're still considered a minor. But if they hit 18, you can legally evict your child, which I would easily do.
Well,
And
I don't disagree with that. I
Mhm.
know when they turn 18, I already know that's the favorite, everybody favorite number, right? For when they like, I ain't got to pay no child support, pay the
Dang, that's messed
as-is.
up.
Thank you, Lord. I freeze. But when they 16, they get a certain level of authority that most people don't. And that authority comes under, you can't make me go to school. Although most parents believe they can because they the parent. And so in the same context, I'm wondering how, now it's not circumstantial. This is literally every parent can say you got to go to work, get out of my house. So I'm wondering, it's interesting that, well, I know Thanos' military background, so I get it. But I find it interesting. What if your kid, I'm not working or going to school? What's the options if they deny going to school and deny wanting to work?
Well, we're gonna
They get
figure
turned
out.
over to the state.
There you go.
So if a child, teenager, so whatever you want to diagnose them, don't do what you tell them to do. You believe it's on somebody else's ability to raise your kids. Like go to the state and let somebody else deal with you.
Oh no, I forgot about Job Corps. Shout out to the people who went out to Job Corps, turned their
Yeah,
life
you know,
around.
and they got those, they got those signs all over the city and all that where you can, how you can, like, if you don't want your baby anymore, you can just go drop them off there. The police station, the fire station. Yeah, I would take them down there and leave them.
And then too, Aaron, you got to look at it. This is rare that a kid don't want to work. Like, cause I wanted to work. My mother didn't let me and my brother and sister work during school because we had sports and all that. I don't see too many kids who don't want to work to be able to buy their own stuff. Like, I wouldn't even make them pay. I may make them pay something, but I'm putting it to the side. I ain't gonna give it back to them.
Well, I'm just trying to identify the
Later, I ain't gonna
authority.
tell them that. But
No, I understand you don't want to make them work, and you're gonna be gonna good. I'm just saying I want to identify the authority. Do you believe, as the parent, as the person that run the house, that if you say so, I know that I got the option, but if I say so, you're gonna be going to school. If I say so, you're gonna be working. I want to
Yeah,
know how strong y'all feel in those positions.
because this is the thing. Listen, life has hierarchy. Everywhere there's a big dog. Your parents are your big dog. And if you don't want to, abide by the rules, then you can go ahead about your business. You know what I'm saying? But you need to understand that somebody got to be in charge, especially if you think that one day you're going to have to be in charge of somebody. If you don't learn how to be a follower, you ain't going to never learn how to be a leader. So that's what children have to understand, that these parents, they're my leaders. So I have to submit to them so that I can learn and grow. Because if you think that you know everything and you don't want to listen to the people that's trying to teach you nothing, then you ain't gonna never learn and grow nothing. You ain't gonna evolve in life. So you gotta sit down and you gotta listen to your parents so that they can show you the right direction. Now, if you feel like your parents ain't got that in them, then you move around. But that is what it is. You don't get to change the rules. You either follow them or you get ghosts. Simple.
So in short, as long as they under your roof, they follow your rules.
100.
Aaron, I'm 42 years old, and I still don't drink around my mother.
That's
She
because you
don't
scared of your
not
mama.
think I don't drink, but it's just something when you raise them right, it's just instilled. Like certain things you don't do. Like I know if I got a girlfriend and I'm coming to visit and we staying overnight, she's staying in the other guest room because we can't stay in the same room. That's just how she roll, and it's just in there. I don't try to push the envelope.
I think that any kid, like whatever that kid that we're talking about today, if that kid even has the audacity to even have it in their mind to even do that or even question that or even bring it to their parent, that kid was not parented right from the get-go.
Facts.
Well, that could be true. That it could just be a bad kid that don't want to listen. Y'all seen two kids in the same household, one kid turn out one way and one kid turn out the complete opposite way. I know y'all seen it.
And one gonna be in the
Out of
house.
single parent homes though, not with a strong father.
One gonna be in the house and one gonna be outside. Too easy.
You
That's
can't
what I'm
pick
talking
no,
about.
you can't put no 16-year-old out on the streets
Yes, you can.
Why you keep saying that, Aaron?
because listen, it sounds like
I
y'all
will
saying
beat them. I will beat them and catch an abuse case and have the state take them away from me.
Yo,
I'm
so-
messing with y'all.
Can
I'm playing.
Hey,
y'all.
I call the cops on them and say they hit me.
Can I get an understanding? So, like, I'm over the pond, right? So, for us, you can't be a 16-year-old and out. You can't. It's illegal. Like, you can't be out of education. It's illegal. If you are, you're classed as something called a NEET, which is NEET, and people will be on your ass, like, to get you into either education, employment, or something else. Like you. So, are you saying that people in the States can just do this? They can just leave their house at 16 years old and not be tracked?
Well, there's a lot. This conversation has a little bit of nuance because what they said is they're gonna kick them out at 16 years old. It's not the same as the 16-year-old saying, "I want my freedom. I want to be emancipated from this family." They said, "I'm just gonna kick them out." There's a difference. And
Okay.
AL saying a disobedient 16-year-old going to be doing hard labor. Y'all crazy.
It's kind of like it's aligned walls, right? So it's like whether they want to kick them out or whether the 16-year-old wants to leave. It's like what happens to that 16-year-old. So let's take, for example, a single mother saying, "I want to kick that 16-year-old out of my house." Where does that 16-year-old end up? You know,
where he chooses to go.
No, there's no choosing to go anywhere. I mean, what is there really? I mean,
that's for him to figure out. He grown enough to want to be thinking he can take over a house. Once he get out, he can make that decision.
That is
no,
true.
But for real, I mean,
I am being for real.
There's no space out there for a 16-year-old
Have
until
you been
you're
to
an
America?
adult.
Have you been to America?
No, he ain't been in America. I don't think so.
There's plenty of places to go.
Shelters,
Bridges, the park. Get you a nice little tent. I'll even get you one.
church. They'll find you a shelter. Skid Row.
See that's why I get crazy. Shout out to O. He says early start tomorrow, bro. Look, you always get into it. It was on my heart to let you know we respect and appreciate you. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I really do. Blessings and God's protection upon you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Same to you, bro. Keep doing what you do. So look, I'm just saying this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all sound a little crazy to me. I'm just be honest. Y'all sound like these kids gonna do what y'all say just because they in your home.
Yes.
Because if you got more than one, you're going to set a precedent that may trickle down to the other ones. That's why you try to weed out the bad flowers. You know what I'm saying? Like
in your household, the bad
because I
flowers.
got a younger son. So if he see that his older brother and you know he looking up to him and he see, oh well, I'm not going to school at 16, he may get the same idea.
Okay.
So now you got a big problem.
You can't really. I don't think, like, realistically, any parent is gonna really kick out their children.
Oh yes, they will.
Man, please come,
bro. You know, man, Chicago.
They will. They will for a minute. They'll do it
minute, dude.
No, they will. But
no,
realistic. Look, I know.
This is America, sir.
I know. Yeah, you can keep going on the American stance, but this is not about America. This is going on everywhere. Like,
but
at
you
the
just
end
got
of the day,
done saying they can't do that where you're at.
All right, open your ears, bro.
But you can do that.
And then that's not true because when I was living in England, it was plenty of kids outside that I know they wasn't living at home with their parents.
Swear, don't go there.
And you know what? It's honestly, it's really quite.
I don't think it's a stateside thing. Like, I think it's a community thing. It's like it's where you come from. It's like where your families come from, where your upbringing is, what you're taught. You know, like who's turfing out a 16-year-old unless, you know, look, if look, if I've got a house and I've got 8 bedrooms in there, and my teenager son turns around to me and oh, daddy, I want to leave the household. Yeah, do what the fuck you want. It's just like, okay, that room's always going to be there. But for some, it's like, okay, they may be in a different set of circumstances where it's just like, we're living on a knife edge sort of like budget here. So if you want to go. And don't bother me about it because it's causing me a bit of a headache. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you should really acknowledge where we're coming from.
More of a prodigal son like type scenario versus a parent, a disrespectful child.
Yeah, what up, Sway?
Is this conversation centered around your kid wanting to leave the house or them not listening to you and then your option is to kick them out your house?
The second part, Sway.
Okay. So if my kid decides to be disobedient and not do what I say, I don't know what y'all said. I just tapped in. I've been at work since till 8 and I didn't get home until 10. Think about that. And so when y'all talk about 16-year-olds and how to discipline them, it ain't even that hard. Most 16-year-olds in 2023 rely on the internet, rely on electricity, rely on things that just are like a cell phone. Like, y'all don't make them up, take the internet away. Literally change the internet password and make the motherfuckers listen to the radio to go to sleep. That's what I had to go through when I had a C in biology in 11th grade. And so it ain't that hard to make your kids do what you want. Like, you just got to make their life uncomfortable. You don't even got to put your hands on them. Take the comfort that they have not wanting to go to school and understand that comfort comes from you going to school and doing right. Like,
earlier, Sway, Aaron said, when I think like to what you just said, Sway, Aaron said, okay, you take my electronics away. Okay, I'm just going to sit here and stare at the wall. Okay. Yeah. So then
most
it's like
kids aren't like Aaron, who would just be like, all right, I'm just staring at the wall. Like, they're not just gonna say, yeah, okay, I'm cool with just staring at the wall. At least, like, you do that shit for a week, bro, they're gonna be tearing down to try to get that phone back.
It's still the same rules.
If they like going outside, they can't go outside.
It's still the same rules. Like, if I'm the parent, look, bro, if you're my child and you're acting up and you're telling me all this shit and you're saying, oh, I'm playing all these sort of games to try and make you behave correctly. Look, if you're not behaving correctly,
it's about what they enjoy, what makes their life comfortable. If it was at the time for me that I liked reading, your dad would take your favorite book away. If you like going outside, you ain't going outside, and you're not getting the key to come back inside. It's more so about what they actually enjoy to do,
but y'all simplifying it, right? You're like, if they don't do what I say, then I'll take something away. But my point of it is, do you feel you have the authority to do such a thing? This is the real question.
Because you're the parent. You're the parent. This is law.
I've already said children are your property, Aaron. Until they're 18, the motherfuckers are your property. You got all right. They're basically like a dog. They're basically like a dog. If they do something wrong, it's your fault. It don't even matter.
Not like a dog. But
hold on, guys. Hold on, Simon. You're not gonna say shit anyway. If your kids are borderline, or kids are borderline your property, the only reason they're not is because they're human beings at the end of the day. But in all actuality, by the government, by the state, the motherfuckers is your property. You hold all responsibility over them.
All right, so hold on, guys. 1 second. Let me read the super chat from MC Heavy. Yep, me and my older brother graduated high school, but I chose to go to college, and he chose a different path. My parents told him he had to join the military or get out. He joined the military and became a great man and father. Shout out to you, MC. He joined the military and became a great man and great father. So this is the point, though, right? This is the point that I'm trying to figure out, right? Just because they are under basically, I guess 18 is y'all cutoff point at this point. They got to do what y'all say, simply because.
Wait, you said under 18? Nuh-uh. That continues on until as long as they're in my house.
So okay, so you have okay, I get that part, but you said just
kids come back
in your house. Period. That's crazy. That is so y'all believe, but y'all okay. So
Aaron, do you have kids?
No.
Right. So the funny thing is like Most people that don't have kids don't understand this sort of stuff. You get
Oh, I
put under
understand.
I'm just saying, you get put under pressure as when you have children. Like forward-thinking father Aaron, like when you have children, when you get married or whatever, you get put under pressure by the state. Like it's illegal for you not to bring your kid into school. It's statutory. So like if you
Yeah,
don't,
but
if
Simon,
you,
we in
the thing
America.
is no, this is the same law. It's common law. It's not common law. So you're telling me that your parents did not have to, inverted commas, bring you into school. Why do you think they brought you into school?
No,
That's
they
what I'm
don't.
trying to tell you. Like,
all right, so they didn't. So what's their other options?
You either took the bus or you just didn't take the bus.
So you could literally be homeschooled and no one would pay attention. No police will pull up.
No,
no social services will get involved.
But at the age we're discussing,
at
the age we're discussing, ain't nobody pulling up. Is what I'm saying. We understand if you 8 years old, they gonna have some issues.
Truancy and everything, yeah.
But we understand that part. But I'm saying, okay, so this is the point, right? Y'all believe y'all have ownership of basically y'all children, but it stems primarily as long as they're under your roof. Because if they're not under your roof, then you no longer have ownership over them. Although you have legal responsibility, and the responsibility does not limit to just being under your roof. For example, if MRM and his, well, I don't want to use it. Let's just say me and let's just say, well, I didn't even marry. So me and my wife break up. Cool. She's in a different home and I'm in a home. I'm still responsible for my child at 16 years old, even though they're not under my roof. Mm-hmm. So your responsibility don't leave because you kicked them out of the house. It's the same concept. So how do y'all stomach that idea that, well, if they're not in my house, then they can do what they want, but they still under your responsibility when they're not in your home?
Well, you're losing a lot of nuance, Aaron. You know damn well that the when we say these things, it's under the pretense that they're living in our house at the
moment. That's
why
I'm adding the conversation.
Okay, so if you add to it, then that's a whole different type of ideology behind our view on it. Of course, if we don't have a choice in the matter if our kid lived in our house or not because the state ordered us to give it to the mom majority of the time, then you still would feel responsible. But at some point, when you're talking about making a decision to relinquish responsibility over that child because they're being disobedient or they're trying to, I don't know, leave,
the point that
that's a different conversation.
The point that I'm making is all this came up. You're gonna get out of my house then if you ain't listening. My point is, and you gonna pay. You're gonna pay. So you if you want to kick them out, you're gonna pay for the apartment that they stand in then.
Mm-mm. Well, Aaron, to your point about the baby mama, I mean, if he come to my house all acting crazy, then no, you get the fuck out of my house and go to stay with your mama.
I
go stay with your mama. Go stay with your grandmama. Go somewhere else. You ain't gotta stay with me. You got other motherfuckers that can be responsible over you. Don't stay with me. Then go home.
That's a real good damn point.
Go stay with your mama to your baby mama point.
In this like new age, is almost like your house is your head, right? So where you move, so where you move is how you move. So it doesn't really matter if you're. I mean, when I first came across this title, I was just thinking like my house is where my house is. But the fact of the matter is my house could be anywhere. So my children will move with me, and they need to respect where I'm coming from. So it's almost like my house, my rules. So whether I'm in London, Miami, Japan, or whatever, it's just like, how are you going to respect my rules? How are you going to get around like what's going on? Do you get what I'm saying? I see the twist faces, but the funny thing is
you lost me, bro.
How you going to control your child?
I mean, you drunk. Go to sleep.
Yes, bro. Listen, I don't like that. I don't like that, bro.
Man, it's unnecessary. My kids about to listen to what I'm about to say. My house, I pay for you out for the leave. Look, hey, I pay for you to even leave the house in the first place. You come back to my house, I want complete respect. You're going to get an ass whooping. You're going to get some hard labor. And that's just what it is. Many blessings. Thank you for letting me on panel, Aaron.
Man, look, I think the one thing that I have not heard y'all say, I have not heard y'all talk about tapping into resources. There's a social safety net for a reason. So I'll just speak on New Jersey. There are things, and I know they exist other places, they're called care management organizations. So what you can do, You can, if your child needs screening, first and foremost, you can have them screened to make sure they don't have mental or behavioral health issues because they may be out of their minds. Even if you don't need that, you can call a care management organization. What they'll do, they will they will put whatever needs to be in place. That may mean a behavioral assistant. That may mean a therapist. They may need somebody to talk to. That may mean a mentor. So a lot of times the kids don't want to fucking talk to you as their parent. I have a 16-year-old daughter. Sometimes she doesn't want to talk to us. She'll tell her aunt shit that she won't tell us ever. So I would say, instead of just kicking them out and it becoming a bigger fucking problem for you, find resources. That's the responsible thing to do as a parent. All that hard lesson shit, trust me, I've been running a lot of programs for a lot of time. And once them kids go left, at some point they ain't gonna fucking listen to you ever again. And they're gonna resent you because you didn't take the time to find some fucking resources to fight to save them. So don't be a dickhead.
Nah, well, we can't all look for those resources,
Fuck
bro.
Yes, you can.
No.
Kick that little
That's
nigga
what I'm
out.
trying to tell you. Some kids can't be saved. If they go down that path, we can't put our entire effort.
Your little ass
kids,
gonna be
these bad
disrespectful.
kids.
Take your
That's
little ass
bogus.
outside, motherfucker.
We got one job.
I go outside and come back inside.
Our main jobs in life, once we have kids,
lock the door.
Is to parent those kids. Sometimes tough love means I have to force you into these resources. And I know Thanos mentioned things like Job Corps, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. So he did actually mention a resource. There are fucking resources. Whatever problems you have with your kid, it will not be unprecedented. You will not be the first person with that problem. They literally have shitloads of resources for these types of things. And what happens is you'll try a certain level of care, meaning they'll have a community resource. If they can't be successful in the community with that resource, the level of care will escalate to where they can even go to a residential care. So there are lots of resources, man. Just we can't be fucking lazy parents.
So I think all I heard was that there are resources to shitty parents who don't know how to raise their kids.
Where does the power end, right? Because I hear such a huge power dynamic, right? And it's literally you do as I say, simply because they're under your roof.
Yep.
So they don't have no autonomy at all.
No.
So the power ends when they become an adult.
I don't know why Aaron don't agree.
And when they become an adult, which means they're self-sufficient and they can make the decisions on their own, in their own shit.
Right, and I think the dynamic that he just added to it, though, when he's talking, when Sean was, I mean, I hear what Sean is saying, but to me, that sounds like you got a child with a mental issue, though. We just talking about regular kids that just don't want to listen to the parents. I don't want to go to school anymore. I get what you're saying with that, but when you talking about just a regular child that just like, you know what, it's a wrap. I'm not going to school anymore, man. I'm gonna just sit around and chill and yeah, Dad, I'm not going to school, so this is it.
Well, so what choices do they have that they get to make on their own? What shoes they wear? What color clothes they wear?
They get whatever choice I give them, because you got to look at it. If they get in trouble on a lot of stuff, they get in trouble for. The parents are held liable for that.
Give me an example.
Damaging property, fighting, putting another kid in the hospital. They're going to sue me. They're not going to sue him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stuff why you have to have that power dynamic over the kid, because you're going to be held liable for a lot of the stuff they do.
Even starting with truancy, y'all mentioned that.
Told you it's like a dog.
You will be in truancy court.
You know what? There's a book that says train up your child in the way they should go. When they are older, they won't depart from your ways. Are you training your child up in the way they should go? It ain't say train your child up in the way they should stay in your house.
Okay.
So they won't listen to me if I'm trying to go that way.
If your child move out at 15, then they can disrespect you because they're an adult now, right?
Sure.
When you say,
I'm wondering.
They can do whatever the fuck they want, because I'm gonna disrespect their little asses back, and they might catch a left or a right too. You know what I mean? And that's just consequences of life.
When you say disrespect to do with anything,
did any of y'all drop out of school, out of high school?
Man, if my kid was so damn smart, we was like, man, this shit is whack. This shit is boring. I'm like,
your child is gonna be smart. Look at how you sound.
Simon, shut up, please, for a second.
Why are you
if
so
he's smart
rude,
enough,
or
he's like, fuck school, this shit is whack, it's not for me. I'm like, all right, then go get your GED. At least get your GED and then try to figure out what you want to do with your life. I don't care, but you're not going to be a degenerate. You're not going to be a lazy fuck. You're not going to be chilling in my house 18 hours out of the day and then you go outside for 4 hours on some dumb shit. Like, that's not how life is going to be for you. Like, you still going to have to be putting yourself to something. And hopefully I raised my kid smart enough to know that he would agree with me instead of being a disobedient kid.
But what standing do you have to do that? That's what I'm trying to totally understand.
What do you mean? He's my kid. What? I'm like, are you asking a rhetorical question, Aaron?
That's what he's asking, Sway. That's what he's asking, I think. He's asking whether or not
we take pride in raising. You're the parent. You're the parent at the end of the day. You make the decisions and choices. And the fact of the matter is,
parents have limits.
Wait.
Do you think they don't?
Wait, no. What it is what you will find as a non-parent is that your child is you, right? This is the miscalculation I made.
What you will find as a non-parent?
Yeah, as a non-parent. As a non-parent, what you're gonna find.
Can you explain to me what that is real quick? Because I'm lost a little bit. What's a non-parent?
A non-parent is that you don't have children, bro. It's not that complicated.
But then you turn okay.
Yeah, continue, bro.
Are you sure? I'm just saying, like, look, you may not figure this shit out right now. I know I'm kind of like very like aware that you don't get this shit right now. But I'm just saying,
man, if y'all don't stop being so goddamn soft on these kids, that's why these kids is out here shooting up the goddamn schools.
Thank you.
No. Wait, no.
These motherfuckers, hold on. The more y'all be soft on these kids, the more fucked up these kids gonna start doing to their own parents. Yo, there was just an incident where her own son raped her. Do you understand that?
Are you a parent?
Like, niggas is literally assassinating their grandmamas and their grandfathers.
Stop saying all these words. What is that? 20 trigger words.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just telling. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. I apologize.
Trucker, so you think every kid that goes wayward is the result of parents being soft?
Man, listen, if that kid don't want to listen, even though you gave him the best advice on earth,
80%.
let that motherfucker suffer.
But
let him learn the hard way.
But
let him learn the hard way.
So you mean to tell me everything your parents told you, you listened, every single thing?
I would say with my mom, no, but when I got with my dad, I changed a whole lot. I wasn't jacking nobody. I wasn't in the streets no more. I changed. And I listened, and the crazy part was, I actually didn't like my dad for the shit that he was teaching me. But then he always said, "Well, you ain't gonna understand now, but when you get older, you will." And that's exactly what happened. Every single thing he taught me was truth.
Here, you know what? So what you said has some merit, right? But the real answer is that it depends on your kid. Every person, some people you have to use honey, some people you have to use vinegar. That's the real answer. Period.
Right. Okay, and that's true.
How tough you talk to them, nigga, the more tough you talk to them, they gonna buck. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and that's fine. Well, hold on. If that's the case, listen, if they want to buck, then let their ass buck. But guess what? You can buck while I kick your ass off my porch.
But look,
you can buck when I put a boot to your chest.
What?
Ain't nothing better. Ain't nothing better than
stop. Slow down. So when your kid's 16 and you kick them out, they an adult now, right? Since you kicked them out.
No.
You play grown, you get treated grown. Okay, let me tell you an experience I had. I got gangster on my dad. You know what my dad did? That nigga, he put me through a glass table. And then kick me out.
Wait. Here's the problem, right? Let me bring y'all down to reality, right? We'll have these conversations, right? Children or their brains are not developed yet. They can't think for themselves. They're not adults until they're 25. Listen to all the things y'all just said.
We apologize, chat.
Aaron. I told you, kids be knowing what they doing, dog.
Yeah,
I told you.
That's the talk.
I told me personally. I told you, Aaron. But when you yelled at me, it was like, no, you didn't know. I said no. I knew exactly what I was doing when I was robbing them niggas. I knew what I was doing.
Oh
Y'all crazy.
Why were you talking about your
gentlemen? Love C wants to speak. Please allow her to room because too much masculinity all on the panel. Go ahead, Love
C. That's what's gonna get the kids right. Masculinity.
So So I think that what's being described mostly is, the norm. You do what I say, and if you don't like it, you can get out. I think that at a certain point, though, this is just my personal experience. I know that teenagers always want something. Like they always want something. But I think before you start to lay down rules, you have to build a relationship with the child, find out what it is that they like, know what works for them. It Punishment only works in my experience if there's also a reward system. So we made sure that like our son had all the stuff that he liked and wanted within reason, and as long as you did what you were supposed to do, you continued to get those things. What that did, it was a buy-in. You've got things you want, I got things I want. Now, a lot of people will say, don't negotiate with your children. I tend to believe that I wanted to parent in a way that was real world. You can choose not to go to work. You can also expect to not get a check. And that's the way things worked in the house. You need to be on time for school. You need to have this thing done. You need to be respectful. Now, you do have the option. You can pick and choose whether you do them or not. But then there's also something that you will not be able to do on the flip side. So it was also, you have the opportunity to get a reward, and you have the opportunity to have a consequence. It's to your choosing, whichever one it is that you decide to do. So then it's not always a do this or else, do that or else. It's not just a list of rules in the house.
This was you and your husband.
I'm sorry?
This was you and your husband that did this, right?
Right.
Oh, okay. Continue.
So then what that avoids is, it ain't no I'm a beat you. You always want something. Hey,
why? Hold on.
So you don't have to, like, to me, then you don't have to do, like, it doesn't become a battle, like, because if you continue to press force and they're being rebellious, it does end up in that put them out, and
but I want to understand how y'all can put out children whose brains ain't developed, who can't think for themselves, all this stuff that I've literally hear all the time.
But they thought good enough to say that they're not gonna go to school no more.
So that's why I'm trying to understand.
That's not a sound thought, though.
You can't put out children.
Why can't you?
Man,
what are you talking about? Where y'all from?
Y'all not really paying attention.
Where we from? It's common sense, nigga. What you talking about?
Putting kids out, though.
You play grown, you get treated grown. That ain't hard to understand. You play grown, it ain't hard to understand. You play grown, you get treated grown.
Very hard to understand when you're talking about kids that ain't grown, bro.
I mentioned
ain't grown.
I know I get the 16-year-old because you're still legally obligated to them as a parent. They're minors, but 18.
No, we're not talking about 18.
Right, an adult, bro.
We're talking about
18 is an
16-year-old.
Right, I got you. 16. If what Aaron mentioned earlier is, if your 16-year-old said you're not going to school, what are you going to do? I said, my son said, yeah, I'm not going to go to school. I'm 16 years old. I'm going, okay, so if you're not going to school, what are you going to do? Because you're going to do something. You're going to get into some type of program.
How you going to tell me what I'm going to do? I'm not doing nothing.
Okay, well then, guess what? I'm getting ready to send you somewhere where you're not going to like.
So,
that's the heaven.
Look, here we go. I'm not putting you out the house. I'm putting you into something.
No, I get it. So you give your kids away, and it's somebody else's responsibility, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's some lazy ass.
I'm in the background on my computer.
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
In what part?
I don't believe in you, because by the time a child gets to the point where you don't have any buy-in with them, you failed years before that. So then to say that you failed, and now that I failed, I don't want to deal with you, I'm going to send you away, is basically like I failed in the beginning. I skipped out on what I was supposed to do, and now I'm going to skip out again because I've created a monster. No, that's what you at the beginning is the part where you proactively parent, so that by the time you get to 16, your kid doesn't,
I got grown people on this panel.
You don't have to deal with that.
About they gonna kick kids out on the streets.
I'm gonna tell you one of the dumbest cases I had.
Diesel TV to come get him.
I had this kid on my caseload. The kid was 14, and the mom was like, "He makes his own decisions. He's grown." That was a real parent that said that shit. Some of y'all, I'm no disrespect, but disrespect. Y'all sound goofy as fuck. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. Real talk. Y'all put more effort into getting pussy than y'all do in the parenting. That's what it sound like, man.
Man, get the fuck out of here, nigga. If you play grown, nigga, you play grown. You got 13-year-olds smoking with their goddamn parents, and then you want us to show sympathy.
Nick,
Motherfucker, whatever the fuck you gotta say.
Hold on, Trucker Yell.
You got parents smoking with their own sons. What you talking about?
Trucker Yell, let me ask you this. Is the child that's smoking with their own parent, are they acting grown, or is the parent allowing them to do grown activities?
Oh, the parent is allowing them to do grown activities. That's
So
what
how
I'm
are
saying. These
how are you blaming that on
kids
the
are
child?
knowing. Hold on. That's why I said most of these kids know what they're doing.
That don't matter. The fact
No,
of the
they
matter is, it's still a child. You're still responsible for that child. If you kick a child out at 16 and they go rob a bank, that's your responsibility.
Man, no, that's his responsibility. Because I've been telling his ass to be
try
a
that.
good man from a young kid.
It don't.
I mean, that's why you're supposed to teach them early, so you won't have these problems when they get older.
You can't just
don't work
that
like
step.
that, bro.
That's
From our
something that I
rules to their rules.
strongly emphasized when we first started this show. I said I didn't have to worry about that because I made sure that all that stuff was taken care of at an early age.
Yeah,
Any
but
type
you
of
ain't
care.
the only Karen in the world.
I got
okay?
you. I got you. I got you.
Hold
Yeah.
on, hold on. Let me read this super chat from my guy. Shout out to Urban Ree. I think what's missing is the continuous rearing of the child. So basically, keep beating that child from birth versus splitting and raising the children, i.e., no dad until the child is a teenager. Okay, I kind of get that.
No, I'm dad all the way.
Yeah, no, I get
I
that.
mean, you're
but
gonna be a dad regardless.
So Trucker Yell, your position is if they act like an adult, they get treated like an adult.
You damn right. Because you got you got some of these kids out here beating on teachers. You got you. I mean, how many videos do you need to see? We see this shit every day.
Man, I think a lot of times, I'm gonna be real. I think we give them too many excuses, man. That's how this soft life type mentality stuff kick in when you keep on giving these kids all the he don't know no better. He ain't grown yet. Oh, he's 16. His brain. They say they're gonna ride off of that and use that to their advantage because they know somebody gonna be there to support them and back them. Oh, the poor little baby don't know no better.
Exactly.
His daddy ain't there. He didn't have his daddy. Wait a minute now. See now, look, he don't know no better. Now, dude, come on now. At 16, but it's okay to have sex.
You know what I think is the biggest. You know what I think is the biggest problem is there's no consistency in rearing a child. There's no consistency in disciplining a child. I think that's where the biggest problem comes from. These parents, they tell the child they're gonna be on punishment for a week, and they only put them on punishment for a day. So there's no consequence for anything that they do.
Who's that talking right now? Is that Diesel?
But see, the rest of y'all kind of have a somewhat of agreement. Trucker Yell is like he remembered when he was young. He said these kids know what they doing.
Bro,
Hey, Aaron, it was a group of us, yo. Listen, it was a group of us, yo. Like real talk. Okay, I watched. Matter of fact, one of my friends got his head snatched off by another 13-year-old. Okay, like real talk. We can't sit here and come on, man. We can't sit here and deny this.
I think what it all gonna comes down to, I honestly believe that a lot of people need to, before they do anything and possibly having children, they need to learn how to take. Some people need to take parenting classes because
that's true.
I mean, what Diesel said earlier, dude, that is king. Discipline is king, and staying consistent.
But do y'all understand? No, this is the problem I'm having. Hold on. This is the problem that I'm struggling with, right? I'm hearing temporary child, meaning you're a child until I say you're not a child. Like you can discern this intermittent. I can turn it off and turn it on. Do you understand what a lot of y'all saying this?
I think the way I look at it too is like you know how animals do. Birds know when their child is ready to fly, so then they start to kick them out. So what I'm saying therefore is that if I know that my children would be at one of the things I always say, and I know a lot of black folks didn't do this, and they look at me crazy when I say this. I said my son's gonna move out of my house when they get ready. If they're getting ready to get married, get their own place, they can move out when they want to. But I'm not the parent to say you 18, you get out my house. No, because I want them to be able to like work whatever they can stack up, how much money they can save up, so when they do finally want to get a wife, get a home, they can put their own down payment on it. But I'm not that parent that's gonna say, dude, you a grown man. No. So what I'm saying therefore is I think again, parents are not consistent. Yes, my son's old. Yeah, they're grown by what? Because of their age or by maturity wise, by mental wise? What are we talking about grown?
I don't know how y'all determining that.
So when you say right, so what I'm saying that for is that all the things that you can teach your child, when you get to a point, and most parents know is when you get to the point as a parent where you can look at your children and know they're self-sufficient. I no longer need to parent anymore, but they can be all those things and still be in my kingdom and still follow my rules. If they don't want to follow them, they can find their own kingdom.
Yeah, self-sufficiency isn't enough. I was a self-sufficient kid, and I can tell you now, there is a lot of things I could have learned from my parents.
You weren't self-sufficient yet then?
No. The thing is, a lot of people have the concept of self-sufficiency without knowing if the child actually is. A lot of people even will just say their kid is self-sufficient and just not do anything for them because it's a lot easier that way.
What's going on, boss?
Trucker, I had a question for you, right? Because you said kids are aware of what they're doing. Are they aware on surface level, like I'm smoking weed, therefore I know that I'm smoking weed, or do they know the effects of what weed can do to them?
Both. You got my. There used to be this dude when I moved to Columbus. Every single day before he went to school, he was smoking weed.
Okay.
And he knew that for him, smoking weed made him concentrate more in the classroom.
It made him concentrate more.
It was weird.
So it sounds like that's his impression. It doesn't sound like he knew what after effects.
He knew. Like there was no excuse. He knew. It's just like some of these young girls. Come on, man. They out here moving just like they grown too.
But Trucker, this is why what you're saying doesn't make sense. As adults, we do shit that we know we shouldn't do. We know this.
Exactly.
And we still
they do too.
That's right.
And they do too.
But your job as a parent is to take corrective action.
That's why you start early. How hard is it to understand? See what a lot of parents tend to do is they want to wait until they 10, 12, 13 to actually start telling them about real life. They don't want to wait. They don't want to start telling them about real life when they 6 or 7 when it counts. So when they get to that age, you don't worry about that. Like y'all was just saying, a lot of parents is not consistent on being strict and disciplined. Like they put them on punishment for a week, but then they let them off the next 2 hours. They don't know. They fucking playing the game.
But what I'm trying to get you to understand is you can do everything right as a parent, and your kids can still go left.
Right. And that's cool. But guess what? I could go to sleep with a good conscience knowing that I taught them everything that they were supposed to do. I don't want to be the parent.
But how's your conscience good if you hadn't exhausted every?
I don't want the parent. I do not want to be the person to sit there and say, "Shit, I should have told my child this. I should have never held back and not told them the truth." I don't want none of that. I'm gonna tell you the truth from the get go. You can take it or not.
So your
it's not hard.
So your job is to just tell them, quote unquote, the truth, and then whatever happens from there, it's not your job.
If I'm telling you what it is, okay, I'm moving the same way I'm telling you. I'm telling you, be for my sons, be disciplined. Make sure you on your purpose. Never let pussy control you. You know what I'm saying?
So you do that,
and that's how I move.
Then your son has a baby at 15. What do? You kick your son out?
Sean, can I
Hold on. I'm gonna answer your question. Okay. He on his own. His own.
Bro, that's lazy parenting.
Oh no, that ain't no lazy parenting because I didn't lose. Bro, I could have been if I didn't have big discipline, if I not listened to my father, I would have had at least 8 babies.
Yeah,
you understand that?
Let me ask you.
And if my dad, okay, exactly what he told me. You bring something home, you on your own. Plain and simple.
Trucker,
stand on it.
I understand why you're saying what you're saying, but the one of the main things I learned, right, as I got older, is that parents be wrong sometimes. A lot of times, one of the things my mom told me, she asked me not to ever whip my daughter because she beat the shit out of us. She had 4 boys by the time she was 22 with no fathers around. She said she didn't know how else to discipline us. All she knew how to do was whoop us, and she regretted that. I've never whooped my daughter. And
my mom didn't.
Not a single time. My mom had the wherewithal to understand that she was not perfect as a parent. You sound like you don't have that same wherewithal. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like.
See, that's what I was saying.
Hold on. I kind of agree with Trucker saying because when I was 16, I could have did everything I wasn't supposed to do. I made the choice not to do everything my friends was doing. Exactly. That was my choice. It wasn't because my brain wasn't developed or this and this and that. I knew what not to do and what to do and why I didn't want to do it. I understand with some kids that may be the case, you got to stay on them, but we can't be around them 24/7. So they have to get to the point where they start making smart choices on their own. Only can put the seed there, but they, and water it, but they got to take care of it.
And if you want to be truthful, your foundation is what counts. That's why your foundation is so important. Your foundation is so important, and not just for you, but for the woman that you choose to parent. You got to remember, the woman you have kids with, that's who's teaching your kids.
Okay, real quick, Trucker Yell, because Irvin Reed says he got a question for the panel. How do each of you teach consequence via discipline? At what point do you let a kid that want to be grown be grown? It's a good question.
Never.
That's easy.
That's basically what I wanted to ask you. That first question, Trucker. I wanted to know what your version of discipline is. Like, what's adequate punishment in your eyes, Trucker?
Well, the basic, getting your ass whooped, okay, you want examples? Is that what you're asking?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, I can give you a simple one. If you get fucked up grades in school, don't ask for nothing. When Christmas come around, if you got bad grades, don't ask for, you ain't getting nothing, not even a pair of socks. Okay, nothing.
Trucker, how did they get to the point where their grades was bad though? That means that parenting was not happening before the grades came out.
No, well, yeah, that's true. Hold on. But that was early. That was hold on.
Not yourself.
Hold on. I'm trying to tell you, when that happened, because it did happen for me the same way with my parents. When it happened, I was like, it was a young kid. The same principle my dad taught me, and I thought it was a joke. Like, nigga, you gonna buy me a jacket or some shit? Hell no. I wore the same goddamn school clothes and shoes throughout the whole goddamn year. So I got my weight up. So and that's what I'm saying. And that was the last. And that was the last time that happened.
Trucker Yell, let me ask you this question. Maybe this will simplify. Is there any difference between a 16-year-old and a 23-year-old in the sense of, do they both know what they're doing?
They both know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, bro.
They both know.
Come on. I got hold on, Aaron. I got a homeboy who literally robbed an old woman, put her in the back of the car, and set it on fire. He got tried as an adult. He won't be getting out till 2036.
He getting out?
He getting out, dog. You don't think he should get out, MRM?
Hell no, he won't get out. No.
No.
See, no. See, now we about to
hold up. He knew what he was doing, man.
No, he did. He's only 16. His brain ain't developed. He should have waited till he was 25.
It don't make it, y'all are so flimsy on this statement y'all be making.
Nah, y'all making excuses for these kids. These kids ain't the same kids we was when we was coming up.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Because of bad parenting, though.
I'm on your side. I'm talking about far as even the brain development is even more. They even smarter, so they make the choices they're making, and they know better.
No,
wait, man. Kids know exactly. I don't care what
they know what they're doing.
Look, okay, even when you got babies, like my sons that were younger, my son took something out of the kitchen he wasn't supposed to, went and hid in the room. Now, he knew he was doing something wrong even then because he had to be sneaky with it.
Thank you.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, oh hey man, it's a little too quiet. Go in there, look in his room. I'm crack the door open up there. He's sitting there. And I go in there, turn the doorknob. He heard me throw it on the floor. What you doing? Nothing. What you eating on? Nothing. Did you take one of them things out of the kitchen? No. Go out there and look. Now, who taught him that?
Yep.
See what I'm saying? He knew what if he did not have the conscious mental capacity to know that he was doing something wrong. Why was he sneaky with it? Why is he trying to hide it?
What did you do as a result of that? What did you do as a parent? What did you do as a result of that?
What do you?
Did you kick him out the house? I mean, because if you
wait, time out.
Hold on, MR, one sec. Fighter Complex. If you want to kick your kids out, kick them out. I ain't stopping you. I'm just asking the question. You ain't kick them out. Don't kick them out. Your choice. Hold on. Shout out to JB says this is such a westernized convo. Laughing out loud. I can't even imagine saying some of these things to my Haitian dad as a teen. And if I did, there were immediate consequences. These kids nowadays are so coddled. But this is what I'm saying.
Exactly, JB. Exactly.
Listen. Do y'all see how flimsy y'all is with the definition of a kid and a child right now?
See, I don't play that.
Y'all don't realize what y'all saying.
I don't play that definition because you reading something off of paper that's law
that's saying, oh, when you 18, you adult until the law decides they not adult. That's why kids get tried under 18 because of the level of their crime.
Actually, he brought up science though. He brought up brain development.
Nah, that's BS because it's gonna be different for everybody. It is not no baseline
that gives
for when your brain develops.
That flat out gives excuses to allow them to continue on the certain behaviors that they have. Plain and simple. Now, he asked earlier, what did I do to my child? Whenever he did that, my son got his butt whooped.
All right, so what happens when the ass whooping stop working?
Okay, check this out. Check this out. I got you. Because look,
stop working at 12. Then
I got you.
You keep saying that ass whooping. That's why it's called life ass changing. Life changing ass whooping.
At 12, when
the
ass whooping
I got you. Check this out. Check this out.
What happened?
Sir, I got a son that just turned 21. I got a son that just turned 21 years old yesterday, and my other one's getting ready to turn 19 in 2 weeks. Now, after a certain age, the spanking stopped. You want to know why? Because they stopped doing childish things.
I didn't ask you that. That's not what I asked you. I said if the spankings, if they keep doing the shit you said he did when he was little, and at 12 the spankings stop working.
Oh, I want to stop.
They're doing wrong, and they keep doing it. Then what?
Oh, they work though. That's the thing.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I can't answer. Wait. Well, personally, I can't answer that because it worked. If it didn't work, you got to talk to somebody who it didn't work for, because I can't answer that.
But y'all are talking theoretically about a 16-year-old. Why can't you talk theoretically about a 12-year-old?
No, I'm talking real life.
Yeah,
you keep getting your ass.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's where the problem comes in there with the theories and the probability. No, we talking like a legit for real.
Let me tell you,
sir,
bro.
I'm giving you a prime example. I didn't get my ass whooped.
At my sons, I know for my sons stopped getting spankings at 10 years old because certain behaviors that I did not allow them to develop to become part of their characteristics was stopped. Now, what they end up getting in trouble for was like basic small little things like, didn't I just tell you to take this garbage out, and it's still sitting there? So now get off that computer. You're not gonna be on that computer for the rest of this week. You know what I'm saying? But as far as certain behaviors and characteristics that I didn't want in them, that was taken care of at an early age. So that's why I said I can't answer a theoretical question. I can only do this based off of what I'm seeing. This work with my nieces, my own nieces, and my nephews. And
so you can only answer anecdotal questions.
Say that again.
You can only answer anecdotal questions, is what you're saying.
No, that's what you said.
Well,
that's what you said.
So look, let me experience anecdotal.
No, he said, what would you do for your 12-year-old? I said, well, I didn't know. I can answer anecdotal questions. I'm talking about when it comes to this particular one.
You don't want to, you can, but you don't want to. So look.
No, so you don't know what I'm thinking. You can't say what I want to. I mean, I'm telling you that as far as
you got it, big dog. You got it. But look.
I know I got it. Thank you.
Right? So look, I've been running community programs for 20 years. Every kid you can think of from Chicago. I'm from Chicago just like you. From Chicago to New Jersey to Dallas. Every kid you can think of I've dealt with. I've run mentoring programs. I've run after-school programs. I've run homeless youth engagement programs. Ceasefire. You know about Ceasefire in Chicago. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So all these programs I've run. So any type of kids you can think of, I've dealt with. So it's not anecdotal for me, and I'm not just talking theoretically. I do this shit. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is it's not as simple as you keep trying to make this shit. What happens is y'all kids end up in my programs because y'all are shitty fucking parents. That's really what it comes down to.
No.
Now check this out. So the program you talking about?
How much you say? Nigga, it's true.
Okay, fine. I can disagree.
No, nigga, it ain't true, motherfucker. What you talking about?
I mean, how many kids did you raise versus how many
just because you curse is not true.
Hey, let's just have a conversation.
No, nigga.
Let's have a conversation.
I'm returning the same energy you returning.
No, I'm just
We're talking about kids and raising kids.
Hold on, Trucker. Yeah, you got a lot of sound in your background right now.
Yeah, just
I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, just talking numbers. He had to have taken more care of more people in his program than you raised kids. I would assume.
No,
literally,
you can't compare to that.
Hold on.
Slow down. Everybody, hold on. Everybody's all over the place. So I want to scale back.
Are you comparing somebody that is not a parent?
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to scale back a little, right? Because I heard Thanos and Trucker Yell say that 16-year-olds and 20-year-olds, they both know what they're doing. That's what y'all just said.
Because I knew what I was doing. I have to start with me first. Did I know the choices I was making? Yes. You cannot sit there and use that for every kid. Every person ain't on this little baseline that they set to say, I'm not grown till I'm 25, or I couldn't have went to the military and follow orders and did what I was supposed to if my brain wasn't developed till 25.
And wait. So kids, they brains, but yet right now they're allowing kids to make a conscious decision right now to get their sex changed.
Facts.
We
Big
let's
fucking
not get into
facts.
that because that's
No, that is a
wait, hold on,
prime
hold on.
If we gonna
example.
play that game,
Hold on. Let me
That's a
just finish
prime
what I was
example, dog.
saying, please. Can we? I'm pretty sure the majority of us in here can agree that whole concept of kids being able to transition is ridiculous. Like all of us can agree on that, right?
not well,
that's
some
based
people,
on the
hey, but
parents.
No,
there
I'm
are a
pretty
lot of
sure.
them that don't though. So
No. Because the reason why I said we shouldn't bring it up is because I'm sure the majority of people that are debating right now don't agree with that, right?
It's up to the parents. I look at the parents. I don't look at the kid.
yes,
No, the first off, the parent, if the child want to get a sex change, literally they can go get one even if you don't want them to. And if you try to stop them,
Oh, for
you
free?
gonna go to jail.
Oh, for free?
You're gonna go. They're gonna get you, dude. They
What
got
insurance? What
programs.
insurance
Hold
you
on,
got?
hold on. They got programs for this shit. Okay, they get this shit for free. Why don't y'all understand that? It's no
So
different.
wait,
It's
stop,
no.
Chucky. I don't want to dive into that and all that stuff. I just want to understand if your 16-year-old child defy you, you throwing them out and they're an adult now because they don't follow your house rules.
Right, well, first I'm gonna check them on what they need to do. Right now, it would depend. Now, if you try to get gangster with me, yeah, you getting booted the fuck out, hands down.
What if they
And
don't get gangster, but they still don't listen?
Eventually, you gonna get booted the fuck out, hands down. I'm not gonna play this game with you.
I don't think
Ain't nothing. Listen, ain't no better teacher than life.
That's a fucking lie.
that's facts.
No better
That's
teacher
facts.
than life. When
But
you
I thought
can't take your other, when you outside sleeping outside in the creek, washing your ass, because yes, I've had that
But
experience
you
myself, sir.
contradicting yourself, bro.
Then hold on, no,
I
I
thought the
had that
parents was the
experience,
best
bro.
teacher. So a parent is not a better
Who?
teacher than a negative experience. That's what you're saying. A good parent
No.
is not a
When
better.
you just asked, and I gave you an answer.
I
You
didn't
said,
ask
"Well,
you
what if
shit.
they?" Yeah, you did. You just asked me.
I
Okay, well,
responded
what
to
if
you.
they
I didn't
stop?
ask you nothing.
Okay,
Somebody else
well,
asked
you
you.
said okay. Somebody asked me something. Somebody said, "Well, what if they don't?" Okay, well, you are gonna get booted out.
Hey,
Period.
let thinking
It's no
man. Let
different.
thinking man. Let's hear your thoughts on it.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight, man?
How you doing, sir?
I'm
Oh,
good,
my bad,
bro.
Aaron. It's your show. My bad.
No, it's good. That's my guy.
No, man, I think it's Aaron. You said the age of 16, and what's the other age? The difference?
20.
I don't know what the difference is at this point. I'm
He's
trying
at
to figure
16
it
and
out. But the
22.
conversation is about a
26.
16-year-old not following your house rules because they ain't
I
got to
would
go
have
to
say
school.
16. I would say 14 to 22.
Yeah, the thing that y'all missing is foresight, though. Like that changes your level of wisdom and discernment. It changes as you get older, bro. So you might know the difference between right and wrong, but how you actually follow through on that has to do with your foresight and your moral character and all that kind of stuff, bro. Like, and certain people get that at certain times. So, for example, you got grown ass men that's having all these kids, and they grown ass men, bro. And
Exactly.
and some of them just don't have the force. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the discernment. I mean, everybody knows somebody who will proverbial f up, right? That has no age, bro. You see old fools and all that kind of stuff, bro. You should never stop being a parent to your children, bro. So
Thank
letting the
God.
I
world,
ain't.
so
No,
so
no, no.
just
I'm
hold
not.
on, but I'm saying
Thank
just
you.
kicking them out, letting the world teach them. Then I mean, that's very counterproductive, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I know there are some extreme situations where that you got to do what you got to do. I get that 100%. But if you've been in your child's life all his or her life, and then you just throw them to the wolves, it was pointless for you to be there
It was
from the very beginning.
pointless. Absolutely.
Facts.
Oh, y'all
Hey,
got smoke for him though, huh?
Well,
Okay.
here's
hold
no,
on, hold on, hold on,
yeah,
hold on. I was letting him finish up.
right. No,
I
thinking
ain't
man,
saying. Listen,
but what thinking
hold
man is
on.
saying right now, he's making valid points on that because he created a scenario right there again.
That's
You
the
hear
same
what he?
thing I said. What are
No,
you
we
talking
not
about?
talking about he.
No,
No,
no.
no,
Oh
we
my
talking
God.
about
Boy, y'all
now.
are weirdos,
He
bro.
just got done saying being a parent
Yeah,
all the way
you.
through. So if you kick your child out the house, he's saying you're going to continue to be their parent. We're not talking nobody, not once. I don't think on here that we said once I'm gonna kick you out, that's it. I'm done. I didn't say I'm going to be done being the parent to you.
Y'all
I
just
said
had that
no.
life,
Wait, let
that
me
life
finish.
No,
before
we
that.
I
said kick
said
out the
out
house.
the
That's
house,
it.
out my house. Now I didn't say that. Now,
well,
hey, son.
stop. I want to scale it back because y'all going over. So I just want y'all to know, if you kick your kid out, you still got to pay for where they live.
Oh, we
Because to
don't.
me, listen though, just listen for a second. It doesn't make sense to me, right? If you're paying child support for your kid, right? When your kid don't listen, you're gonna say, "Well, I'll take my child support back." That don't make sense. So you have to take the same concept consistently.
I don't pay
You don't
child
get to
support, so I
say,
don't know
"My
about
kid
that.
don't listen, so I don't pay."
Aaron, you got a family that'll take your kids in, and I done seen that, and their parents not giving up $1.
Facts.
again.
Yeah, Aaron.
But
I don't
hey, I
know
did
what that
now.
speculation that you just said
Earlier,
was.
That it's no speculation. It's real shit. I done seen people put their kids out, and the aunts or uncles got the kids now, and the parents not even giving the aunts or uncle no money for the child.
No, see, but you're projecting that there's an ability for somebody to take care of your kids, like instead of you.
I'm saying that's what goes on that way. Even like people in the neighborhood that your kids are real close to, like they end up going to somebody's house. And
it
the
ain't no
parents
hope
not
for the
doing.
future. If these are the answers I'm getting, somebody else will take care of them kids.
No, I mean, look, it happens.
Y'all was just saying fuck them kids.
It
Y'all was just saying fuck them
I'm
kids.
still saying fuck the kids. I ain't
So Trucker,
reneging on what I said.
Why
do you
y'all
understand?
ain't responding to
Like,
Thinking Man's comment?
I got cut
comments.
Hold on. I never said stop being a parent. All I said was life is the best way for a person that don't want to listen. Okay, that don't want to take life serious and they want to take it as a joke. Okay, again, there ain't nothing worse than you washing your ass in the creek. Okay,
Trucker,
nothing worse.
Your kid don't know better. So you just said, you and Thanos said that a 16-year-old and a 22-year-old, they understand what they doing. That's what
They
you
do.
just said.
They understand. They may understand. Well, I mean, you got to think, bro. Like,
No,
that's
we
a
literally
blanket.
been having straight arguments. Oh, no, your brain is not developed until you're 24, 25. This is literally all the arguments been that. And now
they are aware of what they're doing. They
Hold
might
on.
not be mature, but they are aware of what they're doing. Like they know right from wrong. They
think y'all
understand the actions
exactly.
that they are doing. Like they're
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
stupid. Hey, Aaron,
Absolutely.
like it's the same thing. Like, all right, when people used to think like kids that's young, probably like 6, 7 years old, they think they don't know what's going on in the
the
household and everything.
reason we don't
Like
give
when I
kids
like Aaron,
this
when I talk to my
responsibility.
sister, like Aaron, when I talk to my sister, I could tell her a lot of shit that I knew that was going on in the house when I was a child that she didn't have no clue of. Like she didn't think I knew any of the stuff I know. And she like, "Oh, you that young? You don't really know what's going on." Like I know, I just wasn't speaking on it, but I knew what was going on when I was really young. Like that just like we know what's going on, man.
This
You
is
might
crazy.
know the difference between right and wrong, but you don't have when you don't have the wisdom and the discernment, bro. The way that you conceptualize things is off.
But we see a lot.
I don't care. I don't
But you
care
got to
how
think about
you
when we
compare me.
14, 16, we
Just
see
hear
a
me
lot
out.
going
Just
on
hear me out
around
1
us.
second though.
So we see like, all right, this person went to jail, he got locked up. We like these type of things are being discussed. It's not like we just kids running around outside and playing with action figures and that's it, and we don't have no clue of what's going on out here. Like we
Nah,
had
you
some
know,
sense of
bro.
clue what's
Wait,
going on.
so
Like we know the
Yeah.
consequences if I go rob this person. We know the possibilities. Like
Some people know.
what's the outcome?
No, a lot.
Like
Everybody know. Come
these
on,
things are
bro.
always being
okay.
talked about. Like, come on,
Come
man.
on, dog.
Nah. See,
Why we
y'all.
sitting there playing?
The
Hold
only
up.
Man,
thing
No,
is,
thinking man,
hold
that's what we
on.
were talking about. Like if somebody
Hold on.
robs somebody, well, they don't know no better because they're not 25 years old yet.
No, you
And
know
y'all
when
No,
moving the
we
you
know,
goalposts.
no.
Y'all
but the
moving the
That,
thing
goalposts.
is,
That
we
ain't no
banking.
goal poster.
Look, we banking on it. We banking on the fact that we might get away with it. That's the only thing. We not planning on getting caught on whatever we doing.
yeah, but when you
That's
young,
discernment.
that's exactly the point that I'm
Adults do
making.
the same shit.
No,
Adults
but
Bro,
do the
let
same
him
thing.
talk. Damn, let Thinking Man get his point out.
Like
that's
niggas go to
exactly
jail,
the.
come home, do the same shit. They know
All
that
right,
outcome.
I hear you, bro, but I'm saying that's exactly what I'm talking about. When as you get older and you are exposed to the statistics, you see your partners go through certain situations and all that kind of stuff. Your perspective changes from 16 to 23, 24, bro. Just keeping it a buck, the amount of death that I seen from 11 to man 20, 21, bro, your perspective is gonna change, bro. On those situations, people getting in cars, going to do certain things. You thinking you gonna make it back? Nah, bro. It's a chance and a high chance you not gonna make it back, and if you do, you gonna get sent somewhere else. On top of that, now you telling me you tell me that at hold on, you tell me that at 25, or what was the number 23, and you tell me that at 16, bro. When we was 16, man, we starting to hit them weights. We starting to get big. That's the time when you think, man, my pops, he can't. Nah, man, I think I'm stronger than him. You know what I'm saying? And then what happened? Then that reality kick in. So just that one example alone shows you how off your thinking is at 16, bro. Every one of us, if you
Nah.
had your father in your life at 16 and you tried your pops, You thought you was gonna win that. Like you believed that you was gonna win. Your discernment
Hold up.
is thrown off, bro.
I ain't never think
Think it, hold up, think it, man. My dad told me before I turned 16. He told me when he first got me, you gonna test me. I was 11 years old. You gonna test me. And I promise you I'm gonna blow your kneecaps out. That was at an early age. We know what this is.
Trucker, you just said, look, if I got a 16-year-old in my house and I got a 22-year-old in my house, if the 22-year-old act up, I'm throwing them out. If the 16-year-old act up, I'm throwing them out, which means they have the same level of understanding and responsibility to that situation.
Yes, sir. They know what they're doing. It's okay. It's just like
hold on, wait,
okay,
Trucker, yeah, hold on, wait. You missed the question, bro. It's not about knowing what you're doing. We can all admit on the surface, you know right or wrong. But he said discernment. That's a totally different level, bro. From right and wrong. So discernment is totally different than right and wrong, bro.
Are you talking about the consequences of what you do?
And the wisdom.
So you don't think these 16-year-olds don't think?
Do I think a 16-year-old is as wise and has as much discernment as somebody that's 23? If we just going off numbers alone, no other nuance, right? Because we wouldn't be able to have a conversation unless we agreed on that. Then no. Just by default, just sheer amount of years is going to give you more experience, which gives you more discernment. You've seen more. You're going to make better decisions. Kinda. I mean, I'll give you that. That is some. Yeah. No, but bro, y'all know I'll be balanced about this. But I'm saying if we just comparing 16 to 23, and I had to pick one age who will make the better decision with no other variables at play, I'm going with the 23-year-old, and it's a reason for that.
Oh no, I'm not. I can agree with that. My point is.
So then, Trucker, if you can agree with that, why would you give them both the same punishment?
Exactly.
Because hold on. Again, even though the older guy may have more wisdom, okay, he might have more experience. That 16-year-old and that 23-year-old that's doing the same thing. They both out here getting these girls pregnant, even though they got their classes and sex classes telling you don't have no babies and all this other stuff, and your family members telling you the same thing, and these girls. And they going out here and just like, fuck it, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Okay, so let me try this. Hold on. Let me try this. Maybe this is a better question. At what point or at what age do you say, nah, they probably didn't know any better?
I say 10. I say 10.
I think Trucker and what you're
I say 10. Hold on. How many? Hold on. So you trying to tell me y'all ain't never heard of 11-year-old losing his virginity?
No, bro. Hold on, no.
What? Y'all ain't never heard of. Hold up. Y'all ain't never heard about the stories of 11-year-old losing his virginity and he knew what it was.
Hey, how about a 10-year-old pregnant one?
Or a 10-year-old pregnant?
We had them come to the clinic all the
same
time.
shit as a 16 and 26-year-old. You gonna kick
Y'all
your
basically calling kids adults at this point. This is crazy.
Oh, come on, dog. Come on, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can have the best parenting in the world, and they will not. They do what they want to do. All you can instill whatever you want to instill.
You can't.
Hold up. If you instill what you want to instill, at the end of the if they choose what they choose, you got to let them deal with their consequences.
Hey, let me throw something here real quick. Okay, so like my sons, like I already mentioned, they're 21, and other one will be 19 in 2 weeks. So once they leave my house, if they decide to go and be some straight baby making men, you're saying that's going to be a reflection of my poor parenting.
You say at what age?
I'm saying my sons, if they even right now, they old enough to leave the house if they want to. If they decide to leave my house and they go out and they start making children, you're saying it's going to be a reflection on me and a reflection of poor parenting?
Not at that age.
That's what I'm asking.
You don't mind me asking, are you a single
parent? But neither one. No. I've been married. I'm about to be married 22 years.
No, I just had to ask just to get the full scope.
I got you. So what I'm saying is that
not as adults.
No, right, but they're not 25 yet either, though.
I've never said that.
Okay, so let me ask this then. Okay, but if that is to be our so-called thing, I'm going back to where Aaron said earlier. Aaron said at 16 years old, and here's the thing, I don't know if you was here thinking, man, Aaron said at 16 years old, your child says, I'm not going to school anymore, and you can't make me. He said, what do you do from there?
Say that motherfucker.
That was the whole setup from the beginning. That's not all of a sudden we rolled over into all kind of other stuff. But that's what Aaron asked earlier. If you right now your child's 16, Daddy, I'm not going to school anymore, and you can't make me. What do you do?
I think at 16, it's a boy or a girl.
Either or,
Boy,
I guess.
both.
What, Aaron? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got to know your child, bro. For me, I think sometimes, like I was talking about discernment at that age, you know, sometimes children don't realize that the environment that they're in is actually created by their parents. They think that this is just how life is. So in that situation, you know, I mean, you have to see that coming. But if that's not the case out of nowhere, I'm removing everything. I'm removing all covering. I'm gonna let you stay there, but you're gonna go to work.
Right.
You're gonna go to work. And I'm gonna make you work hard. And you're gonna realize that at 16, you couldn't possibly afford this lifestyle, and I'm gonna put that full court press on you in a controlled environment.
So you believe that you can make your kid work? Like, you believe parents have a right to force their children to work? So, for example, once you turn 16, you're going to get some money and put some hot money in this house. Now, just because you might not need the money in your home, there's a lot of families out here that should have been putting these kids to work. That's what we're saying.
You 16, you're going to go get a goddamn job.
At 16, you're gonna work, bro.
Fact.
At 16,
how do you get the number 16? Why not 15?
My son, my son is 11 years old. And he worked with me.
This question.
Hold on, that was the way the question was posed. 16-year-old say, "I'm not going to school." Well, you going?
Yeah,
to
no,
work.
I get it, But then Trucker Yell was like, "I don't give a damn." It's 4 child. He said 10-year-olds. So I'm like, yo, like.
Listen, Aaron, my son is about to be 12 years old, y'all. My son been working with me since I started my own business. You get what I'm saying? Started. And when he turned,
what if he say, I don't want to work, Dad, and you say
he gonna work, he gonna work. He gonna work. I don't give a fuck what he got to say. He gonna work.
Y'all are being so unreal with this whole situation.
Let me repeat myself. He's going to work. He ain't got no choice.
Yes. See, that's
when he turn 18 and he get on his own or whatever he want to, you can do that. But when you with me, okay, when you're with me, you're going to work. You're going to put on his work.
How are you going to force him to work?
Who talking?
What?
Diesel.
Oh, okay.
How you?
This is the thing about
it. Never mind. You're saying that. I'm sorry, y'all. Listen, y'all could be soft with these kids. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Chucky. This is the point that I'm trying to get you to understand. I understand you're not in that situation because you've raised your kids and you've raised them to a point where that probably would never ever come up. But the point Aaron is trying to get y'all to see is, what if the child just flat out refuses? What avenue can you take to force them to work?
Easy.
Because
I'm not gonna lie. If it's that bad, bro, y'all tell me. Y'all correct. Trigger Mike, I know you serve. When can you enroll?
18.
At 18.
17.
Yes. So this is the thing. So this is the biggest problem I have with this
17
argument.
with parental consent.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is the biggest problem I have with this argument. You're talking about that if your child does not follow your rules and they break bad or whatever, you're going to kick them out at 16.
No, I never
you're
said
setting
that.
I'm just saying that's been said. You're setting your child up for failure.
Absolutely.
Because compared to a 23-year-old, a 16-year-old can't get the same jobs, can't support themselves the same. They can't even sign a contract at 16 years old.
Well, first off, 16.
Trucker, you got to give somebody a time to talk, brother.
I'm saying a 16-year-old can work at McDonald's.
There are certain time limits that a 16-year-old can work, bro.
Hey, Diesel, and that was hold on, but taking that point into account, that was my thought process on that, because once I remove that covering and you going to work at McDonald's or whatever that is, and you realize that working at your age will not create the life that you want, you're gonna have to really sit down and do some thinking.
Right.
Facts.
So that's my thought process in you gonna work, right? It's not that I'm gonna make you work, it's to create this. I'm agitating your thought process so that you can actually make a real life decision. I want to shake, because I'm saying I created.
What type of decision?
What's that?
What type of decision?
A real life. Okay, so
Life,
so look,
yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
but it's I want you to fail in a controlled environment, bro.
Exactly.
That's all that I'm saying. Now, but what I'm saying is if that doesn't work, because then you got to go a little further. What if that don't work? Let's keep it a buck. Then
But
I'm
you
like,
still
yo,
have
I'm hollering at Trigger Mike, like what age? Hey,
but
17? Okay, I'm gonna hold him down, and then we finna go down here because you still have the same mentality. I'm doing this because I love you, but you gotta serve.
But
You
at
gotta,
the
and
same,
I'm signing it, and I don't want to hear nothing. It is what it is. You gotta serve because at that point, I'm putting you in that position because now I've signed you over as far as because it's nothing else that I can do with you at that point.
you still got a year
Wait, so
at
you're gonna send your
16
kid to the
before you can.
military against
Hold
Yeah,
on,
no,
hold on,
I'm
hold on,
with
hold on,
you.
hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Diesel.
so
I'm gonna
what I'm
hold you down
saying
for a
is
year. I'm gonna hold you down for a year.
right.
And
That's my point that I'm trying to drive in this whole conversation.
yeah. I'm gonna definitely hold my kid down.
Hold
Yeah,
your kids down, even if
yeah.
they don't. And then when they get of the age, you boot them out. But to boot a child out at 16 years old, bro, just
Yeah.
because they're not listening to your rules.
Nah.
Right.
Now,
I'm
at
not. I'm not
16
gonna
years
boot you out at
It's
16.
lazy
at
and
16 year old,
irresponsible.
if my kid ain't listening to my rules, they will turn into a roommate, and only thing they have possession of is sleeping on the couch.
But listen,
Okay,
Yes,
let
there
me.
will be a lot of changes, but I'm not gonna kick my kid out
but
because they
listen,
choose they don't want to go to school no more or something like that.
All right,
y'all.
let me get
Yeah, nah.
let me get the trigger mic because I know his background's a little bit different in the small bars. Are you up to date on the conversation? Or you need me to bring you up to speed.
Just give me a little bit of backstory.
Gotcha. So just in general, right? We're discussing your house, your rules, right? A lot of parents believe it's my house, my rules, right?
Yep.
And so we know that in general, around 16 years old, your child, well, technically, you don't need your parents' approval to drop out of school, right? Kid, come home, hey, dad, I ain't going back to school. What's your response?
Okay, so let me preface this by saying that is the most unlikely shit to ever happen in my
Yeah,
house.
we get it. Just give a universal. Just give a
Hey,
universal
trigger
answer.
my.
Listen.
Hey,
We all
but
know.
no,
Hold on, wait. Before you start, let me get a disclaimer. We all know everybody on YouTube billionaires. Okay, so we already got that out.
I
The
ain't
way.
even talking
We
about
understand
that.
everybody is the best parents. So let's get that out the way.
No. I'm just saying. I'm saying in my cult, like literally, I have no one in my family that's ever dropped out of school in any country ever. Like that's not what we do. But so very unlikely scenario. But I like what I think I heard a few people say MRM thinking, man. So one of the things I feel like that can happen, even with my people being here in America, right? Most of my people in the UK and in Nigeria. So here in America, I see that bug. A lot of boys are struggling in school, and that can actually end up happening via frustration, right? So, I'm exhausting all avenues because the immediate thing is that I failed somewhere for them to even think this is an
Facts.
option. And if they're going to use, because they can actually use considerable governmental power to either emancipate or start making decisions for myself, I need to make quick moves
Looks
and where
like
I can still keep
Sean's been
control.
dropped. Just for the record, they said they done with him. I don't know why. They said they done with Sean. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Continue
But
on.
like Thinking Man said, the first thing I'm thinking about is okay, maybe it's my lack of consistency. Maybe I didn't maybe I got a new job. I wasn't paying the boy attention and he's ready to drop. I need to put him around a consistent mode of discipline to where his life is no longer a waste. Because we know, I like what y'all said, ain't no 16-year-old out here making major moves for themselves, no matter what the hell they doing, no matter what track they on. So he's gonna work, bide his time till I can get him in the delayed entry program. They have it set up now for the military where they literally go there several times a week and just train like they in boot camp, get their body ready, get their mind ready, get them in an organized system. They even have, if I'm not mistaken, some kind of boarding not even school, boarding program. Yeah. Getting you ready for the military, boys that have dropped out of school, so on and so forth. The one thing I
Yeah, I
can't do,
like
though,
that one. I
the
like
one
that
that
one.
I can't do, I can't quit on the child because they defied me. Right. So I like what everyone's saying is still take an active role in the kid's life, because if you feel like it's that bad to where you got to acquiesce to them actually dropping out of school, I'm gonna have to accept that as an L. Because like I told you, it's highly unlikely. But if my kid's like, I ain't going, and they're using governmental power against me, that means I got a lost soul. I cannot accept a lost soul in my house. Right. So that's where
Well,
I'm at.
I get y'all all want to accept failure as parents. Oh, I must have failed my children. I must have failed my children.
Nah, bro.
I'm disappointed.
It's not.
I'm disappointed that triggered Mike's answer. You've lost
Man,
your.
tell him,
Let me,
Patriot.
let me
Tell
tell
him.
you. You've lost your Naja culture, brother. Don't in Nigeria. Hold on a second. Don't in Nigeria. Don't y'all put the kid out and like throw him in the wilderness at like the age, and he has to kill a lion or something like that.
Dog.
You have lost your
This is a really good
Nigerian
question.
culture.
Dog.
Like you have been too Americanized.
So
It
let
is
me tell
literally
you. Let me
African
tell you.
culture to put kids out and tell them to come back with a lion.
Hey, bro, do you want to know the actual answer for what this is in my culture? I try
Go
to
ahead.
give like we're sending the kid to Africa, bro. Like literally.
Yes.
I got cousins that like act up. I had a cousin here that got involved with a dude. Talk about she want to emancipate and marry the dude at like 17 years old. They were like, what? They got the family. They were sending her to all different states. Like, let's talk to you. This is not how you move. She's like, no, I'm doing it. I was like, where's she at? They send her ass to Africa to live for 5 years straight.
It's real out
Yeah,
here, bro.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that's what we need to do. Kids in
You out.
America.
So that's
have
what's
way-
really gonna happen. But I
Kids-
try to give y'all the dialogue answer.
Kids in America have way too many rights. To
Once you live that life,
Okay,
and you're not going to Legos, by the way.
Gentlemen, my bro Spence wants to know if you can't make your kid go to school, how do you make them get a job? I think this is a legitimate question.
It's easy. Whoop their motherfucking ass and stop being pussies.
Yes.
It's very unlikely.
God damn, it's not hard. Like, man, y'all make it so hard.
Tucker, yeah, you're being very.
We need to.
Nah,
Oh yeah, here we're now we're
Man.
being unreal. This is
Hey,
the
why,
problem.
hold on. Why do y'all think whooping solve everything? That's
Because
the
you don't.
craziest
Because
thing in
it
the
worked.
world.
It worked. Because hold on a second. It worked in slavery.
Man,
It worked in slavery.
My
I'm
nephew,
telling you, right?
my
I'm telling
nephew
you.
say he don't live with me, but he follow my rules.
Nah, bro.
Kids have way too many rights.
Hey, I gotta say, look, this might sound inhumane, but you know what? You know what understands pain too? Animals understand pain to get them in check. You know what else understand pain? A lot of people that we see that have so-called behavioral issues. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. On one of my rotations, in one of the behavioral homes, the ones that had these so-called issues, I'm just being real. Pain kept them in check.
Right.
Facts.
I'm not talking about being abusive. I'm talking about, but the infliction of pain kept them in check. That sympathetic nervous system, when that brain recognizes if I do this behavior and the consequences getting popped, I'm not going to continue to do it. I'm not talking about being abusive. I'm not. Oh no, these are grown-ups. These are grown-ups. These are like grown men, like well into their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They got like certain type of behavioral issues. I'm talking about like behavioral issues, mental retardation.
So in the long run, though, if you have a child and you're raising them to be a productive adult, if what you've taught them, if the discipline that you're teaching them, the end goal is to keep them in check, what kind of adult do you think that you'll end up having?
Which
Yeah,
one was
I
that
think
for?
like do you want a free thinking person? Somebody like that's what I'm saying, bro. It's so many different variables to this conversation, though.
Right. Yeah, so it can go deep. Like my thing is talking about behavior. Like I mentioned earlier, I whooped my kids. Okay. But the whole point of me whooping them was to actually make sure I corrected the behavior that I didn't want them to keep, that would be instilled in. Like I'm getting rid of a characteristic. I'm getting rid of a characteristic or an attitude that could be possibly who they could be if I don't check that behavior at an early age.
But that's not for every child, though. That's not for that's not for every child, because bro, I had a brother. The more you whooped him, the worse he got.
How old was he?
What you mean? He was 15.
Right. See, I'm talking later. I'm talking.
But hold on. Wait. At 15, he left the crib like he was on another page, bro. What I'm saying is he was like that since he was a child. It's some kids that they legit, you whooping them. It's just like you see certain players that cannot be coached by certain coaches. Everybody respond differently. It's not a one size fits all type of way to discipline children. And that's why we have a lot of problems, because every kid don't want to be whooped, bro.
How old did he start getting the whoopings though?
That's what I was about to ask.
Bro got whooping since we was children, all the way up until he was just one of them kids. Like he would not cry when he got whooped. Like his pride, like his ego, like all of that, he would not cry. I'm telling you, it's some.
At 5 and 6, he wasn't crying.
Well, I mean, he older than me, so I didn't get to that 5. I wasn't there at 5. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just keeping it a buck. But what I'm saying is, since I can remember, he's my older brother. Since I can remember, that whoopings did not work. And it was no physical action that would correct his behavior. His heart would, like, really and truly, like, some people got a heart that's just like, you not gonna break me. Cause that's the thing, you have to, it's some kids you just have to parent differently. Whooping does not work with every child. And then some people grow up, and if the only thing that corrects them is pain, then you're also raising a potential hardhead that only responds to pain, which is a law man going upside your head and doing pain, consequence, and all of that. But when do you build into them reasoning and having conversations and sitting down with them? Hey, why did you do that? And actually have, because I find that most
right
people
after you whoop their ass.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
Right.
what you do.
It's like that. No, see, that's what I'm saying.
Afterwards.
It's
Right after you whoop their ass, you
I
sit them
get what
down
I
and you
get.
say, "Hey, why did you get that ass whooping?"
This is why you just got that whooping, because
No, I
boom,
don't
boom,
even.
boom,
I
boom,
don't tell them why. I tell them. I have them explain to me why they got their ass whooped. That's what I've always done to every one of my children. So when it gets to when they got older, and they made that decision to say, or if they were, because I never had that problem, but if they were to come to me and say, "Hey, I'm not going to school," we're gonna have to sit down and we're gonna talk. Okay, well, you know, if you don't go to school, this is what's gonna happen.
But
my daughter,
are you whooping them out the gate though?
When they're younger, yes.
You got
yes, I'm whooping them out the gate when they're younger.
Okay.
When they get older, when they go, I stopped with my kids when they were 12, and I started sitting them down and talking to them.
Yep,
and I
that's the
started
age.
telling them what the outcome is going to be of some of their decisions.
Now,
and then
go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then when they made that, I made sure I told my daughter at 11 years old, she better not ever bring a cell phone in my house. Her mother knew it too. At 16, her mother got her a cell phone. I found it in my house. I took it and I broke it in front of her face. Her mom tried to call my job because I wouldn't replace it. And I told them anything that's in my house is mine. If I see it as junk, I'm gonna treat it as junk. I saw it as trash. I broke it and I threw it away.
So y'all just dictators in y'all home then, right? Like
You're
y'all
damn right. I worked too hard for this. You damn right.
It's my kingdom.
You damn
it's
right.
Mine. It's mine. It's not theirs.
And you ain't
It's
the man in your
mine,
house
bro.
and you ain't dictating.
That's the problem with some of these kids nowadays. They don't have structure. There's no boundaries.
Right.
Parents are not parents. They're their friends. They're not getting whipped in the islands. Like, we didn't know nothing about CPS and all that. We got whoopings, and I'm glad for that. Some of the friends I grew up with, they needed that shit. They needed the structure and the boundaries. And you know what? You can't watch TV. You need to go outside. Like, a lot of these kids, we didn't really watch TV growing up. We was outside playing sports, playing with kids. Yeah, we got beat because we used to be fighting each other in the house and breaking shit.
Yeah.
Yo,
So,
Q. I think the other thing too is that people a lot of times don't differentiate the difference between discipline and just straight up beating a kid, right?
Right.
And like this is something that I talked about on my show, you know, when I was doing my show, right? How like one of the things I really appreciated about my dad was my dad actually made it a point to never ever whoop me when he was emotional, right? So like
I just want to be clear. Hold on, JB, real quick. You Trigger Mike, is you Luther Vandross? I just want to be sure. But that's you Luther. Okay, all right, you Luther. I just wanted to check on that. Okay,
Yo,
go ahead.
Tell him to bring his
so-
light skin ass up here. I'm tired of this slander from afar. All right.
So one of the
I'm
things.
like, who the fuck is Luther
So one of the
Vandross?
things, right? One of the things, right? So like, my mom, for example, that's something that she struggled with. Like my mom, when she gets pissed, she's all, and I think that's the issue you see with a lot of black boys that are raised by single mothers, right? Is that women are emotional and they act out of emotion, right? So like that's one thing that if I look at the difference between my mom and my dad when they would whoop, my mom, she would just like right when she's in her feelings, she like if there's a shoe next to her, she'd throw it at me or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And because that's just how she was. But my dad, if he was really pissed off, my dad would literally tell me, "We'll take care of this later," right? Because he never wanted to like whoop me while he was in an emotional state. So I think, to me, I actually respect that. Like looking back, I think that's one of the dopest things he did because it showed me a level of like obviously maturity, but a level of like, you know,
Control.
he didn't want to just take
Emotional
out his
intelligence.
anger on me. Like he didn't want to just take out his anger on me. He wanted to basically show me a lesson, right? Teach me a lesson. So I think when I look, I mean, even listening to this conversation, like it's crazy to me that Aaron even thinks it's an option for a kid to challenge their parents' authority like that, right? Like that to me is crazy because I can't even imagine saying some shit like that to my pops. Like I can't imagine those words could not come out my mouth. Like, yo, what you mean I'm going to school? I don't want to go. I can't say that shit.
Exactly.
Like it's
One
not even an
backhand.
option.
One back here. Jonathan, what you just described though is actually that's a form of discipline. Because just what they did, like in our house was similar, except for whoever you embarrassed or whatever, whoever you got in trouble with, the opposite parent would discipline you. So they might not wait, but like if I did something with my mother, then my father would discipline us. But that is discipline, to show that when you're in the heat of anger, you don't take action. You
Facts.
wait
Right.
until that is a form of discipline. So that's teaching you that, hey, when I'm in the middle of whatever is happening, I don't need to make a rash decision. I need to be like level-headed when I do that. And I think that's what makes the question hard to answer, because most involved parents, when you hear a situation like this, like you're 16 and you're saying like, hey, I don't know what you thought, but I'm not going to school anymore. Like that's hard to fathom, especially
Facts.
if you're very involved. Like
Right.
that, you don't just wake up one day and today's the day I'm gonna try it.
Yeah,
It
out of
just
Right.
doesn't
nowhere.
work
Hey,
that
You know
hey,
way.
how
look,
I could
torturous
reach
that
out
you
and
know
go
how
grab my
torturous that
kids.
is whenever like you know when you tell your child, yeah, man, you gonna talk about this later. You know how torturous that is on their mind?
You
hey,
trying to
that's
go
what I
to
was
Man,
just
they
about to
they sitting
say.
there in their room rocking like this, looking at that door. Now you go in the room and
Hey,
wait for me.
MRF, I was
We gonna
just about
start
to.
crying before they
I
even
was
come
just
near
about to
us.
say
And,
this.
and I want them to be sitting there creating the most terrible scenario in their head of what I'm about to do to them. I want
Hey,
that to be in their
MRF,
head
I
like
was
that. I'm
just
about to
about.
come in here and I come in here. Sometimes I just go just for the sake of I know what it does to them psychologically. I'll go right in there and I
Hold
say
on.
to my
I
son,
got
now
a
pray.
question for y'all though.
Wait. So
So
MRF,
Hold on,
I
let me
was just
finish real
about to say
quick.
this, right?
I'll go
Because
in there and I'll say to my son, like because he know I'm getting ready to come in there. I will sometimes go in there and say, now do me a favor. Pray and ask the Lord for forgiveness for what you just did and see if the Lord speak to me and tell me to forgive you. And sometimes he don't even get it. But we talk about it right now. He be like, Dad, I think a lot of times that was worse than me actually getting the spanking.
thank you. You just said what I was about. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like a lot of times, I learned my lesson just from the weight alone. Like just from that weight alone, I was like, damn, like that alone for me was enough.
Bro, yeah.
That was discipline right there.
You hear their footsteps coming down the hallway and you just freaking out like, they're about to come in here and get me.
So
Yes,
hold on.
I want them to think that.
This is a question I have. So how many parents do y'all think are in a healthy enough place to administer that level of discipline and have that emotional intelligence with a lot of the adults that we see in our everyday lives? How many? What do you think the percentage is of parents that are actually disciplining their children in a healthy way?
10%.
I think it's low. It's very low, bro.
It is very low.
Then that's why my position on, whooping your children, if you don't even have the emotional intelligence, then it's gonna cause so many problems because it's gonna easily turn into abuse at that point.
Wait.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
Wait, no, y'all
We
can't
just
agree with
screwed.
that
Let me
because you
say
telling me
this.
that most people abuse their kids.
I think in a lot of I'm gonna say just the black culture, and maybe in the area I grew up in is a little
Well,
different.
you know what?
I mean,
Most
hold on. But what I'm saying,
abuse
let
come
me
from
finish.
women, just FYI.
There's a lot of single
Let me
women
finish the
without no
point I'm
help.
making though. I think we normalize certain things that we experience in our lives, and we take it. Oh man, I got whooped with this. I got whooped with that. I had to take off my clothes and get like all of that type of stuff,
And
right?
look at me, I turned out just fine.
You know what?
Right. Hold on.
Wait.
But hold on.
Let me say this.
Hold on. Wait. We normalize it. We normalize it so much so that it's ingrained in our culture. So anytime you had a conversation, people think, oh man, no, you need a whooping. But you have to be able to differentiate the difference between a whooping, which is to me abuse, and discipline. It's two totally different things.
So who these kids falling out in the stores, yelling in restaurants, talking
Nah, but
back?
Thanos.
So I
Thanos,
think
but Thanos, I'm sure you've seen, because I know I've seen plenty of times. I've seen a black woman dragging a kid out from the store, by his ears and shit like that. Like I've seen crazy shit like that, and that's straight up abuse, in my opinion. Like that's somebody just taking out their anger on their child, right?
Yeah.
So I think there is a fine line, and to Ken, my bad. To Ken's point, I think a lot of, at least from what I've seen, a lot of parents engage in the abuse rather than the discipline.
Right.
I think a child's I don't think a child's going to learn anything by you just taking your anger out on them. Like you're just teaching them, basically, you're just teaching them violence. I think there's a difference when you're just disciplining, because what I got from that was that, my pops was very, calculated. He was very don't, he would enforce the things that he told me he would enforce, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I got from that.
So let me make my distinction on the abuse thing, because, my dad was a bit different from JB's dad. This nigga beat me when he was mad. I'm sorry. Now the difference between it, and I can say For Africans, Middle Easterners, Asians, I believe that's common. They don't wait till they calm down. Your father was a very methodical man. And if I had to add, go rewind, I would have preferred that type of discipline. But I think what happens with men in general is that they know how far to take it. Like Q said, it's actually most women abusing, taking it across that abuse threshold. The reason why I don't mind it is because the level of intensity and consistency that my father whooped me with, it was always at a time where I actually did something wrong and deserved it. Now, he didn't whoop me for no reason. That's what I believe the abuse is. He didn't whoop me because he was drunk. He didn't whoop me because he was mad at someone else. He whooped me because I did something. So I want to make that distinction in abuse as well. And the reason I believe it's effective is this dude would give a speech while he was whooping my ass. And the level of intensity, exactly, is that when you took time to calm down, while you're holding your back and all that type of stuff, you realize that he's concerned about the type of human that you're going to become. And that made you afraid to disappoint him thereafter. That's where the compliance comes in. Every time you get a whooping, this person is getting more disappointed in you. And somehow that translates into you not wanting to disappoint them anymore. So that's the distinction I wanted to make between the abuse and, just regular ass whooping. Well, that ninja was mad when he whooped me.
Let me get to Amber, because all this masculine energy, she'll never be able to speak. So go ahead, Amber.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I really appreciate this conversation. Most of y'all know I do have a son. He's 14. He's a big guy. My son is 5'9", 265, size 13.5 in shoes.
You ain't beating his ass. I know that.
Exactly. I stopped giving him spanking / whoopings when he was about 9. And I knew it was getting to the point where it would have to come from his dad. My dad, I was raised by my dad, especially now at his size. I have just cultivated a village where if it got to the point where he just got mad disrespectful, I will call his dad, my dad. My dad will pull up, next time you disrespect my daughter, you're going to have to come through me. I've intentionally taken, he's going to high school next year, and he's going to an all-male high school. The principal is a black man. 80% of the staff are black men, 200 boys. And it's a village. Because at this point, like you all said, if I did try to hit him with him, he's bigger than me, and it would be out of anger or frustration.
He's not going to feel it.
I understand that the level of discipline he will need will have to come from another man.
Woo, good on you.
Yeah.
Can we be honest? Can we be honest though?
I mean, how?
Can we be honest though?
Awesome.
Like, can we be honest and just for a second, just admit that a lot of this stuff that we talking about in terms of like, kids being hella disrespectful to their parents and whatnot, like this is a very westernized thing. Like I'm not, it's very westernized, bro. I'm sorry, Aaron, I'm sorry, but I'm still stuck on, like, when you were asking those questions, I'm still stuck on that. I'm like, how is this even an option? So, like, can we touch on that? Like, how is it even an option? Like, why are you negotiating with your child?
I don't know how I don't even know how we would get to that point in my house. Like, but please enlighten me. I don't know.
That sounds like a 50-50 household.
What sounds like a 50-50 household?
Negotiating with your child to follow your orders of your house.
Well, the thought concept around it, because like I told y'all, I didn't have a loan. I thought about it an hour before we went live. It is really around just how much power people think they have solely because they're a parent and solely because it's my house, right? How much freedom does a child have? And I just wanted to understand of how much you think they actually get. And what I find out is none at all. They do as you take, because you say, and it's interesting to me, right? And then I realized that Trucker, he got booted because he crazy. He ended up saying, man, 16-year-olds know what they're doing. We just had a whole conversation about 16-year-old brains is undeveloped and they don't know exactly what they're doing. This is why and then you'll hear a bunch of people say, nah, they know what they're doing. I'm like, wow, so interesting. I guess it just depends on how people are feeling for the day.
Freedom on what though? That exactly. Are you saying just, because the what you were presenting is kind of an extreme situation. I
It's
couldn't
not really extreme. People drop out all the time. No,
but I'm saying, well, I see that's what I'm saying. Not in my circle, bro. That's not necessarily my experience, bro. So
that does not refute the point.
Nah, bro.
Even though I don't
it's not
disagree
an option, Aaron.
I don't
not
say
an
I
option.
don't. Yeah,
it's just not an option. Like I don't like. I don't understand why you think this is an option. Why is it an option?
I think, like to me, when if it ever gets to a point to where that's even spoken of in a house, that father failed.
Facts.
Exactly.
I told you,
somewhere
21 and getting ready to be 19. I can tell that dude right now, go to the store and get some bread and get some eggs. He gonna go do it. There ain't me asking him. I'm telling him to go do it. See, and then the people look at them and say, dude, you control it. No, you're missing the point. The reason why he's doing that because it's already instilled in his mind from a child.
And I also wanted to
instilled in there.
I also wanted to know at what point, what was the limitation to kick your kid out, right? Because I already knew y'all black people, y'all was going to say, get the hell out of my house. It's my rules. What I say goes, right? And I'm not saying that's limited to black people, right? But I project it's a possibility y'all was going to blurt that out, right? Immediately that came out. Immediately that came out. And I was anticipating that, right? And then what I wanted to notice is that, okay, at that point, I start to think, okay, you kick them out. All right, you put your responsibility on somebody else, right? So all these thoughts is going on like, dang, we say people should be responsible for their own kids. Then what we'll do if we ain't doing the job that we either want to do, we'll push it off on somebody else, which means that should always be an option. We should never tell people to take care of their own damn kids, because if that's the solution, we might as well push kids off on other people's responsibility all the damn time.
Hey, Aaron, some people ain't had no business having kids in the first place. That's the problem.
Facts.
We don't get to make that determination.
I'm just saying, when you talk about these type of scenarios, that's the reason why. Like,
failed parents.
Yeah, bro.
Especially fathers.
If it gets to that point, bro, you got to think like that was bubbling inside your child from a very young age. Like that, that didn't just come out of nowhere. Like C was saying, bro. Like.
And now, with that being said, there could have been a behavior that could have been addressed that you could have caught on.
You know what? I think this is so prevalent because we talking about it in the West like it's normal because broken homes are normal. Because when we look at the statistics for fathers in the home, this is dramatically reduced. My episode tomorrow is called "The Power of Fatherhood." Let me find the article I'm currently reading. Just the better chances of success. The kid is 43% more likely to earn A's in school and 33% less likely to repeat a grade. All of that happens because the father is in the house. So if we remove the father, then these broken homes.
I want to move. I want to push the conversation. The part of the reason why is I want to see how much of a sliding scale that we have. You gonna treat a 16-year-old like you'll treat an 18-year-old? And what did they say? Hell yeah, I'm kicking them both out. And I was like, interesting. So we're not having a difference of someone that's considered a minor as opposed to someone that's considered an adult, right? And I'm like, is this just ego? Is it just because I'm the parent? I said so. It's my house. Or do we understand that there's supposed to be a difference in what you treat a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old? And what I found is that it's like, I failed if this doesn't happen. But I'm talking about.
I mean, hold on, y'all. Here's a similarity between the 19 and the 16-year-old. If they compromise your orders one time, they're gonna do it again and again and again. And God forbid, if you have other children, they're gonna see the crack in your armor and they're gonna start to repeat that same issue. Now you created a cancer and allow it to grow bigger. You know what you need to do? Kick them out. Well, obviously, you're going to get them ample chances to correct the behavior and fix it time and time and time again. If they don't want to do it, they still want to do their own thing, goodbye. I got other children to worry about.
Why kick them out? Why not sign them up in the armed services, bro?
That's the same thing as kicking out of my house.
Okay, well, it's not the same because if you just kick them out on the street, then you feed them to the wolves at that point.
the wolves, the spiders,
once
the
again,
alligators.
why
don't
is
care.
this
Get
even
out because
why is this even an option?
JB, it's
Okay,
Aaron's fault.
so
Blame
Trigger
Aaron.
Mike,
It's
Trigger
Aaron's
Mike.
fault.
Hold up. So Trigger Mike, right? Trigger Mike took an example earlier. I don't know if y'all remember this because I brought this up one time a while ago on a panel, right? You know, one of the ways that my parents like showed me that they were not playing around. I forgot how old I was, but when I was a kid, and at one point I tried to rebel against my parents, and they sent me. It was around summertime, you know, so they sent me to Haiti for vacation, right? And when time came and I thought I was coming back to America, they're like, "You ain't coming back." You know. Now I didn't have to stay over there for too long, right? But my point is, like, that's how far they're willing to show me, like, we're not playing. Like, you don't get to just rebel. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't. This is not an option, right? And I understood that message very quickly, and I was begging to come back. You know what I'm saying? I was begging to come back.
I think that start early, bro.
You know,
I think it start early. Like when
Very
you think
early.
about, like, if a kid even thinks that that's a possibility, there's something in the culture, in the environment that even made them feel like that was even an option. You have to be able to acknowledge that. I mean, how many times when you were a kid, like, you see another kid and your mom like, don't even do it, don't even try it. You know what I mean? So
If you really that type of parent, you ain't gotta say nothing. Your kid already know.
That's
Or
what I'm
even, and you
saying.
know what? And one of the things I can say that I'm proud of is, like, my sons can see how OC a lot of their friends they grew up around got, and even some they went to high school with, and it's nice to see and hear them say, like, man, if that was us, we knew this would have happened. Or, man, Dad, you would have did this to us if they would have did this. You know, or better yet, some of their friends that actually, you know, they kind of grew up with, they went their separate ways. The situation that they're in right now, they look at that and be like, man, I'm glad that, you know, we didn't have to deal with that. You know, all because somebody never have their parent there to actually establish some shape, form, or fashion of discipline or control. And that's the thing that gets me right now. A lot of people in here saying things like, man, you being controlling, but you don't say that about the job you go to because they got rules too. Now, disobey those rules and watch what happens to you. Is that controlling? When you go to your job and they say you got to dress this way, you got to be here at this time, go ahead and rebel against that. For the ones that say, dang, Ty, you controlling. My sons don't got no girl pregnant. They ain't got into no drugs. They ain't done a thing that most of the people that I grew up around in Chi-Town done.
All right, stop right there.
That's not controlling.
All right, stop right there. And you think it's because of you?
Absolutely.
Yes, it's because of him. Aaron, you trolling tonight. Yes,
Hey, give my man his credit, Aaron. Give my man his credit.
Aaron, out of all the things y'all know that I do, out of all the things that I've accomplished, that
Aaron
is
trying to get jumped on his own show.
of all. That's
I just asked a question. No need to kill a messenger.
I don't care from going to the Olympic trials, from being on Ninja Warrior, the whole 9 schooling and all that. The best thing is what I've done with my sons.
Okay, so if your children did fail, how would you punish yourself?
I won't be punished because it won't be reflected on me to be them. They made that conscious choice to do that.
Yeah, but you kind of saying one. Okay, all right.
No, I'm talking about like right now.
No. Call that out.
No,
call that out. You heard exactly you saw exactly what
do it. Do it. Do it. Go ahead.
I know I'll be chilling, bro. I'm just saying.
Aaron is basically saying that you taking the credit. You're taking the credit
when it's
because
good.
It went good.
No,
but you're saying you wouldn't take.
It's on you if it go bad.
Yeah.
No, like right now. I mentioned this earlier. If they decide, if my sons went out there and started having a whole bunch of babies by a bunch of women, they made that conscious decision. Because they weren't taught to do that, but they decided to do it anyway.
But hold on, wait. But was that your fault? Because you're taking the credit. You're saying it's good. You know that basically
for what they are now. For what they are now.
Right. But if they were bad, then that's them. It's kind of like, hold on. I don't know if we want to go down the rabbit hole.
Go ahead.
But it's kind of like
take the good with the bad.
It's kind of like when Christians say God is responsible for the good, but not the bad. It's the same. It's the same. You know that same argument, bro. Like
I think
if
I think there's a bit of nuance. I think there's a bit of nuance y'all are missing though, because I can actually see MRM's point. I see both of y'all points, but I see MRM's point. It's kind of like, okay, it's like if you tell Ken, if I were to say, yo, like I know the path you're taking in your career, right, and I give you the game on here's all the steps you need to take, right. If you take those steps based on the guidance I've given you, and you succeed. Then you give me credit, right? I deserve that credit. But if you don't take those steps, right? If you don't follow the steps I've given you and you go and you do something else, right? And you don't get that success, it's not my fault you didn't get that success, right?
Yes,
so
it is.
Wait,
No,
but
it's not.
No,
Wait,
wait, hold on, wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
it's two different.
Let-
No,
wait.
it's two.
Hey,
It's
let
two
me
different
answer.
things.
No, let me hit on this.
Yeah, it's. I like that, Jay. I like what you
Let
did
me hit
that,
on
but it's
this.
two different things, bro.
Let me hit on this. Let me hit on this. This has been addressed towards me.
Hold
So,
on. Amber been trying to get
go
in.
ahead,
What's
Amber.
up,
Don't worry
Amber?
about this masculinity.
But
Nah, we misogynist here. We don't care about the women. We misogynist here.
Shut up, Jay. But I think we're also, as parents, forget that our children are autonomous beings as well. Haven't you seen households where there's two great parents, multiple children, raised the same way, and all three children, the trajectory of their life was completely different?
No, they just denied all autonomy for children. It's their house, they rules, they follow all dictatorship. They literally just said that.
Now,
It is
don't
a
make me
dictatorship.
let me answer this. So check this out. I'm not gonna say too much and get too much details, but my mom took care of us probably to the age of 10-ish, whatever, and she told us we were on our own after that because she wasn't gonna do it no more. So I heard tell this little short story how me and my brothers and we're going around the city of Chicago picking cans and everywhere. So me being successful, going through medical school and all that is that my mom?
That's you.
Okay, so if that's your mom, then when your kids are successful, it can't be you.
No, I'm talking about for what they are now. What they are now. Again,
But isn't that, I will say that could possibly be a loaded question, because could it possibly be, and I'm just going to just shoot this out there, your success can also be in spite of your mother.
And like my son's failures can be in spite of me. If
Y'all
they
not
go
gonna,
and do that.
y'all not gonna like me, but I believe it's all genetics and luck. Like for instance, for instance, there are some people that are born with anger issues, right? I don't know if it's a chemical thing. I don't know what it is. I'm not obviously a scientist, whatever the case is, right? And there are some that just don't have that issue. But I hate to say this. If y'all just said, and I heard y'all, and I make sure I press record, and this definitely does save. I store it too. It said y'all just said I failed as a parent if such and such and such and such didn't happen, and if they do this and that's failing, right? Y'all literally said that. So if y'all can fail, then y'all gonna take the credit when y'all succeed. If your child does fail, that is your fault. Wouldn't you agree?
Not no grown up.
That's true.
Aaron, what I'm saying is that it's not the way you're looking at it, like it's mutually exclusive. It's not, right? Because to the point that I think MRM is making, and what I'm trying to highlight is that if he takes them on the right path, right, and they succeed based on his guidance, then he can take the credit. But if as he's trying to take them on that right path, they decide, you know what, screw that, we want to do this instead, right? He doesn't have any credit to take, but it's also not his fault that they went against his guidance.
No. You cannot say you failed as a parent if your kid talk back to you. You cannot. Trust me. I follow all logic.
So where's the flaw in my logic? Because I'm trying to understand.
Well, the flaw in your logic is I'm not arguing that perspective. See, I'm not arguing that. If that's how you want to condense the conversation to meet that threshold, I won't argue that. I'm literally saying I heard people get on here and say, man, my kid talking back to me. They even think they can. I failed as a parent. Well, that means that's under your leadership that they learn to do that. So just in the same context, if they fail in other aspects, that's under your leadership they learn how to fail. Okay. Therefore, go ahead.
Aaron, for the record, I agree with you, but I'm saying what MRM is saying though is not mutually exclusive. That's what.
Yeah, like I mean, everybody heard that story about the prodigal son. You know, he went on ahead and wanted to just do his own thing too, despite what his father taught him. But then the Bible ended up saying when he came to himself, then guess what he did? He returned back. He see that what he tried to go do on his own didn't work. Dad, you were right.
Yeah, but he came to it on his own accord.
Yes.
So therefore, he fixed his own problem.
So life taught him a lesson. He went out and went against how his father taught him to be, and it didn't work out how he expected it. So if they go out and try to do their own thing,
my dad told me to sell drugs, right?
Here we go.
So no. Look,
which drugs, Aaron? Which drugs?
No, not my actual dad told me that. I'm just using
I was gonna say, what the
fuck? Q, you're gonna have to mute Aaron. Save him from himself right now.
No, I'm saying. I'm saying if my dad taught me to sell drugs, right, and that's his lesson he taught me, right, and then I tell y'all, yeah, my dad taught me that, right. And you gonna say, well, yeah, you supposed to look like, no, what do you mean? Just no. That's not how it works, okay? The point of this conversation is
What
you
a
get all
race.
the blame, but you get all the success. You get all the, but you get all the blame too. I don't like how parents love to give the halfway out, jumping in, jump rope, like halfway in. It's kind of my fault, but you your own man now. You an adult. You can't blame me. It's like, no, stop taking credit if you're not gonna take the blame for failure. I don't think that's fair.
You're absolutely right.
No, so
Aaron, you're
let me jump in
absolutely
here
right.
real quick. Let me jump in here. So culturally, that is absolutely correct. So I'm the type that I don't like when people keep saying that the children are grown. Yes, your children are a certain level of grown where they can go out on themselves, even start their own families. But some cultures believe that you don't ever let go of guiding your children, no matter how
Facts.
old they are. I'm cut from that cloth. Like, I'm literally cut from that cloth. My father doesn't have any reason to speak to me like I'm still his child, but let me misrepresent his family, his last name. This dude's showing up on my ass and will treat me as such.
Facts.
And it's that continuing, not fear, but understanding in my head that this man is here to guide me, and he will show up and turn into that man from when I was 16 years old cutting up. And that keeps us guided. Like, never in my life do I want to misrepresent his name, because he will pull up on my ass. Right? So that's the same way I'm gonna be with my child. It's like, you grown, but remember who you represent. So I'm gonna take, so if, and I say that to say, if they do mess up, it's still on me.
Really,
it's still
bro,
on me.
That's leadership.
Really, it is on you, but I mean, and I get what people are saying about, the ego and stuff like that. It depends on how you looking at it, bro. Like, if you're a true leader, you take responsibility for everything around you and your environment, period. No excuses, good, bad, failures, all of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But some of this stuff, if we just being, honest, some of this stuff is God's grace as well, though. You definitely got to give God credit for a lot of stuff that, your parents may have failed at, didn't equip you with, and it was just by God's grace. You weren't there at that particular point in time where everybody went to jail or where everybody had this or that happen, and you just weren't there. So you definitely got to give God credit, but I don't think you can take full credit. I don't think any man, depending on your faith, can take full credit for the way that things unfold, especially if you have faith and you know how this thing actually works, bro.
I don't think parents get no credit, but that's just what I stand by.
No,
Yo, Aaron. So Aaron, if you say
This one right
Aaron,
here.
if you think it's wait, so Aaron, if you're saying that it's just genetics and luck and whatnot, right?
Yep.
Then how do you explain the very visible, obvious difference that we're highlighting here between, let's say, Americans, right? American kids versus, let's say, Nigerian kids or some kids from Kenya or Jamaica or whatnot. Like, there's ways, like I said, there's ways that I've seen kids talk to their parents in America. I'm like, God damn. Like, to me, I mean, it doesn't even make sense to me. Like, it's hard for me to compute how they were even able to get those words out their mouth to say to their parents, right? So if you're saying it's just genetics and luck, why is there such an obvious difference, across, especially when you compare Western cultures to non-Western cultures?
I could answer it, but go ahead, Aaron.
But I'm going based off of what Aaron said.
I know you're trying to. Well, the thing is this. When you look at that, right, you could argue there are many kids that have succeeded beyond their own parents, right? In the sense of, even what their parents taught them, they did not go with that. Like, oh, my parents taught me to do this. I did not do it. I was like, hell no, I'm not gonna do it. Some people just some look. I understand environment has some dictate and influence over you, right? But I've seen people in an environment, in lieu of their parents, say, man, I see them guys selling drugs on the corner. I'm not gonna do it.
Can I use myself as an example? Because I'm about to go. And you all know I'm an open book. So my son, proud moment, my son just tested gifted. So even though he's in 8th grade, he tested at a 10th grade level. So proud, so happy, excited. But if you look at his grades, C's, D's, and a few F's, because he hates doing homework. Of course, everybody's saying he's bored and lazy, blah, blah, this. So I am investing in putting him in a private school, paying tuition next year so he can be covered. So do I take credit for him being gifted? But if he chooses not to do the work to have his grades match his IQ, is that on me or him? Even though I'm doing everything I can to set him up. I'm getting men to talk to him. I'm about to put him in this school, punishment, take his games away, positive reinforcement. He don't like doing homework.
Have you had the conversation? And I'm just asking, have you had the conversation to kind of dig into his psyche a little bit to try to understand, is he able to connect the dots between doing the work and how that manifests itself in his life?
Absolutely. I've had his dad has talked to him, my dad, couple brothers in the community. The principal of his high school spoke to him. He just said, Mom, school is just useless information. I know everything. Why do I got to do homework? I already know the stuff. He just doesn't see the benefit. He just
He's
don't
not challenged. He doesn't feel challenged. But that's the point.
Wait. I don't think. So you might want to look into this, Amber. Right? I mean, obviously, I'm not a doctor, so I can't diagnose this, right? But I'm dyslexic, and one of the things that now you wouldn't notice unless I tell you, right? Because I've been able to, over time, learn how to, build frameworks for myself. But one of the ways that it manifests itself is that because I had actually similar issues in school. Like I was in, AP classes, honors classes, right? And so I was getting, 4s and 5s on my APs, but I was basically not doing my homework, right? I hated doing homework. I didn't even want to participate in the classwork. But my teacher, specifically my AP Calc teacher, she actually noticed she noticed that I would do well when it was like in class exercises, like I would like ace them. But then when it came to homework, actually for the entire year, I turned in two homeworks. I'm not making this up. The entire year, I turned in 2 homeworks, right?
That's my son. In class, he will pass tests with flying colors.
Yeah.
He will fall asleep in class, but when he gets home, he will not do the work.
Yep. So that's the reason I'm saying this is because as you were describing this, it reminded me of myself. So I'm just saying you might want to consider. Obviously, don't pre-diagnose him, but you might want to consider just getting that checked out because if he does have some kind of learning disability, and learning disability sounds bad, but it's actually not. Like there's actually positives that come with it, believe it or not. So if he does have one of those, it's better to know it so that he can actually learn how to deal with it rather than it becoming like a barrier for him. So you might want to check that out.
Okay.
But he probably just don't like.
You know what? I've taken a calling just at someone who's taught at the collegiate level. I had a colleague that said, stop calling learning disabilities, all learning disabilities, that word. Call them learning style deficiency, meaning school is only taught one way in the U.S. And it's actually worked for boys to learn in that way, right? So he's just not going to adapt to that learning style because it's terrible for him and his style of learning. Where if you literally switch that learning style, whether it's auditory to kinesthetic or something like that, he'll be number 1 in the whole damn nation.
Trigger Mike, what you just said is exactly how I had to learn when I got off to college. Kinesthetic learner. I have to feel it, have to touch it, have to have a visualization of it. Otherwise, I just can't read it and then try to if you talk to me about cells and all that, I had to see it, had to touch it.
This is what I teach, nursing courses and all that. This is what we call, we got a saying, the best nurse is actually the C nurse. Everybody think the nurse to get all the A's. No. The person that's getting the schoolwork done, that's cool. They never pass the clinicals. I'm sorry, they're not the best person at the clinicals. It's usually the person that might have struggled a little bit with the didactic work, get them to start drawing some blood from the body and putting their hands on these patients and manipulating stuff. And if it's a dude in that class, he's probably the best one.
What's it called again? What's the phrase? What type of learner?
I'm a kinesthetic learner.
Can you put that in the back chat?
Hey, Amber, one more question for you real quick. Does he, do you notice that he has issues? Like if he's taking a test, right? Does he have issues where in terms of like time pressure?
So like he has an IEP. He's considered on the spectrum of ADHD. So with his IEP, he doesn't have a time limit with testing. He gets extra time to turn in his work.
Okay, so I would say like the ADHD stuff for me, I'm skeptical on that stuff, but specifically with the when it comes to like the learning disabilities, again, I'm not a doctor, but I'm just speaking from my own experience with this. That's one of the issues that I used to face is that, again, like my AP calculus teacher, shout out to Ms. Varsanik, she used to actually give me extra time to take my, especially when we were like taking the in-classroom tests. And what would happen is like in classroom tests, like I would ace them. Like if the moment she gave me extra time, I would ace them. But what would happen is if it's time box, let's say we only have like an hour. What I would do is I'll basically like, for the first like 10 minutes, I'm just staring at the paper. And then for like the next 40 minutes, I'm like, going through it. and then the next 10 minutes after that, I'm just staring at the clock because now I'm just like the anxiety kicks in, and I can't. Basically, it's like it's paralyzing. Like it's paralyzing. So you have to learn how to cope with that. But again, unless you know what issue you have, you don't learn how to cope with it. So that's why I'm saying it's actually very important to, like, I wish I had known it earlier, but I didn't, which is fine. Like, you know, it's turned out really great for me. But I'm just saying, like, if you can figure out what the specific issue is and put your finger on it, it actually will benefit him because you could start building frameworks. And if he's dyslexic in particular.
I'm sorry. I'm learning through that whole experience because they gave him an IEP when he was young, like 6, and I realized later after that that's what they do with our Black boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the ADHD stuff to me, I mean, a lot of these people, a lot of these schools and teachers, they diagnose everybody with that, right?
And the reason why is because it brings us money.
Yeah.
Okay. As someone who has ADHD, I don't know why you're skeptical about that, because she's literally what she just described about her son is exactly what I went through. So ADHD is not skeptical; it's a thing.
I'm just saying I'm skeptical about it, Ingram. I'm not saying it's not a thing. I'm just saying for me personally, just because I saw so many kids, I saw so many kids be diagnosed with that.
Okay, so then, like, watch this. Dyslexia, I'm skeptical about that.
That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just highlighting my experience for her, given what she was describing, because it aligned a lot with what my own experience was. But I'm just I'm just speaking from my own perspective.
Check this out. Check this out, Amber. I'm gonna tell you what his problem is. What his problem is in school is he learns a lot faster than everybody else. And it frustrates the hell out of him that he has to sit through the bullshit while the slower students have to be explained over and over again. That frustrates him. That's one thing that probably frustrates him. The other thing is, I know why he doesn't do homework. He doesn't see a purpose in it. He doesn't see a point to it, right? And the reason why he doesn't see a point to it is because he has a higher comprehension level. So it's pointless to him. But if he does work in school, he gets decent grades. He's not going to get the best of grades. Like if he was put to a challenge, like say for instance, like I would get B's and C's and sometimes D's or whatever. It just depends. I would never do my homework ever. I could pass the test with no problem, right? And the only time that I really got challenged in school is when my sister looked at my grades and said she was smarter than me. Then I had a challenge. So I'm like, oh, you think you're smarter than me? Now I'm going to do all of the work and get straight A's, which I did, right? But the problem is when kids like him are in schools that is just like, I think Trigger Mike said it, all schools teach the same exact way. And you're probably doing him a great service by putting him in a private school. Because when I was actually in Detroit, my father had me in a private school. I did phenomenal in a private school. But when I was in public school, I hated it. You feel what I'm saying? I absolutely hated it. So that might actually help him. When you have ADHD, it's hard to focus when you're bored. You know what I'm saying? And public schools are fucking boring, like really boring, right? So when you finally have something that challenges you, you know, and then that's when your focus kicks in or whatever. But if he does have ADHD, he's gonna have highs and lows. He's gonna have peaks and valleys where he's super productive, and then he's gonna have times where he's not as productive or whatever. So yeah,
I appreciate.
Go ahead, Amber. I'm sorry.
No, I just said I appreciate this because it's definitely been a struggle.
But I tell you what, though, when he becomes an adult, he's gonna kill it. Trust me.
So Amber, here's what I'll do for you is I got a few books that I'll send you the books just so you could like check them out. But basically, I just want to point this out to you, right? So when I mentioned the dyslexia, again, a lot of people have the wrong concept, the wrong idea, I should say, about learning disabilities. They think it's like, a lot of people think about it like it's this terrible thing, right? And sure, there's a lot of negative ways that, for example, being this dyslexic affects me. But typically, if you actually look at the research, you'll find that a lot of people who have certain learning disabilities, they tend to actually have either higher IQs, right? Or also they tend, like, even if you're like, you have some areas, right, that you have challenges in, and then you have other areas where you're basically way above average and actually in the top percentile, compared to most other people. So it's something that I think that's why I'm saying it's good to do research on that and read as much as possible on it. But especially with the dyslexia thing, like for me, it was such a game changer when I found out that, because I knew the issues that I had, right? Like I knew how it felt. I understood that there was something bothering me, right? But I didn't know the name to put on it, right? But once I knew what it was and I was able to do research on it, and then I was able to start building frameworks around how I move and whatnot, I mean, it literally changed my whole life. So, it's something that's definitely worth looking into.
Yeah, this is part of the reason why I give parents no credit, right? There's like a 9-year-old that got accepted to Princeton, right?
Wow, yeah.
There's just nothing you can do to tell me that his parents had anything to do with that. Nothing.
You trolling, bro. You're
Trolling,
joking,
yeah,
right?
Aaron, trolling. Look,
You're joking, right?
Hold on.
They did.
I'm dead serious. I don't listen.
No, you're not.
Hold on. If your parents ain't go to Princeton and you 9 years old and they give you a full scholarship to Princeton, ain't nothing you could tell me that the parents got anything to do with that. He was gonna be great regardless of that. Now I will.
How did this child get to the world?
You say
that's not what y'all know. That's not what he means, bro.
Look, that I really don't believe
bro.
that parents
even if they didn't play a major role, they played some role. I'm not just talking about just him being.
Well,
here,
I agree with that. Life plays an influential role. I agree with that. But I'm saying there are some parents that can break children. I agree with that. Then there are some children that can help make children. Yes, I agree with that, right? But it's limited, right? Because in general, there's no way you can tell me that parent, when you hear about these genius kids, you're like, God damn, he been accepted to every goddamn school. He 12 years old, yada yada. There's no way you can tell me for parents that didn't even finish high school that had this child can convince me that they did
I
that.
knew you was gonna say it. And let me take this one. Let me launch this one, y'all.
Right now, like Amber, if you're still
there you go, take it.
Like Amber, if you're still watching, just like right now, I heard everything they said, but I'm thinking about an ice cream float right now. I'm not even really paying attention to these niggas.
I should be thinking about ice cream float based off of what Aaron just said.
But what Aaron is saying, he's talking about aptitude. That's why they call these things aptitude tests. You're born with a certain aptitude. Now you can develop skill sets and things like that, and you can acquire knowledge. But aptitude is innate. That's what he's speaking to.
No, that's not the whole. This is just a layered topic, bro. It's not exactly that, because you could have somebody that has the capacity or the aptitude, but if they're in an environment that covers that up and makes them feel inferior mentally, then they will not perform. So
but I agree.
Hold on, just hear me out. No, it's cool. You have to cultivate an environment for that, and that's what I was gonna say about the 9-year-old. He's obviously in an environment that has been cultivated for him to be successful. Now, whether they're doing it to the best of his capacity, maybe not, if they didn't graduate or whatever you were trying to say. But they're doing it in a way that allows him to explore, doesn't limit him, and all of those things. And just being 9 and being able to go into college, there is an unlocking of his thought process that has not been held back or held down, regardless of those limitations of his parents.
Just to piggyback off what Thinking Man said, just remember that Donald Trump graduated from Wharton Business School. Okay, so
what
Thinking Man just got done saying is like one of the things I say to a lot of kids I talk to. I always say this because I think a lot of parents do this. I always say, don't put your limits on me based off of what you were incapable of achieving.
But look,
that's one of the we have a limitation to when kids can start school, a limitation to when they can drive, but yet at the same time, we know that they're very well capable of doing it.
But Thinking Man, would you agree to this? What you said is very true. But if you took an average 9-year-old who didn't have that same aptitude and gave them the same supports that you gave that other 9-year-old, we would have to agree that the one with the higher aptitude would perform exponentially better, right?
I can't, given the same environment, and yeah, if we're just only controlling for aptitude or capacity or intelligence, that type of thing, then yeah.
which means that there's something innate. Without that innate thing,
no,
that wouldn't be
No, because
Sean,
the reason that fails is because there are no situations in life like that to where it exacts out an equal like that. You know, where somebody of equal intelligence, of equal environment, it's just not realistic. It's not possible, bro.
Wait, I don't know if you said something different than what I said. I said somebody who's born gifted, or what we would call a genius.
Mm-hmm.
If you take them and you give them the exact same supports as you give a kid who's not born that way, the kid who was born a certain way, born with that ability and that genius, would excel exponentially more, right?
No, yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is those situations are not possible. Like there is no way for you to actually create an environment in reality like what you just described.
How not? What you mean? I don't get it.
Because it's impossible to, like, you would have to be God to create that scenario.
No, that's not. I'm saying these two kids exist. Parents have a set of twins.
No, I completely understand
one is
what you're
gifted,
saying.
one is not. Right, but I'm saying that if we're controlling the environment, set of twins, right? They're in the same household. They have the exact same upbringing, same parenting, same support system. If one is gifted and the other one is not, the one who's gifted is gonna be a 9-year-old going to college, and the other one is not.
I can't say that, because you can also make the argument that the genius who's been told he's a genius since he was a child, X, Y, and Z, is lazy as hell. And the one that was told that they were a C student, let's say Angry Man, who is motivated by being challenged. That kid does not have the same capacity, but he's hella motivated to prove everybody wrong. So he might be motivated differently in that same environment and do way better than the genius because the genius was lazy.
Let me tie that in. Let me tie that into Aaron's thing.
Thank you, man. I think you're a little off on this. I think Sean is right. I think if you think about it in like generally speaking, he's right. I mean, sure, if you think about it in terms of edge cases, like maybe there's scenarios where what you're saying is true, but generally speaking, I would say what Sean is saying sounds more correct to me.
No, I said, I understand that, but and that's why I said from the very beginning, it's an impossible situation that you're creating, because then where are the examples of this proving itself out in real life?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying this is theoretical. Oh, my bad, bro. Go for it. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, let me tie this into what Aaron was saying, to where he said it's not the parents. So most of y'all probably heard last month there was a 9-year-old Nigerian kid from Pennsylvania that graduated from high school at 9 years old. All right. Every time I read some shit like that, it's not surprising to me. I looked at his last name and said, this kid is Nigerian. Of course, it's his parents that did it, because that Nigerian people are STEM people. I looked at what he wanted to study in college.
Fuck out of here! Like, you sound insane.
Yeah, you trigger Mike.
What are you talking about?
No. Hold on, I can't even let you finish that statement.
Let me finish?
No, I'm not gonna let you finish this statement. No, based upon what you just said, all Nigerian children should be all phenomenal. Every last one.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm Nigerian too.
You said parents with no education. My parents have no education, and yet all of their kids have master's degrees. It's the exposure and the environment they created. They did not want their kids to be a people of no education.
But it's not just environment. It's a number of factors that play into that. You could have two parents that are morons and they'll produce a fucking genius. It's not like you cannot factor for that.
But that's the point that I was making.
Though. Right. And I think, you know what, one thing I can speak to that on is, like, for instance, when we started medical school, there was 50 of us. And by the time we got done, I think we finished in our class, graduated with 23. You know what I'm trying to say? So all of us had the same environment, the same teacher, the same professors, but as time went on, things got weaned out.
Mm-hmm. But are y'all saying exposure doesn't matter for your kids?
No, it definitely
he didn't say that.
He said that.
What are you guys talking about?
That's not what he said. That's not what he
said.
Not
look. Here's the thing: when you look at life, right? You look at a person. Like, for instance, let's say, for argument's sake, you had the ability to clone somebody, right? So let's say I clone Trigger Mike, right? And let's say that everything about this clone is exactly like you, right? Even that clone is not going to be the same as you, because it can't live the same experience that you live. It's going to have different circumstances. It's going to have different things that happen to it. It's going to have different reactions. Like, you can't factor for that. You can't say, okay, well, I know for a fact that if I raise this child in this environment and put these books in their hand and put them in this school, that they're definitely going to be a genius. You're not going to be able to do that.
That's the point that I was making.
So
You-
I'm not arguing.
That's a different point.
I'm
than
not
what I was
arguing
saying.
against that. What I'm really talking about, especially when we talk about some of these cultures like Asian, Middle Eastern, and Africans, they just have a certain propensity to push one thing. So it's not that every kid is going to turn out that way. I'm talking more of the likelihood. Right. So
I think in this case, I just say he's gifted. It's gifted. I think he's gifted.
Well, let me try this.
Yeah.
Let me try this, right? I'm trying to get you to understand the isolated factor is trigger Mike. Who you are will be experienced by all your children. So you are who you are, right? How they respond to who you are all completely different.
Oh, I understand that for sure.
So that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, but you're gonna be who you are regardless. But
No, I
they're
understand
going
what
to
you're saying on that.
respond differently.
But that's what I was saying, Aaron, about each child being different. And as a parent, it's your job as far as being a leader. If you have multiple kids, you have to figure out, because that's what I was asking Amber, or was working towards, what is your child motivated by? Angry Man was able to figure that out and hone in on that, and really focus and make it turn him into a success.
Well, Angry Man shouldn't be able to figure that out. His parents should have to figure that out for him, based upon the conversations we have.
But no, legit, I don't disagree, and that's the point that I'm making. You have to actually sit with your children and actually and have conversations in depth and like walk with them through situations to understand what makes them tick. You have to understand your children, because every child in that same environment is not going to.
I'm saying,
I'm gonna tell you
there's
something.
children. I'll be quick, AM. There's children. They got the worst parents, and you meet them, you go, "God damn, how'd you do it? God damn, how'd you do it?"
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. I just think. Go ahead, AM.
No,
but those are anomalies, though. Just for the record,
those are outliers. That's what I was going to say. Those are outliers.
I don't really think that though.
I was gonna say with Amber's situation, she's already ahead of the game because she actually gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
There's nothing worse than when you're that kid, right? And because you don't learn the same way that everybody else learns, or because you're bored, or because whatever, people just automatically assume that you're stupid.
Yep.
Or that you're you're being lazy, or that there's all these negative things that they'll think about you, and it fucks with your self-esteem.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? But then when you have somebody, like, the crazy thing is, if I would have been brought up probably in my father's house the entire time, I probably would have been all right, because he recognized it. Because he said it to me one day. He's like, yo, you can't skate through life. He knew I was slacking. He knew I was like on some, I'm bored, I don't want to do this, blah, 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 blah. He knew that shit, right? But if you go to a school where it's crazy, because when you go to a public school, and y'all know this if you ever went to public school, they have a certain way they do things. And if you don't take to those things like a fish to water, they look at you like you're fucking stupid. And the kids that do take to it, they will call them geniuses. And it's not necessarily true, because that student that took to that will grow up and work for you.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's crazy, because with Amber's situation, at least she's honed in on it, where she's like, okay, what do I need to do to, facilitate the right environment for him so that he can flourish? Like, so he'll be in good shape. You feel what I'm saying?
But that's what we going back to, a parent that is creating and cultivating an environment for their child to thrive, no matter whatever their style of learning is. Being that type of parent to figure it out for your child, because they can't figure it out for themselves just yet.
Yep.
That's your role. That's what you're supposed to do.
She created a nice support system.
Actually, this goes against what Aaron was. I think it does, or what Aaron was saying, which is like, I do think the parents actually occupy a big space there, right? Because if you think about it, a lot of children just have different learning styles, right? And there's a lot, and especially given how the public school system, for example, how they teach kids. But I'll give you an example, Aaron. My little sister, I remember when she was doing geometry, and she needed help with her homework, and I was helping her out, and I was like, damn, why are they teaching her this stuff this way? And I sat down with her for like a week, and I taught her, like, because for me, one of the things that I do thrive at is like understanding patterns with numbers and whatnot. And so I taught her different tricks on how to do the math quicker and also how to understand it intuitively. And she came back and said, I actually understand it better the way you taught me. Right. So for me, like, that's a lesson right there. Like, okay, with my own children, I want to make sure I pay attention. What's their learning style? How can I make sure I tailor whatever their the educational material is to their learning style? Let me try to figure out what's the best.
Let me try this then. What if a kid tell you, I don't want to learn, I don't want to read, I don't want to study? It's dumb.
They're probably still telling you. They're probably still telling you something, right? Again, that a lot of that might be their learning style. Like, for example, I don't want to go too much in detail. Like the way that dyslexia affected me in a very specific way, right? I don't want to get into it, but for me, it made me feel like I didn't want to do certain things, right? It made me feel like I didn't want to do certain things. But on the opposite end, like, I was better than most of my classmates on a lot of things, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, in fact, when Eric Ingram was talking about challenges, my issue, for example, with math was the opposite. Like, a lot of concepts, we would do, like, 5 different lessons on it, and I already got it on like the first 15 minutes of the first lesson. I'm not exaggerating. Like, I already got it by that point, and the rest of it just felt like a waste of time to me, right? So, but I again, if I didn't have, because I didn't know the issue that I had, even though I was excelling in some ways, I wasn't able to see that because I was so focused on the things that I sucked at, right? The things that I wasn't thriving at.
But here's the crazy thing. You said you showed your sister a certain way to do the geometry. Now imagine being in math class and you figured out a way to solve a problem in a faster way, and then the teacher chews you the fuck out because she wants you to do it the way she taught it.
That's exactly how it happens. It happens like that for my daughter.
Let me say something to what JB was saying. So, Aaron, you asked the question, what if the kid comes up to you and tells you they don't want to learn? That's actually something that kids struggle with all the way up into adulthood. So I taught a class called Math Fundamentals to reintroduce nursing students to fundamental math before they got into pharmacology classes. All right. I would ask on the first day, who is afraid of math? Like damn near half the class would raise their hand. They hadn't been in math in years or whatever. If a kid tells you that, ask them the inverse question. Ask them, do you want the opportunity to feel smart? And would you take the opportunity to be the head of the class? If they say yes, then they're telling you the same. They're scared, right? They're basically saying, I don't want to learn because I don't have the opportunity to feel smart or be the head of the class. Now, after I went through Math Fundamentals, taught everybody how to break down the problems, here's the shortcuts and everything, I asked at the end of the class, who likes math now? Whole class raised their hand. So when they're telling you they don't want to do work, they're saying they don't have the opportunity in the class to feel smart. Every kid wants the opportunity to feel smart because the teachers just tend to pay attention and over glorify and pay attention to those kids who do well. And they all want to feel like that.
Mike, when you were teaching that class, with that in mind, do you feel like you cultivated an environment and were attentive more so because you understood that dynamic existed with some of your students?
Yeah, indeed. That's for sure.
And see, that was the issue when I was in college. I had a bunch of foreign teachers. They were Indian, foreign professors. And you talking about calculus 1, 2, 3, differential equations. You're talking about physical chemistry, talking about physics, because I was a chemistry major. And they don't give a shit.
Nice.
They're going to run through all that shit. They don't care about nothing. You better go fill in the blanks. They're not slowing down for nobody.
And you can't understand a fucking word
and you can't understand the words. And what you just said is so important, bro. No, it's true. What you're saying, bro, is so important because a lot of people didn't get a chance to feel smart. They didn't get those small victories to give them more confidence because it's like this. If you don't get that shit, you just don't get it. They say you should have learned it before you got to me.
Hey, Sean.
That's because it's cookie cutter. That's
Sean.
What's good, bro?
I wasn't a chemistry major, but I know that cocaine is heavier than baking soda.
That's real talk.
No, man. I mean, it's kind of interesting that we kind of it's kind of interesting that we kind of hitting on this because that's something like what we're talking about tonight is very interesting. I think it's very beneficial as well because when we mentioned earlier, Trigger Mike, I think you was the one that brought up too that kinesthetic learning. I had no idea what that was, and not only that, I'm one of those people that I have to stand too. Like I got to stand and rock. So I would get like stuff presented before me and I would read it. And then when it came time to taking the test, it was like bombing it. And so then when I went to tutoring, the teacher would put these models in front of my face and then I would ace it. So then he was like, I don't get it. In class, how are you not getting? I don't know. I say, because whenever we talk about cells and mitochondria, I don't even know what that is. I mean, I'm reading it and I know what the functions of it, but I don't know what it. And so when he showed me pictures of it, I'm like, wow. When I seen the picture of it, and then I got to touch it when we take a test, especially we talking about being in medicine, I need to see a picture of it. I need to know what it feels like, the whole 9. And once I did that, by the time we got done, I missed a 4.0 by a point.
So is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that when you talk about cultivating an environment, everybody has a different learning style?
So, indeed.
And there are some colleges that recognize it and will actually try to teach you based off your learning style.
No, there are some charter schools.
But this is my question. So how many people are left behind, so to speak? Because the environment was not created for them.
Boys, like the largest group of boys.
But look, to just be able to figure out your learning style.
That's
you see what I'm saying? Like that, because everybody up here, like if you think about it, everybody's speaking to their ability to figure out what works for them. But if you always moving in a terrible environment, you got certain things going on, you don't even have time to sit still in a lot of cases. So how are you able to learn? If you don't cultivate that environment, how are people able to sit still long enough to know themselves? And then when you have a family of parents that are making a certain price point that have to work around the clock, then you have a child left at home or in certain environments unable to figure it out on their own because they're too young to do that. So you have parents that are preoccupied with certain things. They cannot give, that information to their child. So then it just creates this cycle, bro. And it just keeps going on and on.
It's because it's
credit to the parents. Zero. I'm gonna repeat this again, right? Y'all ever seen a kid, right, that you're like, man, they got anger issues? You think their parents taught them how to have anger issues?
What you mean? So wait, say that again.
Depends on what the parent did.
They might have.
Say that question one more time. My bad, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm okay. You've seen people say, man, my kid is good as hell. I ain't never had to whoop my kid. I don't know the way I grew up. We was bad as hell. But my kid good. My kid's real quiet, like real not like kind. Like I know my kid don't cause trouble. So if there's school call, I know it ain't them, right? Then you'll see some kids bad as hell, right? And they like, man, your mama's so sweet. Why are you so bad? So I'm trying to figure out how we can attribute all these things to parents, which I ain't giving them nothing. But if I give them something, it's very little. Why do you think kids can turn out that way with one with an attitude, one without an attitude, one nice and kind, one guy that y'all would say is a demon? Y'all have actually seen kids where y'all like, that little kid's a demon. Where do you think those parents have to teach them to be that way in order for that to occur? Or you think it's genetic? And if things are genetic, right, we have to understand when something's genetic, that means that individual creature, human, whatever you want to call it, their ability, right? Their ability to be responsive, their ability to understand is theirs. Theirs. You ain't getting no credit because they have that unique ability.
No, cultivation.
Aaron, you're tripping, Aaron. Like if you can sit here and deny like what Thinking Man was just describing, right? It's actually what Thinking Man was just describing is so critical, right? Because again, the number one issue right now in the educational system is that it's cookie cutter, right? It's cookie cutter. And it's meant to fit everybody in the class. And guess what? Most teachers don't really pay attention to each child individually to even notice if they could be helping them in some very specific ad hoc ways, right? So if you as a parent, for example, can actually tune in, right, to your child, like really tune in and try to figure out each learning style for each one of your children, right, and try to cultivate that. You cannot tell me that will not have an impact, bro. Like there's just no way you can't tell me that won't have an impact. There's no way.
But cultivation has a positive connotation associated with it, but it also can be negative. You can cultivate negative behaviors as well. So
that's true.
When you ask the question of how is one kid this way or that way? Yeah, your mom might be sweet and that might be her temperament. But the environment that she creates at home is one that lacks discipline and structure and order, and how you ought to conduct yourself and all that kind of stuff. So
now you want to know. I'm not trying to stir the pot here, but do you want to know what directly coincides and correlates with children doing worse in school?
Yeah,
increased hours of their mother working. See, the funny part is that mom used to be available to check homework. Mom used to be like, all right, it doesn't work on paper. Let me go get the blocks. Here's 10 blocks, take 6 out. Moms increase their work schedule. And yeah, I'm not blaming moms. I'm saying moms are literally the first teachers of the child.
True.
No matter how you look at it, they're the first teachers of the child. Now they're too tired to do that. They're too tired to do the reading, the nighttime reading, and all that stuff. So I think that's kind of a terrible trade-off we got, with women working more.
So look, there's another thing too. I think sometimes we want to attribute it definitively to one thing, and we can't do that. Right. It can't just be parenting, because one of the biggest issues I learned at like 24, right after college, I started working at an after-school program on 40th. I don't know who from Chicago, MRMU from Chicago, 40th and King Drive. So that's when the projects were still up, the Ickies were still up, and all the projects were still up. One of the biggest things that we realized real quickly was that we were probably the most positive thing that they encountered throughout their day, the 4 hours that they were with us after school. You know what I'm saying? They was getting in trouble all day at school. When you get home, literally, and this is no exaggeration, a lot of their parents were pieces of shit. They would, they could smoke weed with their parents. Their parents were still selling drugs. They were still out, doing a bunch of goofy shit. So a lot of times they were more heavily influenced by their peers, by what they heard, by what they experienced outside of the household. So by the time they got to the house, and especially if the parents were working out, a lot of hours, they were only around their parents for 2 or 3 hours a day. And they may have just been in their room during that time. So they may have been minimal interaction. So we can't assume that it's all the same in every crib.
90% genetic. I give the parents 5%, and then the environment the other 5%.
Yo, Aaron, who hurt you? Who hurt you, Aaron?
I don't know. I don't. The way look, I'm not saying I'm right. Clearly, we all can differ. The way my brain works is just when I see people interact, and I see parents, I see families, and I'm just watched, and I'm a watcher. You guys, I'm pretty sure you guys are as well. I just watch things and play, and I'm like, there's absolutely no way you can convince me that parent that it had anything goddamn to do with that outcome of that damn kid.
So Aaron, you don't think your environment shaped who you are?
I think your environment always shapes who you are, but I think it's upon your genetics and how your brain works to respond to that environment, because we can have the same people.
I'm finna ask you another question, a follow-up. So where does genetics start, and where does environment start, and where does it end?
95 and 5.
That's a deep question. Ooh, that's a question.
So
I'm with you. Obviously, I believe an environment can destroy anybody. Like, let's be clear, we can die. So let's be clear. I know there's an environment that can destroy, right? But I'm just saying, all things being neutral, right? I believe genetics are the primary reason for people understanding of the world and how they respond to the world. I understand influence, right? We can influence things, but there's too many times.
It's the other way around, bro. It's the other way around.
Yo, Ken, what you're not understanding, Ken, is that, Aaron's dad, made him sell drugs. So this is why he's so pissed right now. This is why he's so pissed.
No, I'm saying I think it's the other way around, bro. I think that your environment cultivates all of your behaviors and your capacity.
Yeah.
I think your environment is actually the most important. Genetics plays a role for sure, but I think that your environment cultivates that.
No.
That plays a bigger role. You put a
I'm
genius
not
in a
fighting
certain.
that, but the problem is we got 6 kids growing up in the same environment, and those 6 kids get 6 different outcomes. They respond to the world 6 different ways, and that's what I'm saying. The one thing we can control is certain variables. Thinking, man, this is my house, I run this. Let's just use a Nigerian family because they the greatest families of history, right?
As long as you fucking know, okay.
And they home. This what dad said, and this how we have to do things. He ain't about to change it around just because I'm a girl and this that. This is his rules, right? Because my house follow my rules. I ain't changing nothing, right? So they're going to get the same variables, which are their parents, right? Now, that's going to be a lot of the environment. Of course, when you go outside, there's influence, et cetera, et cetera. But how they respond, whether it's with anger issues, whether it's, man, that child's really easygoing, et cetera, is genetics to me. And I think that's the starting point for how they impact the world, right? I think the genetics is the most important to the outcome of individuals.
So Aaron, how about this? Aaron, how about this? Explain, if that's the case, explain tiger moms and their results. Not just tiger moms, but their results.
What the hell is a tiger mom?
I have no idea what the
I don't know what that is either.
I thought you were talking about Tiger Woods.
Okay.
What's a
So there's
tiger
this
mom?
concept
Like
in
the
the,
animal?
there's this concept in the Asian community where like they call them tiger moms, like the moms of a lot of these Asian kids, because just because of how extreme they are. Like they're pretty extreme in terms of just how focused you got to
Micromanaging.
be on your education, and I mean, they can't even, a lot of times they can't even play video games. They can't, I mean, they literally just, their education is number one, and that's your focus, and that's all you do, etc.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so they have that name for
I'll
them.
meet you there. I'm not. See, listen, I'm not talking about people that have like that can read something and then transfer that to a paper, right? I'm telling you, I've been around people when I'm amazed at how their brain operates in this world. Their ability is bigger than 99% of us that can go to school, do 1 + 1 is 2, and so I'm talking about these people are second level genius. I'm not talking about how regular people, yeah, we can push anybody could go to follow these rules. This is how you do math, et cetera, right? Those are not the people that see the world differently. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can literally put those people in a robotic environment, and they're just following the process of life. You're talking about people that's put them on the path. I'm talking about we're next level thinkers.
They don't understand what genius is.
I'm having a hard time expressing it, so I'm obviously
they think that when somebody is able to go to school and follow the instructions and regurgitate shit, they think that's genius. That's not what Aaron's talking about, y'all.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree. I think, but when you think about like Elon Musk, he had it still comes back to cultivating an environment beyond even the capacity of the people around you. They're just constantly trying to push you forward and forward. That's what I'm saying. So geniuses, can y'all give me a genius that, and I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but can y'all give me a genius that grew up in an environment where it wasn't cultivated, where he was held down and told he wasn't smart and all that kind of, or she wasn't smart?
You gotta have a friend like
Jay-Z.
No, think of me. You gotta have somebody that you know personally. You just amazed.
Sean Carter. I almost said my last name. Damn.
Nah, bro, but I mean,
this Sean.
Shot over here, Trey.
I was about to say my last name. Look, I wouldn't split the difference.
Ben Carson.
Aaron, you said genetics. Thinking man, you said environment. Dig this, right? I got kicked out of high school at 14, right? They let me back in because I was too young to get kicked out. And I went to Morgan Park, MRM. Got kicked out again at 16 because I was still wilding.
You were special.
Right. I got kicked out again because I was, that's my neighborhood school. I'm from that area. So I got kicked out again when I was 16. I set out for a year. I just sold drugs. My grandmother sweet talked me into getting into what they call a bad kid school, or we would call an alternative school. What happened, my GPA was 0.6078 for public school. When I got to the new school, the quote unquote bad kid school, they start your GPA over. When I got there, it turns out they call you scholar. They take you on college tours. And before you knew it, even though I was still selling drugs, I was on the honor roll. I ended up graduating valedictorian and got a scholarship to college. So I went from selling drugs. Well, I did get shot in the meantime. So that's kind of what made me, just really start selling drugs. So I went from, within 6 months, I went from cooking up crack, and I'm just being honest, to being a chemist, getting paid from NASA within 6 months. So do you attribute that more to being genius or whatever, or, genetics, or to the environment being cultivated?
Well, to be honest, you was a natural chemist from the very beginning. You had some foundational principles. I'm just saying. Hold on, but I'm saying if you had the foundation and the capacity to do that, obviously, right? But what was cultivated? Then you went a different path, bro. You see, like sometimes your environment, your specific set of skills were specific to whatever was going on in that environment. And when you were able to get out of that environment and into a different one, you use those same skills to do something different that put you in a different position.
And that's
that's the same thing, Angry Man, with Jay.
Can we?
That's the same thing Sean Carter did.
Can we establish something? Because Dynamic and Lil Podcast are saying that Jay-Z isn't a genius. Let me tell you something. You cannot be born and raised in Marcy fucking projects and become a goddamn billionaire in a fucking lifetime without being a genius.
Facts.
Like we got to stop this shit, bro.
So I have this saying, right? And I'm very, very specific about this, right? And I've said it before, so you guys might have heard it, right? There's the Walton family in which they inherited money from their father, etc., for his abilities, right? If somebody is a billionaire and they are so what we would call a self-made billionaire, for however you want to, they are smarter than everybody else on this planet. They are literally in a area of their own. They are smarter than everybody else. You cannot become a billionaire on accident. It is impossible, right? So
can't say that, bro.
I know you don't believe. When
I
you
mean,
ask,
what you saying is facts.
It is not. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Wait. No, let me make my point. The only part I disagree with, right? I can't say just because of your ability to generate revenue, it makes you extremely intelligent, but it doesn't mean you're smarter than everybody else.
Okay, listen.
But
Hold
that's
on. Let me go. Hold on. Wait. I hear you. For you, see, you talk about just revenue. In order to generate that kind of revenue, you have to be beyond intelligent. You have to know how to listen. You have to know that, hey, I know I need, listen, to be Mark Zuckerberg, I know I need to get lawyers for this. Like, bro, it's another level and it's hard. Listen, I even understand it's hard for me to understand it. But you can't ask no billionaire, what can a kid do to be like you? He's going to lie and say, work really hard. Because what he really should say is, I'm pretty much smarter than almost everybody else on this planet. Me and a few bunch of other people, and I can't really give you a better answer than that. We're smarter than everybody. And I know it's hard for people to believe that because we always tell people, oh, well, no, people are not just smarter. They just know they are on a whole another level unless you inherit money.
Yo, Aaron, I don't even think it's hard for people to believe it. I think the reality is a lot of people don't like the idea that there is a hierarchy. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right? And so just having to accept, listen, there are people out there that are just 10 times, maybe 20 times, maybe even 100 times smarter than you. It just is what it is, right? It just is what it is, right? Because like Aaron said, it's one thing you could say, you become a millionaire, right? But once you reach billionaire level, there's no way you just accidentally walk into a billion. Whether it's some shortcut that that you were able to figure out, or some product that you were able to build, or there's something about it. It could either be intelligence, like in terms of just aptitude, or it could be intelligence in terms of creative genius, for example. But there has to be some level of genius there for you to reach that level.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But I'm just trying to get y'all you have to be able to acknowledge that there are different intelligences, though. That's all that I'm saying.
I agree with that.
Okay, and that's all that I'm saying. Bro.
Here's the thing, though, right? One thing that I think we do a poor job of, generally speaking, we wait until we see the outward manifestation of the thing until we acknowledge a person's genius. Like Elon Musk was Elon Musk before he created Tesla. He was that guy. He probably was working on that for 10 years, and he had that genius level aptitude long before we knew him as Elon Musk. And that goes for the great thinkers that you can think of, even the ones who didn't become a billionaire. There are people who are straight geniuses and they're still working towards that thing.
Okay,
but they're genius.
Let me say this to the people in the chat room. You don't have a fucking clue what genius is. The fact that y'all are sitting in the chat room trying to look for fucking qualifiers and saying, oh, well, Jay-Z's a creative genius, and genius is relative, and it just shows that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Genius is genius, no matter where it is displayed. That's why it's genius. It's when a person is literally a unique individual to the point where it would be astronomical to find another person that had similar circumstances and got the same outcome that they got.
That they obviously don't get that genius is genius. And there's different levels of where you're genius. We got mathematical geniuses, all kinds of stuff. For me, with Elon, what I see him as a genius is a genius manipulator, right? That's what I see. With my understanding, he has the engineering background. He can do it. But
is that not what an engineer is?
No, Dynamic.
I'm not arguing.
Here's the thing, Dynamic. The only reason why it seems like I'm arguing backwards to you is because you're a fucking moron. That's the only fucking reason. You're stupid. And see, this is the problem with society. The problem with society is stupid people don't think they're stupid. You're fucking stupid.
That's funny. But
So
Aaron,
Aaron, let me ask you a question, Aaron, real quick. So when you look at somebody and they become a billionaire, and you automatically say, well, that person must be a genius. Where does the actual line start? Is it 1 billion, 900 million, 800 million, 700 million? Where's the actual line at that once you cross that line, oh, you're a genius?
It started when he was born.
That's my contention.
It started when he was born. It has nothing to do with it. It's not that he became a genius because he accumulated a certain amount of money. The reason why he was able to get to that level is because throughout his life, he made certain decisions that someone who is a genius would not have made.
Someone who is a genius, someone who isn't a genius.
Someone who isn't a genius, someone who isn't a genius would not have made those same decisions.
So I know what podcast is. He has a hatred of money. So let me make it clear.
I have nothing to do with that. Please not today. Please not today.
I will leave you alone.
Listen, here's what happened, and we can.
And yo, dynamic. Check this out. Check this out, dynamic. Stop looking for fucking confirmation bias from raggedy bitches who also don't fucking like you. Because at the end of the goddamn day, if you haven't got the fucking I got, you need to shut the fuck up, homeboy.
No, so listen, when Jay-Z's name first came up, right? The only thing that was said is you can't come from where he came from and get to $1 billion and not be a genius. That was the only qualifier y'all gave. So if you want to give other things now, I'll accept them, but just understand where my questioning and my response is coming from was because the only thing that was mentioned was billion. So that's what I'm saying. Where does it start? What dollar amount does a person's network hit where you say, yep, that person's a genius?
The person doesn't have to look. It's not about. Look, here's the thing. When Aaron says you can't get to a billionaire without being a genius, it doesn't necessarily mean that a person has to become a billionaire to be a genius. Does that make sense?
It does. Like
Basquiat was a fucking genius, but he never became a billionaire.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? Van Gogh was a fucking genius, but he never became a billionaire.
I mean, every man, JP Morgan. JP Morgan, he bailed out the US government. And when he died, his net worth was like 80 million.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
When he died, his net worth was like 80 million. And he literally saved the US government at one point.
Yeah. So it's certain dudes, it's certain people in general that display genius, but genius it comes in so many different forms.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? Like for instance, like most people, like if you say Andre 3000 is like there's people that'll say Andre 3000 is overrated as a rapper, but they don't understand why people give him the props that he give. Like what most people don't understand is like Andre 3000 when he's rapping, a lot of times he's rapping the way a person writes musical notes. So you know how you write musical notes and they have certain keys or whatever? He raps that way. So his genius is displayed in music, but if you don't understand how to write music, you won't recognize the genius. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't think y'all answering his question though. I would say it's not necessarily about when you reach this like amount of money. No, we can't do that to thinking, man. I would say it's not that once you reach this amount of money, that's when you've crossed that line. I think it's just the fact that they're able to get to that point in the first place, right? It's essentially the fact that they're able to get to that point. That's in other words, like when Aaron is saying, like once you reach that billion, he's just using $1 billion as a marker. That's it. It's just as a marker, right? And in fact, and when you think about it, like I saw some people in the comments talking about, well, is Rihanna a genius? Yes. Yes. Like, yes. How many people with Rihanna's background in the entertainment industry, etc., that has accomplished what Rihanna has accomplished? Like, you may not want to say it, you may not want to admit it, but she clearly is something above most of her peers.
There's a
Clearly,
running
obviously, based on her results. You could even with the Kardashians, whether you like them or not, whether you agree with their politics or not, and the shit they do, guess what? They're fucking geniuses.
Hold on, wait. No, hold on. It's on. Hold on, Tom. God damn it, JB, you done went too far. Like, hold on.
IQ level.
Hold on, JB. It's only one person that's a genius in that crew, and we all know who it is.
Hey,
talking about the mom?
Exactly.
Hey, JB, check this out, bro.
Right, but their net worth is all attributed to their mom. Like, I'm not.
And that's who they just a beneficiary of their mom, bro.
Okay, fair enough.
JB, check this out. There's a running joke in my freaking crib, and I've been saying this long before Rihanna became a billionaire. I would always tell my wife, I said, yo, that fucking big head yellow chick is unstoppable. I would always say that shit. She's fucking unstoppable, bro. Every time she dropped a fucking record, the shit just was it just took the fuck off, right?
People always shocked when I say she outsold Beyonce. They always shocked.
Bro, Aaron, here's a simple example, right? And I know we don't like to use these examples, but in this case, let's use it. Rihanna, as far as I know, is the only one. Well, I guess Janet Jackson too, but I think Rihanna was like dating one of these Middle Eastern billionaires, right?
Yeah, the Saudi prince or something like one of those.
Yeah, again, just the fact that she's even able to not just get access like that, but actually get that dude to take her. I mean, sure, it didn't work out, but I'm just saying, like, even on that level, for her to be able to reach that level, right? Y'all gotta understand, it just takes a next level of genius. I'm just saying.
So
like,
maybe you would consider it a strategic genius. Some of these people by aligning themselves in certain ways, or executing to a certain degree.
I think she's smart. I think she's actually smart. Like, Rihanna doesn't strike me as somebody who's actually not smart. She's actually very smart. If you listen to her, she's actually very smart. I know we may not want to admit it. I'm not saying you, Sean, but a lot of, especially in the manosphere and whatnot, we may not want to admit it, but she's really smart. It's okay to say that.
So just to frame this properly, we're saying, because I agree, that there are different types of genius. We have to be more expansive in how we look at the word genius, other than somebody's just like got a 2 million, IQ. That's basically what we're saying.
No, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is genius is genius. It just displays itself in different ways. You feel what I'm saying? Genius is just genius. It's something that just it's hard to fucking describe it, but when you see it, like, I don't know if most people can recognize it. Like, I can tell it, I can see it. Like, if I see somebody doing something and just the way they go about doing it, it's like, holy fuck.
Yeah. So
nobody's ever done that before. You know what I'm saying?
This is my problem with what I'm finding with what you're saying, and it might be off, but it's kind of what I'm hearing. So let's say we say somebody is a genius at writing lyrics, right? Okay, and then Puffy takes some of those genius lyrics and raps them and makes $1 million off of it. So Puffy's a genius.
So
$1 billion makes $1 billion off of it because he's right there at billionaire status, right?
Yes. So his genius comes from his ability to manipulate the world and the people around it, right? So like, I have to be able to identify talent, right? I might not be good at this, I might not be good at this, but if I have an ability to outsmart everybody in the room, get everybody to do everything I need them to do, and I become insanely rich because I'm that much smarter than everybody else, yes, that would put Puffy as a genius.
On top of that, though, what's genius about it is being able to recognize other people's strengths and putting them in position to build an empire, to build something that is an overall huge machine that generates and creates success. So it's different. Some, if you read certain books, it's called a mastermind, right? So if that's it is what it is. So like, you see what I'm saying?
You know what?
Hey, let me blow. I'm about to blow this. I'm about to blow this shit up real quick, right? Hold up, Angry Man. I'm about to blow this shit up real quick because I know people gonna get upset at this comparison. Okay. Compare Jay-Z to Dame Dash, right? Dame Dash has a lot of ego, He has a lot of ego. He's a very, proud man, and I'm not mad at him for that. But it's very obvious that there's a reason why Jay-Z is the one who's winning.
Yeah, because
It's very obvious. Like, we may not want to admit it, but it's very obvious that Jay-Z is the one that has the level of intelligence that it takes to actually be able to, like, almost like a chameleon, like move within industries, within domains and whatnot, and figure his way out in terms of how he adapts and whatnot. Whereas Dame Dash, he has a lot of ego, and he has a lot, like, Dame Dash could talk forever about, how he's the one who put so and so on and whatnot. But look at him now, and look at Jay-Z. Right?
I think they made different decisions though. Like when if you listen to Dame's interviews, he talks about not being willing to play the game. He didn't want to. He wanted to do it his way. He didn't care. He gonna speak his mind. He didn't care how nobody felt. And I can't say that he's not a genius. I could also say that he could be a genius because he is. Most people are unaware of the system. Most people are just actors, not directors, right? So when we talk about manipulation, first of all, to even get to where Dame was and to still be having success the way that he's having it, I would say you could argue that he may be more of a genius because he's doing it in an unconventional way, bucking the system, and still successful.
And you know what? Let me support what you just said. Thinking, man. Think about this. Think about this, right?
I'm just giving a different thought process behind. Because if you fall into the system, which is what we're talking about kinesthetic learning and how you have to figure out your strengths and weaknesses, all that, and you're just playing outside of the box, constantly playing outside of the box. Can you say that Jay, at this point in his career, is playing into a box? Because we know when you get to certain levels that, man, all right, I'm just
real quick before you go off, what's Dame Dash net worth? Because I don't know what it is.
I mean, none of us know what it is. Like, you can't.
I know, but, get somewhat of an understanding.
You cannot Google. Can y'all stop this?
I know, bro. I know. I know.
Can y'all stop this shit?
We gotta have a conversation.
Aaron, give him $100 million, which is more money than more than 90%.
Dame Dash ain't worth no damn $100 million.
Okay, I'm just saying, give it to.
Don't do Dame like that.
He ain't got $100 million.
No, he's making an example.
But here's my question: was he ever?
Y'all are conflating things. Okay, nobody's saying Dame isn't a smart guy. Nobody's saying Dame isn't extremely intelligent, but there's a difference between intelligence and genius. There's a difference, huge difference.
Yeah, I think so.
There is, but let's think about this, right? Think about what Thinking Man said. All right, so say the Wright brothers, right? They're credited as the people who created airplanes, right, on flight. Now, what if there was a person? What if Angry Man existed, and Angry Man had the initial idea, but Angry Man couldn't execute? Who would be the genius? Would it be Angry Man or them because they got credit for doing it?
The word "can't" does not exist for genius.
Right. My point is that you could have genius. The person who saw that opportunity or saw that thing that didn't exist, maybe they couldn't execute it.
Here's the perfect.
Well, it's like Bill Gates being a genius. I mean, he thought about the microphone, but he's not the one that actually put it into fruition.
Here's the perfect example. How many of y'all saw the movie The Founder?
There you go, being a black man.
Yeah, Mickey D's. Yes, sir.
Okay, the McDonald's brothers were very intelligent, especially the one that came up with the whole system and all of that stuff. But Ray Kroc was a fucking genius.
Yeah.
So I think the way we
I didn't see that movie.
I think the way we work,
it's worth seeing. Thank you, man. It's worth seeing.
So listen, there's a hierarchy, right? And this is simplified. There's smart people. There's really smart people. Then there's brilliant people, and there's geniuses. I think you guys are like, you looking at Dame probably at just a level below genius. He could be considered brilliant, but he's not a genius.
Here's my problem with that.
I don't even think he's brilliant.
Here's my problem.
Qualify
that can all be the same person.
How to level the hierarchy of
but
it.
Look, that can all be the same person. Look, anybody we're calling a genius, literally for the rest of their lives, before the moment we acknowledge that they were a genius, they could have been all those other things you said, and then they came up with that one idea, that one concept, it worked, and then we identified them as a genius. Yeah. So it's hard to say if somebody is a genius or not until we know.
Or Sean, hold on real quick, Angry Man. I'm sorry. Wait, Sean. Or they made a lot of money, right? And then they read a lot of books from other quote unquote geniuses on how to invest that money to make more money. And then they did that and it worked out. And now we're calling
You're
them
not gonna make a
No,
billion off of reading books. You're
bro.
not.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
You're not gonna
It
make a
doesn't
billion
work.
off reading books.
Look, hold on. The people that tell you, the people that are really good with reading books, they're acquiring information. Now, what makes you a genius is being able to put that information to use and executing. But just reading a book and thinking that, that does not work.
Well, I'm gonna need every one of y'all on this panel to stop describing me.
Hey, angry man, he taking your role. That was the most light skinned shit I heard all night.
Yo,
this light skinned God up there, man.
Like,
That's his job.
This is what's making this a frustrating situation, because y'all are conflating things. Like, when you look at someone like, say, a P. Diddy, right? And you say, well, P. Diddy took somebody else's beats, or he took somebody else's this, or he took somebody, or he did this, or he did that. My question is, who the fuck else did that, and who did it at the level that he did it?
Yeah, there
okay,
you go.
so this honestly, nobody, right? Nobody. Let's say nobody, right? And because I'm a P. Diddy fan, bro. I never try to knock him. I was just using him as an example. But let me ask you this, Eggy man. Would you say that there's basketball genius? I'm talking about just like who?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Michael Jordan would be a basketball genius, right?
Yes.
Okay. If that hadn't translated into 6 titles, would he have still been a genius?
But it did.
I get what you're saying.
No, you got to qualify.
No, that's an important question. That's an important question.
I mean, no. Wait. So we're not saying that we're not saying that it's a determinant, right? We're not saying that like you need to reach that level to be a genius. We're just saying it is a marker, right? So like if somebody like reaching that level, it is a marker. So you don't just reach a level of, like, for example, P. Diddy, right? A lot of people look at P. Diddy as a vulture, et cetera, right? You could call him whatever you want. But guess what? The ability to manipulate people and your environment, right? And to get better results than most others, that's actually a form of genius, whether you like it or not, right? Now you may think you may not think it's morally correct or whatnot, but guess what? He has the ability to manipulate people to get what he wants out of them, right? To get the results that he's been able to get, right? To build the businesses he's been able to build. He has something that most people cannot do that. Most people cannot go in a room.
So can you say that about people that make?
But here's the thing about genius, and this is what most people don't get. Geniuses typically don't give a fuck about morals.
Nope.
They don't. And the reason why is because when you have a certain level of intelligence, when it comes to the social norms, you don't give a fuck about social norms. You don't. You may pretend you do to fit in, but in your heart of hearts, you don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, see how quiet it is right now?
Nah, I can't.
Because I don't believe you.
I'm trying to process.
I know you don't.
I don't believe you.
I know you don't.
Nah, because if you.
So how do you explain the philanthropic nature of people who are would be considered geniuses?
It's
if
bullshit.
If they don't care about morals, why are they seem to be so philanthropic?
It's two things. It's PR in Texas.
Exactly. Thank you. Say that shit.
That's all. It's PR in Texas.
So once again, it comes down to the genes for manipulation. I'll take y'all word for it on that one. I ain't gonna lie. That makes sense.
So are you saying that all geniuses have no morals?
No, what I'm saying is geniuses are at a level of intelligence where they realize that shit is pointless. And so what they do, typically the ones that actually care about fitting into society, is they pretend.
So do you think that why do you think that? Let me ask that question. Why do you think that? Why do you think geniuses don't care about morals?
I don't think that's what it is.
Do you really want me to answer that question?
No, I sincerely do, because I'm legit just trying to understand your position.
No, think of it. I think what it is more so that people who, like, generally speaking, if you've ever been around like really smart people thinking, man, we don't even have to go to geniuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, like you don't give a fuck what other people think.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
just
saying,
off of that alone, like you don't care what other people think, because there's an aspect of it. There's an aspect of it, right? That's just okay. I hate to say it like this, but like, let's just be honest, right?
Yeah.
Most people are beneath you. So why should I care about your morals and your ethics and your like most people? So when you look at it from that lens, again, it we don't like to say these things out loud, but it's true.
No, come on.
Right?
I agree.
Like you
I
think
see what
do
you're
you
saying.
think Elon Musk cares what the average person thinks about him?
No, but I guess what I'm saying is there's two different things being said, right? I don't care about your morals, but what I'm saying is that being a genius doesn't mean you're moralless. You may have
It is not.
your own specific morals that you adhere to based on your core foundational principles, and that also you stand on that and don't care what nobody else
Right,
thinks.
exactly.
But you still have morals though.
And that's part of the reason. That's part of the reasons why geniuses excel higher than the average person, because the average person believes that shit matters, and geniuses don't, so they are able to take advantage.
But AM, this is why I disagree with you, right? Think about it, right? You said Hove is a genius, and I can agree, right? Hove has morals, more morals than most niggas in the game, bro. And he's been rapping about it for 20-some years.
I don't know, bro. I can't say
So you saying Hove believes in snitching? You saying he believes in that? Because that's a moral.
Again, I'm gonna say it again.
Not snitching is a moral.
I'm going to say it again. Yo, in the 48 Laws of Power, 48 Laws of Power states very clearly: think the way you like, but behave like everybody else. Okay. The reason why geniuses are fucking wolves in sheep's clothing. Geniuses pretend to be like everybody else to fit in, because of the simple fact that when you start displaying certain behaviors or whatever, that's when the people come with the torches and the pitchforks. So what geniuses do is they adopt certain social behaviors in order to fit in. But where you see geniuses excel, right? Where you see them excel is when it comes time for them to handle business. Just sit back and look at the way they handle business. Just sit back and look at any genius and look at the way they handle business and look at their temperament when it comes to that. And you'll see who the fuck they really are.
Is this a Jay-Z convo?
No, it's just a general
No,
convo. But we talking about Jay right now. Right now, we just talking about Jay at this moment.
Well, I think if he was such a genius, he would have learned how to make better music. I mean, his music is terrible.
You just don't like Jay-Z. That's all.
I think his music is garbage. I've never understood his music at all.
Well, guess what? Guess what, Patriarch? Guess what? If
plenty of other rappers in New York better than him.
Let's say for argument's sake that you're 100% right. You know what kind of genius you would have to be to make crappy music and still become a billionaire?
Jay-Z.
That's funny.
I would have said something else, but I don't want to get the channel taken down. But it starts with J to make crappy music and still be a billionaire. But I don't want to get the stream taken down. But yeah, I never liked his music. I felt like even in terms of New York, I felt like there were much. I think he's a lame, and it's a lot coming from me. If I call you lame, you're pretty bad.
Here's a good example. Here's a perfect example, because I'm glad Patriarchy came up here right now. You could say that Patriarchy is moral because he has a religious belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Patriarchy is also a very intelligent dude, right? Does Patriarchy give a fuck about anybody's feelings?
I'm sure there are people whose feelings he gives a fuck about. Absolutely.
Yeah, like my grandma, my mom, people like that. My sister, some of the time.
And that's my point, AM. My point is that when we act like there's like not a shitload of morals. Just because they're amoral in certain situations.
Why are you in your car right now?
I'm out handling business, bro. I'm a businessman.
You
know what I'm saying?
What kind of business are you conducting in your car at this time of night?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, man. I got a lot of businesses.
Don't be honest.
No, I'm serious though. I got a lot of businesses, man. So I be moving around.
I hope you're out there doing the right thing.
Yo,
I'm a real legal businessman.
He's doing
bro.
chemistry.
Nah, man, I'm a real legal businessman.
No, he's not a street pharmacist no more.
But what I'm
Fuck
saying,
that shit,
like,
Sean. Do the wrong thing.
if we made a list of 100 things that we consider morals, right? You know, none of us would agree with all of them. None of us would align with all of them, but we would align with some of them, which means we're not amoral. We
Are
can't,
those
by
club
definition, be
crackers
amoral.
that you're eating right now?
Yeah, practical.
Really good crackers.
Practical absolute, bro. Morals are a part of social norms. Like, cut it out, bro. Like, we get it. You go to college, bro. We get it.
In Memphis, by the way, which means not really high
But wait a
bar.
minute, Angry Man, let me ask you this question. So we said that you did say that there's such thing as basketball genius, right? And we said that Michael Jordan is a basketball genius. Have you ever known, because in Chicago, I can say this, it's probably going to sound like I'm like being facetious, but I'm not.
Hating.
In Chicago, we knew guys, bro, that played visually as well as Mike, right? I'm talking about Moody Bible Institute, Lakefront, Men's League. We're not talking about no guys like me, 5'8". We talking 6'4", 6'6", 6'7", big country, thick, strong white guys and black guys. And we knew guys. One guy we call Black Jordan. My man, I swear to God, the nigga built everything, like walked everything, bro. It was crazy seeing this growing up, because he would just come to the court and he would just embarrass everybody, bro. It didn't matter. When he came, they made the kids get off the court, right? So the grown men could play and try to stop this guy, and he was just unstoppable. So my question directly to you would be, is it possible for you to be a basketball genius and it not equate to NBA success or millions or billions of dollars?
The genius is what actually separate. The genius is why your homeboy is not Michael Jordan.
I would argue the drugs is why he ain't Michael Jordan, but go ahead.
Okay, but guess what?
Right.
See, and we're talking about choices. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Choices. So when you have a person that's doing certain things and you look at their life, and we all know hindsight is 20/20, right? So when you look at somebody's life and you look at every step that they made, you know, and you say, well, damn, yo, this motherfucker's been killing it for X amount of years. Like, he just seems like he's making the right decisions, or circumstances. Some people call it luck. It just seems like the right circumstances, like the stars are aligning and it's falling in place. To me, that's genius. To me, the dude just has an innate ability to make the right fucking choices.
Yeah, which is what I said in the chat originally when you responded to me and the other guy, was that I didn't necessarily see Jay as what I would call a genius, but I definitely seen him as a skilled decision maker. Decision making is a skill within itself, right?
Here's an uncomfortable.
One sec, JB. One sec, JB. Podcast. This is the most important thing you have to understand about geniuses. You must execute. You cannot be a genius if you don't execute. They understand so much of the world that they in. They know how to execute. So when you
what do you mean by execute?
I gotta disagree on that one.
Like when people talk
I'm
about
going
ideas,
to wait. Because
like
I'm going to bring Basquiat back up. That's what I'm going to do.
Talk about ideas, like, oh, this person had this idea first. This person had this idea first.
You brought up Basquiat?
No,
you really been listening to
Basquiat, and I'm saying I'm going to bring him back up right now to argue against that point that Aaron is making. That's why I said, what do you mean by execute? Right? Because
I mean, he did paint us little crappy art, but
right. The thing is, though, you can.
I'm sorry, Angry Man. I'm not a fan. Those two, like Jay-Z, Basquiat, they're both. I don't get Jay-Z. I don't get him. I just think he's a lame. I think he's the Brian Gumble of rap music.
Wait, what did you say, Sean?
I also brought up Van Gogh.
Okay, I'll give you Van Gogh, but he didn't see his potential. Are we talking about post death greatness? Because we got Van Gogh, we got Karl Marx, we got Jesus Christ. There are plenty of people who didn't reach their greatness until they died.
But then there are plenty of people who never reached their greatness. So what if you?
Yeah, those aren't great people.
No, but think about it, right?
So are they geniuses?
Hold on. So the kid is 9 years old, right? Let's just say his parents
sound pretty bad already.
Right? He's 9 years old, right? And y'all say he got accepted to college, right? So he's already a genius.
let's just say something happens and he ends up in the foster system and his life goes left. That doesn't mean he was never a fucking genius, bro.
What do you mean it goes left? So
If
the
he's
foster
a genius,
system. You didn't do your schoolwork.
No, sometimes your circumstances dictate where you can go.
Well, first off, like, he could have been too much of a genius. He couldn't save his parents from death.
Man, it's crackheads walking around out here that will
Here we
think
go.
circles around us. No, seriously.
The magical crackhead argument. They
being
love the
serious,
magical crackhead story. How many times have we heard this? I know a guy in my neighborhood that was about to be better than everybody, and he got no crack. Like, I'm just tired of hearing that shit.
Listen,
Eric, I'm being really serious.
You cannot be a genius and call yourself.
I think we're blaming crack too much.
Right? I think the statement visionary a lot of times is just a statement that people who can't execute use. Like, you just can't execute. That's what it is.
Better.
But go execute.
Let me ask you a question.
What annoys me about this conversation is it's like fucking Syndrome from The Incredibles. It's like everybody wants everybody to be regular so that everybody can feel comfortable about being regular. There's motherfuckers out here that's not regular.
But most people are regular.
Most people are. Most people definitely are. But the problem is most people are uncomfortable with exceptional people.
So
I disagree, but
that's a fact.
I'm not saying
I agree. No, I agree with that.
There's a reason for that. It doesn't exist.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you.
That's why they like Jay-Z.
I'll be real quick. There's
Makes
a reason why they're uncomfortable, because the exceptional people, like you said, the wolves in sheep clothing, did a phenomenal job by making everyone believe they're all a part of the same system.
Yep.
That's the reason why.
Aaron, the other thing too is that I think a lot of people they analyze the stuff from their emotions. So like here's an uncomfortable example of a genius, right? George Soros. Okay. That man is a fucking genius. But see, because a lot of people don't like him.
And apparently immortal.
Hold up, right? A lot of people don't like him, so they will not want to. That's funny, Angry Man. Like, a lot of people don't like him, so they won't want to admit that. But if you actually
multi-billionaire,
if you understand the story of George Soros, you're like, this man. He broke the Bank of England, right?
Facts.
He made $1 billion in profit in a matter of, I forgot how many days. $1 billion. He just off of one short sell. Okay, one short sell, he made $1 billion. And then if you look at the trajectory of every decision he made after that, I mean, this man, it's almost like he's a psychic. Okay,
he is very smart.
It's almost like he's and then even when you look at his influence on politics and you see how he throws his money around, right? Like, obviously, if you're intelligent, you know George Soros is not actually a leftist. Like, in terms of he's not actually a leftist. But one of the things he understands is he understands how to use politics as leverage.
It's like that freaking.
He understands how to use politics as leverage, and so he's actually been able to turn all this money that he has into like this huge amount of political power for himself.
Yo, it's like that joke that Bill Burr told about freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Where he was like, Jesus Christ, I go to the gym and work out. Nobody cares. This dude comes to a country where he doesn't really speak the language. He works out, becomes famous for working out. Then he decides to become an action star, even though he barely fucking speaks English, becomes an action star. Does he stop there? No, he's going to run for, like, he marries a freaking Kennedy. Then he runs for public office. And he was like, no wonder he screwed his maid. Like, the dude's been killing it for the past 20 years. Like, just every decision, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
can you remind me what military his grandparents fought for?
Oh, you know which one. That's why. Look, that's why they try to pretend they try to say, "Oh, he's from Austria." Like,
yeah. So was some other. Yeah, exactly. So was somebody else we know.
Hey, what's Austria next to? Like, let's stop it.
Aaron, we got a problem, sir. I'm gonna drop your address in the background. You got my wife calling me Dr. Evil. She said I ain't got no sympathy.
Oh, I didn't know she watched my show, bro. I apologize. I did not know.
She said I ain't got no sympathy. She called me heartless.
Man, I'm a shoot, man.
We got a problem, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Be me and you.
You're a genius.
I want to ask a question. and I want to send this question to JB because he brought up George Soros. What do you think was the motivation behind him giving away so much of his money?
Here we go.
You talking about the I think it was like 30 something that he committed, and I think he already gave like 15
Is he
billion
part of
away.
the billionaire pledge?
Yeah.
No, it's not the billionaire pledge. He's doing his own thing, like where I think he committed to like give away like 30 something $billion, and then he's already given away like 15, I think, or somewhere along that.
Yeah, he don't want to die with the money. I mean, that's.
I mean, there's different reasons why people do this stuff, right? So usually the easiest reason is PR and taxes. That's the easiest reason, right? It's good PR and it's good for their taxes. Obviously, in his case, he's up there in age, and so a lot of these older rich people, right? They use it as a way to leave, like that's their form of leaving a legacy. Is I'm gonna donate all this money and I'm gonna get some buildings with my name and some statues and some extra shit, et cetera, et cetera. So I haven't really looked deeply into why he's doing it, but I don't think it's just just out of the kindness of his heart and shit like that. It's not. I mean, as much as we want to convince ourselves that's what it is, like he has his own motives to why he's doing it.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the kindness of his heart.
So what is the point you're trying to make? Why do you think he's giving it away? Podcast?
So patriarchy, because you went to a school that
True.
I highly respect. I know you know this. Sometimes there is no point. Sometimes people are genuinely asking questions because they're interested in the answer.
Well,
I
disagree. Well, the thing is, I somewhat disagree with the whole him not giving it out of the good of his heart. I think that there is something out there that makes billionaire people give their money away. And it's not the government, because if you look at
just out of curiosity,
the charities that we have in this country, like where do you think museums come from? Like museums.
Just out of curiosity, patriarchy, you said you disagree about him giving out of the kindness of his heart. Which heart are we talking about?
Patriarchy. I want to
podcast. The fact now that right there, my friend, was genius timing for a joke.
so let me meet you right there, patriarchy. The thing about all these charities, right?
Everybody keeps saying taxes.
No, look who runs them. Look who runs these charities and how they feed money into the people that are ahead of these charities. Like they literally, this is how they pay back people indirectly. Oh, you have a charity over there? I'll donate to your charity. This is how you okay.
The thing about when we look at Rockefeller, let me be okay. Yeah, you can say Clinton, but they still lobbied and stuff like that, right? When I look at somebody like Rockefeller, right? When you add up, I think somebody came to these people because they're like, bro, you have way too much. I think that some people make so much money that the banking infrastructure can't. You keep shaking your head. You're not even going to let me finish.
Don't respond to me shaking my head. I'm on mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I can hear you talking too. So but let me say this, I can just hear, when we look at how much Rockefeller gave away, when we look at Carnegie and how much Carnegie gave away, when we look at all of these people wanted to help. And I think that billionaires and rich people are some of the most giving people out there. I know you're laughing. I know this is me sounding crazy. The way that they have an appreciation for the arts, right? I'm big into artwork, right? I'm big into and you still don't want to do the art thing with me, art reviews. But art, the way that they preserve it, the way that they preserve universities, the way that preserve the things in America that make no money, like the way that they just preserve the next generation. I don't think America would have been what it was if it wasn't for like Carnegie giving all his money away or Rockefeller and all the stuff that it went to.
Patriarchy. Your first mistake in that statement, patriarchy, is assuming that they actually give two fucks about art. It's just a way to park money. Like art is just a way to park money. That's all it is.
For the record, patriarchy, the reason why I haven't pursued the idea of the art reviews is because
you got like 4 more channels now.
Nah, I'm trying to maintain my reputation. I'm gonna get emotional. Like I went to the freaking, like, I'm dead serious. I went to the freaking Van Gogh exhibit and got fucking emotional, bro.
Is it in America or did you go to Amsterdam?
No, they had an exhibit here in Raleigh where they did like a sort of like this 3D exhibit.
The Van Gogh
Oh yeah,
experience.
they got it out here too.
Yeah, they
bro.
got that. I went to the one in New York.
It's really
It's
cool.
like it's almost like a light show a little bit.
Yeah, and like the part where you go in the
Sean
room,
said he went to that.
The part
absolutely.
The part where you go in the room and they show all of the paintings and stuff, like, because I'm an artist. Like I got emotional in that motherfucker. I ain't even gonna front.
Yeah, I see that as, because I'm kind of with you, patriarchy. I'm with you in the middle. What JB said, somewhere in the middle. I think there's some there's no such thing as balance, but just somewhat of a balance to it. But I have to tell you, you really think
it's
about
maintenance,
it. You
said
what?
You don't think it's maintenance?
So the way I look at it is, you have to understand when it comes to art, it's ego, right? Because when you're a billionaire, like, okay, you got money, I got money. Now, what can I get that you can't get? All right. And when you look at art, right, there's limited pieces and areas. We both can buy yachts. Let's just say we both got 10 billion. He get a yacht, I get a yacht. Now what? But when it comes to certain art pieces, extremely limited.
Give me a piece of art you would buy if you had 10 billion.
Aaron, that's
I know none of you have class. Nobody on this panel has class. Give me a piece of art.
I would buy Starry Night.
Okay, what would you? I would buy a Fabergé egg. Now, when we talk about the Fabergé eggs, right? It literally is history. This is history that you're buying here, and I'm telling you, preserving all these. It's funny because I'm talking all these. We're talking to black people, right? And they're like, oh, all the people that we was kings and all of that type of stuff, and we had all this history. Yeah, but you had no billionaires to preserve your artwork. Like, most of your artwork doesn't exist.
They're not they're not preserving the artwork because they value the artwork. Listen, art is just a means for them to park their money. That's all it is, right? Now, all the other things you're mentioning are just those are just side effects, bro. Those are just side effects, because you got to realize once you have that much money, you need somewhere to park it. You can't just put that money in a bank. So if you can pay, 15 million for a piece of art, that you just park 15 million in that piece of art, and then you get all these other benefits that you're mentioning. You get the ego and whatnot, but you just found another place to park some money.
That's why I said I'm in the middle.
Well, let me say this, right? When you start looking at the foundations, like the Rockefeller, I forgot the name of Rockefeller. I'm telling you, bro, it's more complicated than just. I'm all for the conspiracies. I'm all for, well, these people, they're just doing it because they want to find some way to get around the system. They could use their money to change the system.
I think they give it away because they don't give a fuck about. I think they get to the point where they have so much money that they don't give a fuck about it. Like right now, if I'm out and about and I see somebody that's homeless, I'll give them $100 because I don't give a fuck about the money, right? It's just like, it's not that I'm invested in them. Like, oh, I know if I give them this money, they'll be able to eat tonight. It's just like they're right there, and I've got the money, so it's like, here.
Okay,
go look up the Rockefeller. Go look up the Rockefeller Foundation.
I'm so glad that you used that example, right? Because what you wouldn't do is walk past a fancy restaurant and see a white man and his wife sitting in there eating and go in there and just pay their bill for them. You're giving that $100 to this person. You might not care about it, but you're giving it to them because you actually know they need it. That is philanthropic in nature, and it proves that you have morals. And I want you to start pretending like you don't, bastard, because you do.
That's not. See, here's the thing. You have morals, so you can't comprehend me doing that, even though I don't give a fuck about morals. It has nothing to do with that. It's random. It has nothing to do with that, because I'm not a person that's gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna make it my mission to go out here. Like, I'm not like Charleston White. I don't give a fuck about the community. Like, I don't give a fuck about the community.
I got a question for y'all. So with
you know what I'm saying? Like,
y'all remember the story about Mansa Musa?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Hold on. So being able to crash the system, right? Economically speaking. So if somebody passes away with X amount of dollars that we probably couldn't fathom, when you think about how they invested in different charities and stuff like that, do you not think that it's a redistribution of that money so that it doesn't crash the system and it's maintenance?
Well, Mansa Musa was a slave driver too. I don't fault him for that.
Yeah, look, I'm not, man, everybody get their bread a lot of different ways, bro. I don't pass no judgment. So I'm just saying that when you think about if he was able to topple the system, what would somebody like Soros be able to do? And I'm just pulling from historical, facts. So if Soros did what Mansa Musa did in another form, it would topple the system. So then obviously you would invest in certain charities and redistribute the wealth in a certain way that it doesn't topple the system because you're tied in to that system.
Well, Mansa Musa didn't have a particular. He just took gold somewhere where they didn't have a lot of it. Right now that we have like an international global market, when people make a lot of money, right? Mm-hmm. They don't just take the money and put it in the back room. Most of it is in a bank, and the bank invests that. Right, like most people have.
It's not in the bank, bro. It's not in the bank.
No,
it's in assets. You're telling me it's in assets, right? When they calculate your net worth, it's the invisible hand of free market capitalism. It's like you're not just making money to yourself. So the system always is going to redistribute your money.
Yeah, but if somebody passes away though, right? And you might have spread that money a little bit more evenly. If somebody passes away and a lump sum of that money or a certain percentage of it in great proportion goes to a specific organization, that moves power in a major way.
It does.
It's such a major power shift. And that's what I'm saying about when you think about Mansa Musa. It's such when I was reading about it and just understand, like, it's such a major power shift that it would topple certain systems, bro, and it would upend our markets.
A podcast. have you ever seen that clip on TikTok or on YouTube where this dude is like walking down the street and a car rolls by and the tire jumped off and it hit the dude and he fell flat on his face?
Yep.
When I first saw that video, I laughed so hard, I almost pissed myself. I don't believe that a person with morals would find that fucking funny. Like, I just don't.
That's some bull, man.
but AM, once again, bro. AM, let me ask you this question: which if Israel created a crime, committed a crime, would you snitch on them?
No.
What Israel are we talking about here?
He knows what guy is.
No, I'm talking about the country because I would.
But there's a difference.
Hold on, are we talking about the country?
No, his guy.
He's talking about his homeboy.
There's a difference between morals and having a code that you live by.
A moral code. It's a moral code.
No, when I'm talking about morals, I'm talking about the things that everybody agrees on, like you shouldn't shoot a kitten in the face or some shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? Some shit that I genuinely don't give a fuck about. You understand what I'm saying?
That's the most random shit you could ever say.
Hey, that's making my point. My point is that
Cheeto alert.
A long list of things that would be considered morals, and we each will believe in some of those things, and some we won't. We won't give a fuck about. I agree with you on that, but there are some that we would believe in. Now, look, there are 10 of us on this panel right now. If all 10 of us became billionaires, we cannot assume that if we start doing philanthropic things, that we don't give a fuck about anything. That we didn't give a fuck about anything before we became billionaires.
But there's look, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Even though I shouldn't do this. Look, at the end of the day, there are people in this world that do not necessarily have morals.
Facts.
But the behavior that they engage in appears to be morals. But the reason
don't insult the rainbow people.
The reason why they do those things is because there is some sort of benefit from it. Okay. So if you took me for an example and you said, oh, would you snitch on your friend? It's like, no, I'm not going to snitch on my friend, but it's probably because I want to keep them as a friend. It's not because I'm trying to fucking, get into the gates of heaven or something. Like, you got to understand what the person's motivation is. You feel what I'm saying? So like when you look at people that are fucking rich and they got all of this fucking money, and you say, okay, well, why did they do this? It's just like JB said, a lot of people that have a lot of money, they're engaging in philanthropy just because there's a tax benefit, or because they want to get the IRS off their fucking ass, or they want to appear to be benevolent and shit. It doesn't, like, I'm pretty sure there's some people that are bleeding hearts. They want to feed the fucking world. You feel what I'm saying? But there's
very few people at the top are. Very few elites are
do you know
bleeding
that?
hearts.
Yeah,
How
but
do you know that they're not bleeding hearts?
Like just look at it. I mean, tell me the elite that is one.
All the people that gave money to
AM
Black
just told
Lives
you.
Matter.
AM just told you. You know what that was. Black Lives. BLM was a money
It don't
laundering
matter.
scheme.
They still. It doesn't matter. They still gave money to it.
But what are you saying? It's a money laundering. It's just a money
No, I'm
laundering
saying
scheme
that there's hundreds of other things out there. There were companies and there were people, and we can't act like there wasn't, that felt sorry after
No,
Floyd.
they didn't feel sorry at all.
Let me finish. Oh, really? So nobody felt sorry at all?
No, they didn't at all. They didn't give a fuck.
Oh,
they didn't
nobody.
Care.
You even out when that was going on?
What do you mean was I out? What do you mean?
Yeah, like there was a lot of white people in the street.
Fake caring. Fake caring, bro.
How do you know if they're real or not? How do you know? Okay, I get it, but how do you know if it's real? It doesn't matter if it's real or not. How can you judge whether or not somebody cares? Because now you're going to emotional stuff.
Okay, so it's real easy. Okay, so do you do it without any type of public pressure or any type of fucking any type of publicity behind it? Are you doing this every time some black man gets killed? No, of course you're not. You only give a fuck now because you only give a fuck now because it's a national and then turn global story.
So
you had white people doing the craziest shit ever.
Tell me one cause that people don't give to.
What do you mean?
Tell me one cause right now that people don't give to. Name them.
Are you saying individual or people in general? That's an impossible question.
Whether it's trees that are being cut down.
Well, it's always somebody giving to something. That's what I'm saying. But what are you saying?
There we go. So the idea that people, if you can't tell me on one hand you believe that there are bleeding hearts, but then say that they don't exist at the top.
They don't. Bro, again,
how do you know that? How do you know that? Do you know people at the top?
Bro, it's a cost benefit analysis for the people at the top. The Angry Man is explaining it to you clear as day. What do you mean? It's simple.
If it's a cost benefit analysis, $100 million doesn't mean much to somebody that's worth $100 billion.
Yes, the fuck it does.
Like Jeff Bezos.
Wait. Let me answer that.
Come on, man.
Let me answer that for you, patriarchy, right? Because
I just want to point out,
it wasn't their compassion.
We're talking
that brought
the full
them to
breadth
that
of what morals are. We all have people.
It wasn't their compassion.
Sean, I'm hearing two people talk. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad.
No, I was saying.
What about now?
I don't know. Is it Sean going?
Now you and Bizzle talking over each other. I don't know if y'all can hear each other, but Bizzle was already talking. Jay Bizzle was already talking.
You can hear me. My bad.
I think Sean has a delay. Now about what I was saying, patriarchy is this: is that the reason is simple. Is that like it's not their compassion. If you look at most people at that level, it's not their compassion that made them a billionaire. I'm not saying
I agree.
I'm not saying they can't have it per se, but ultimately, listen. Ultimately, most of the stuff that you could say is compassion and whatnot. That's a side effect, right? They get PR. Like for example, donating to a university, right? You could say, okay, you donate to a university, you're providing scholarships, you're doing all that, great, right? You're doing something good, right? It's actually good, but also it's elevating your name, it's elevating your influence, it's providing you good PR. Et cetera, et cetera. Like for example, if you listen to Robert Smith did he actually did a pretty decent interview with Earn Your Leisure, and he was breaking down when he paid off the loans for the.
Did he break down how he married that white woman?
Hold up. So when he was breaking that down, right, and he was explaining the process he didn't fully explain, but he kind of gave some hints at the process he had to go through to make sure that there weren't tax hits due to how he was going to pay off those loans and whatnot. And it was like, when you realize the level of like everything they do is calculated, right? Because you could say it's so much money at that point that who cares if you get a low tax hit. But even at that level, he's still he's still thinking about, how do I avoid getting fucked over by taxes, right? Okay. Because technically he's a billionaire. So even if he lost some millions on taxes, it really would not hurt his pockets. But he's still trying to make sure he doesn't get hit like that.
Is that he's improving as much as he possibly can, even at the tip top.
Okay, I got you. Let me break down the first part of your argument. You say that it wasn't compassion that made these people billionaires. I would agree with that. But there are people that can separate how they make money in their professional life with what they do in their business, what they do in their personal life. So, for example, if I make a certain amount of money, right, which is okay, I guess, right, and then you, Jay Bizzle, make a certain amount of money, which is okay. Have you ever given money to a homeless person or to somebody that was struggling in need?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you didn't have to make a calculation about doing it, and it wasn't your work prowess that made you give that money to that person. It was generally because you felt some type of sympathy for that person, and I've done the same. What I'm telling you is that the idea that the people at the top are, every time they give money to something, it's none of it is based upon the goodness of their heart or what they wanted to do from a compassion side, but it's all calculated. I just think that that's an incorrect assessment.
Wait, before you guys jump there. Wait, before you jump there.
You could have also You could have also given the money to someone in a self-serving way because you want to fuel your own ego and feel like you're important.
Because wait, hold on.
How do you judge? How do you know the difference?
What's that? Hold on.
Okay, there we go. Then there we go.
So, are we saying giving money is considered a good moral thing? If you give money, that act itself means it's good morally.
Well, let me say this, right? As somebody that has benefited from money being given to them, right? Which is
How much money?
Oh man, you didn't hear my story on Jay Prince's show last night. I had to tell him about the time I went homeless, and he was in shock. I had a family during college let me live in their house, and it was a mansion, by the way. And they gave me $1,000 when after I graduated and all that. Then I came back.
This nigga, the light skinned Fresh Prince.
Excuse me. No, they were white, so I don't think I was. I'm be more like Gary.
Yeah, Coleman. I know you close to it. That's why they gave it to you. If you was dark, they wouldn't fuck with you.
So okay. Tell me about it, Antoine Fisher. You had to sleep on some park benches before you went to the Navy. So let me say this, right?
All right, now you the one who's really homeless. Let's not crank this up, my nigga.
No, I did. I actually did. I did go home.
But I ain't never been in that boat. But tell your story, brother.
But you live on a boat with other men.
I don't live on the boat either.
That's basically the same thing. Let me say this one thing, right? So the idea that did he leave? So the idea that people don't give from the goodness of their heart, I just don't believe that. I think some people do. Some people may not. I think there are people who are calculated, just like there are people who are not. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
That's all I'm trying to say.
I totally agree.
Hold on. I think you can have two things can be right at the same time, bro. You don't get to a certain level without being efficient with how you make moves and stuff like that. So you can be efficient in how you move as far as how you contribute to society and also have it benefit you as well. It doesn't make you not good or bad or calculate. I mean, it's okay to be calculated. So if you think about it being efficient with money, and saving on taxes helps you help more people.
I calculated I got 10 minutes left before I fall asleep. Continue on.
So wait a minute, because I got two questions, right? Because Thinking Man brought up Mansa Musa, but nobody ever addressed why he gave that money away. Was it so he could save on taxes? Right?
He didn't give money. He broke a system. He didn't. He's not talking about what Mansa Musa did, giving away money. He's talking about the little pro-black story.
I'm literally asking right now, why did he give the money away?
He
I
didn't
never
give
went to
money
college,
away.
patriarchy.
He didn't.
No,
Okay,
let me
bro,
hold on a second. But no,
answer the
I'm
fucking question.
confirming he
Why
didn't
did
give
he
money
give the
away.
money away?
He broke the system because he took the gold in West. It would be like if you went to another city with mild sauce from Chicago, and they don't have mild sauce anywhere else, and you just became the biggest man in the world because you got mild sauce. But you're like, man, in Chicago, this is just regular stuff. So that's exactly what he did, except he did it with gold.
And he didn't give it away. He just
Yeah,
spent
he just spent so much of it. Yeah.
much money that he crashed the economy.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying about
Wait a minute. So why is the narrative always around it that he gave the money away? Why
Nobody said that. Who said he gave
No,
money
yes,
away?
it was. I wouldn't say that if I had never heard it that way, patriarchy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why would people?
Well, somebody told the story wrong, bro.
Maybe they thought he was making it rain.
No, it wasn't just giving it. He did give some away, but he also spent a lot of money as well.
He probably gave it away to the slaves.
He established gold as the currency for the most part, the standard. I mean, you could credit him with starting the gold standard as that being the fucking currency or the gold or the idea of the gold standard.
Did you know that he was a great slave driver?
Yeah, of course.
And to Aaron's question,
what was this guy said? What's wrong with serving in claims?
because
I didn't
you give-
said I was in the Navy.
just because
I
you
don't
give-
like the village people.
Hey,
So
Aaron,
let me
just because you give money away don't make you good, bro. Because
I agree.
There's some situations where you can give people money and it's for their. It's not for necessarily for their benefit. It actually is their downfall when you give it to them.
And
teach a man to fish versus.
And because we have that insight, there's no way we can ever really know what people give money away out the kindness of their heart.
Practical absolutes. Are you in jail?
Wait, here's another question. Here's another question I have. Right, if they're going to lose the money in taxes,
You playing chess with a kufi on?
Why are you? You can't use that word, pal. Chill out.
If they're going to lose the money,
wait, hold up. Somebody was
Aaron. If they're going to lose the money in taxes anyway, why give it away?
Because it makes them look better. It helps their persona. It helps their brand. It helps, bro. So like I said,
because it offsets the taxes.
And it offsets the taxes.
Because it offsets the taxes.
It's like tenfold every way around.
So isn't that such a good system to where wouldn't you rather it go to? I can make the argument that our charities are more efficient in helping people than our government is.
Hold on, stop it. What charities? Which ones?
Not like a lot of charities.
Yeah, Ponzi schemes. You remember what happened in Haiti? And you remember what happened with the American Red Cross? You remember all the scandals?
Do you remember what happened to Social Security? Do you remember what happened in Iraq? You should remember what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
But Patriarch,
you remember what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Wait, hold up.
You remember what happened in Detroit public schools?
Here's the thing. For a lot of charities, here's the issue with charities is that so much of the money goes into overhead that it does not. That a lot of times, like you really think your dollars is going to the cause that it's actually going to just paying staff.
That's the same thing with the but that's the same thing. Hold on. Have you saw what our government budgeted? Like why you think a lot of these black women are doing well? They work for the government. Who's hiring LaRonda and Lakeisha?
They're not getting, brother, but they're not getting paid like incentives and all this extras or whatever about it.
Do you know what government workers make in DC?
Yeah, bro, I do. I'm aware of it.
Okay,
but
I don't know about
salary, fam. What are you talking about? You act like they on commission. They're not on commission. They get a salary.
I just want to say, I don't think ugly people should be allowed on TV. How does a person with morals believe shit like that?
I believe in that. What you said
You're
too.
not fooling nobody.
Hold on a second. I'm a person. Hold on a second. I'm a person with morals as well. I believe that what you're saying is true.
Hey, man, you're not fooling nobody, bro. I'm sorry.
See my point? Bro, I used to shoot small animals with a BB gun when I was a kid. I'm supposed to be a serial killer.
Angry man.
Let's just be real, bro. Like, you're trying to attribute that to me. It's not there. I'm telling you, it's not there.
Honesty is immoral, bro. You have some morals. Honesty is an actual moral.
It's not.
And you look it up. You got Google.
Aren't you a real nigga?
Literally,
you can't say that, bro.
Honesty can be
Google.
used.
Y'all got Google.
As you can weaponize it.
Honesty can be used as a weapon, bro.
Facts.
Honesty can be used as a power move. You could sit here and you could. It's called virtue signaling. I could sit here and pretend to be most honest person in the world in order to lure you into some bullshit.
But then you would have to agree that honesty can be used in an honest way as well, right?
It's no way. It's no way
Yes,
to
yes.
determine that.
That's will be yes.
Bro,
But
sometimes
y'all keep going to
listen,
the
bro,
negative aspects of these things.
Listen, bro. Sometimes
Anything can be weaponized.
Sometimes I use honesty like a fucking fastball to a person's face, bro.
Okay,
but it's not necessarily. Hold up. So why y'all looking at it like it's not necessarily a negative, right? Like, okay, take taxes for example, right? If you do what's a good deed, if you do a philanthropic deed, right, and it also helps you offset your taxes, you got to understand, when you reach that billion, and not even billion, even at the million level, right? Most of your money is in assets. It's not sitting in a bank, right? Most of your money is in, like, even JB as a non-billionaire, okay? I had to exercise some stock options, and when I looked at how much I had to pay in taxes just to exercise some damn stock options, so now I have to find a way to offset those taxes, right? So now if you actually multiply that 100x, 200x, right? At that level, that person is always trying to find ways to offset their fucking taxes.
No, Q.
Wait.
Q said, should ugly people be allowed on YouTube? Most certainly. We got to laugh at somebody.
Wait, so JB,
I know a
so I
certain
can
ugly
understand what
woman
you
right
mean
now
when you
that's
say
doing very
offset,
well on
right?
YouTube.
So, like,
I won't say her name.
Are you saying like a person might have? Let's go with somebody that's in the
But
millions.
she's white.
Are you saying that a person might have like 30 million in taxes, but they can give away 15, and therefore they're not responsible for the other 15 in taxes?
Facts.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even be as
Your
high as 15. But yeah,
charitable contributions are tax deductible, basically.
yeah.
So because they're tax deductible, you can actually offset whatever you're losing based on in terms of what you owe the government in taxes. You can actually offset that with what you gave.
And most people at that level are entrepreneurs, or they own their own business, so you can write off a whole lot of other stuff on business expenses and a lot of other shit too.
Wait, let's
So
back
yeah,
That's crazy.
Angry man thinks some bullshit to me. Angry man, you said some bullshit to
You
me,
said
bro.
what?
why would it be crazy?
Hold on. What'd you
No,
say?
I'm saying like that's crazy, bro. That you can, if you give away 15, it actually count as 30.
Well, also, hold on a second, but also,
No,
let me
that's
say
not.
something.
That's
No,
not true. That's not true.
Well, this is what I
It's
said.
not
Like,
even that high. It's not
No,
gonna
if you
be.
have,
It's
if
not
you
even gonna
have,
be that high.
Well,
if you have to pay on 30, you
but
give
then
away
there's also
15. You
other
only gonna pay
things as
taxes
well,
on the
right?
15, bro.
But hold on a second, but there's also other things as well, right? Like you have different investments, right? That you can invest in, which are also tax write-offs. If you invest in oil projects, that's a tax write-off.
Anything energy related,
Yeah, anything.
certain type of infrastructure,
Yeah, and real estate.
and having a business. Like you said, people always complain about these businesses get welfare. These businesses get welfare. No, the business is
They
not
just keep their
welfare.
taxes.
It's the fact of the matter that they're creating jobs and they're giving people the opportunity to make money for the economy. But slow motherfuckers don't understand that, and then big, these big companies are getting all these welfare tax write-offs. I.e., one of the most famous cases recently was when AOC stupid ass messed up the Amazon deal for New York.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She said all that dumb shit and she didn't understand the concept of, a tax write-off and a tax break versus I guess free taxes or like a tax refund. She was referring to them when it's the same.
Amazon. I don't like Amazon though, but I agree with you. Amazon participates in human trafficking.
Fantastic. How smart can a woman be with a horse's face, bro?
Bro, we know that, man. Listen, dog. Again, man, I don't even know what I would classify as a horse.
And it's not moral.
Hold on, think it, man. Stay in the back.
This has been another edition of Overdrive. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it. We got to go. I'll see y'all on the next show.